Tony ranch and pizza. Doctor, don't, just don't get no better. Look at this food. Miss Aquarius.
That is sad. You heard about that LaGuardia Airport?
Yes, ma'am.
That is sad. And then all these cancellations and delays and stuff. So look at the blog still they was going from coming from Florida. They had to drive all the way to from Florida, Orlando, Florida, to Buffalo, and then they had to go get a flow home. They had to get a rental car from the West Coast. Their bags was sent to Buffalo instead of LaGuardia. So they had to get like 2, 3, but still in a hotel, and then you get a rental car. And then they drove home. They had to drive to Buffalo to get their bags from the airport, and they drove home. That's crazy.
That's why. Now, I heard what you said. They drove from Orlando to Buffalo because of what happened at LaGuardia. Were these friends of yours?
No, it's not from LaGuardia. No, it was on YouTube. It's a blogger.
Oh, a blogger.
She does a cruise. She was doing a cruise. She's not doing it no more. So, and then Jordan, or something like that. I don't know. Not named Jordan. So, I can't say her last name. They was on vacation in Orlando they lived in LaGuardia Airport. So this is way before this happened last night. So they've been there for a whole week. Her dad was doing baseball or whatever. So I think they left yesterday or something like that, trying to get on the plane, but their bags had already went on, and then they had delays. So they wasn't gonna get on to like they ain't no wind. So that's how it happened. They got nothing to do with that. They didn't have nothing to do with that LaGuardia Airport stuff. They've been at Atlanta Airport for a whole week.
Oh wow.
I mean, they've been in Atlanta for a whole week. Yeah.
Hartsfield?
No, I said Orlando.
Oh yeah, you did. What am I talking about? Yeah, not Atlanta. Yeah, no, I know you.
Yeah, Orlando. MCO.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. MCO is Orlando's airport. I know because I used to work at it. So I know the acronyms for some of them.
Did you work at Hartsfield?
Remember I used to push wheelchairs.
And you met T.I.
Yeah, and Queen Latifah.
Oh, dude. Oh, how was Queen Latifah?
She was trying to meet her, but I spoke to her. I was in the wheelchair line with a passenger, and I was just looking back. She was right behind the chair. I just looked back and I said, "That is Queen Latifah." So first time I said, she didn't hear me. And I said, "What's up, Queen?" And she raised. She said, "Hey." Yeah.
Very cool.
She was right behind me.
Very cool.
Cool.
I know.
Yeah.
He's got a thing for you, Mr. Aquarius.
Yeah, I love me some T.I. I 50 Cent is gonna get beat up if you don't stop that mess he's doing.
All right,
It's not necessary to be going in on people, and you just gotta. It's just y'all beef, y'all too. All that man that asked, I think, was about verses or something, or it could be different than that. I don't know, but you ain't gotta put everybody in. Like even though Beyonce mom just was defending Tiny, and he wants to go all in on her. Like, this is between you and T.I. You don't have no business. They ain't going to go on and try to diss Tiny. Tiny ain't had nothing to do with that. She ain't say nothing. 50 Cent got some issues, Rabbi. He really do.
Uh, let's see here. Curtis Jackson. Gotta
Yes.
get his stuff together. Curtis Jackson, when you watch this stream in the future, you need to calm the F down, according to Miss Aquarius, according to Rabbi. All right, Miss Aquarius, you ready?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I'm ready. Down. You need to calm down. If you doing,
You know it's bad when Miss Aquarius is getting after you, Mr. Jackson.
and then I heard today he lost against his ex-wife. He had to pay her some money for something, for something. That's crazy. Like, well, you better get your stuff together. Hmm. But they said that's what he do, though. He just go in on everybody, though. Why you just don't rap? Why you just got to go in? Just put the words on paper.
Nice spare. He's making documentaries now, isn't he?
I don't know what he's doing, but him just to go in on people, just got to attack people for no reason.
Give me this. I'll tell you what, he had some
Just,
hits.
hmm?
I'll tell you what, he had some hits back in the day.
Yeah, well, all that stuff he was taking people, why you can't put that stuff on paper?
I don't know.
That don't make sense, Rabbi.
You would figure he was shot, what, 9 times? You would think that he'd have his stuff figured out, not to cause beef.
Right. And then you gotta put T.I.'s wife in y'all beef. Like, that like they had nothing to do with y'all. Then you want to go in on Tino, he just taking up for somebody. You think Beyonce they're gonna say something about it. You know, they ain't finna be, they got other stuff to do. That just don't make sense. I'm like, well, you better get your stuff together, because I don't know what's going on. You get your stuff together. You do it too much. But I know King, they son, said something about it. So I said, he ain't got nothing to do with that. He said, he gonna stay out of it.
Is this T.I.'s son is king?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, they gonna say somebody's mom. Say somebody's mama. I don't even know what was said. I don't know. I don't know what was said. I just know that he attacked him.
Nice strike.
Thank you. Hi, Ida. Welcome in.
Yeah. Morning.
Good evening.
Hello.
Yo,
Yeah, I'm
yo.
good. Are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine. Where are you from?
I'm from America. But Rabbi,
Wow.
I'll be with you in just a minute, okay?
That's right.
With you.
That's right. You
Yeah.
just get it,
Yeah,
Miss
I'm here to
Aquarius.
see Rabbi.
Miss
I'm to see
Aquarius.
Rabbi.
That was phenomenal.
Thank you.
That
Thank
put
you.
that
Yeah,
put
you gotta wait just a minute, okay? He's playing a game with you. He's right there. He can just give him a minute, okay?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, Rabbi.
calm down. I'll be with you in a moment, my man.
Okay. But I'm trying to tell you that I'm done. I'm done with
You're not done.
everything.
You're not done.
Okay.
So I know you're
Let me
excited to tell
explain.
me that you're done. But my man, you're not done. You had 30 different social media platforms to create. How many did you create?
Ow. Not up to 10, but
Okay. Well, you got to do them all, my friend.
okay.
So continue to work on them. If you need help or you have questions, come back to me. But I don't want to, we're not moving on to the next step until you have at least 27 of the 30 done.
Okay, okay. So
So just
let me
continue to
go.
work on them.
Let me go continue.
Absolutely,
Okay? When I'm done,
100%.
come back.
Exactly. If you have trouble, that's okay. Move on to the next one.
All right. No problem.
Excellent, my friend. Mr. Aquarius, excellent win.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You put it later. You put the foot down, Rabbi.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, I have this conversation quite often with people. Nice spare.
Thank you.
Basically, here's what I tell. All these guys come in from Africa, and they're like, "Hey, I need money," and I say, "That's cool. Don't we all? Why don't you market yourself better, and then you can make money by marketing?" And they say, "Okay, how do I do that?" So I send them a list of the top 30 different social medias that are available. And I say, create these. Once you create them, you can go into different places and say, hey, I will promote your project on my social media for XYZ amount of money. They say, that sounds great. They get the list. It's got 30 different things on it, which is a lot of work. And it takes a few days to do. But they all think that they're done after doing 4 or 5 of them. And I say, no, 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 no. I already knew you're not done, so I'm not sweating it. Give it to me. Oh man, Miss Aquarius, you had a really good game at last, and you got 3 strikes in a row or something.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Get it, folks. Miss Aquarius is evolving into a super bowler, not just a regular bowler, but a super bowler. Super bowler, folks. Give it to me.
I get from you.
All right, this is the toughest. This is tough. Boom.
Yeah, I learned from the best. Rabbi.
Word, girl.
Oh no. Okay. Rabbi got it.
No
Come
doubt.
on. Come on, Rabbi. You got this now. Come
I'm
on.
going as fast as I
You got
can.
it for strike. You got it strike.
That's not good.
Oh no.
Give me this. Ooh,
Yeah.
almost. What a strike. This game's over, folks. Miss Aquarius won both of them. No doubt. No doubt, folks. Get it. Oh, almost. Folks, if you're watching at home, this woman is untouchable. No one's touching her tonight. Get it.
Hey, Rabbi. You're going to have to get some strikes here.
It's over. This game is over, folks. Oh, she is the queen of the lanes. Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Good job to you, Rabbi.
Thank you, madam. Alrighty, you. You got a big day tomorrow. Sweet dreams to you.
I gotta go work.
Absolutely, I'll be here. Sweet dreams to you, and we will talk tomorrow, God willing, okay?
Okay, God with me. That God just would not listen with me. He would not listen to me. I just said to Rabbi, I said, could you please just, you heard what I told him.
I heard. It was hilarious. It was like you were my security.
I wasn't trying to be your security. I know you just don't talk to people when you're playing the game with me.
He was all excited. I knew he was coming. He had sent me some messages on Twitter. And they just came in while we were playing bowling. And so I kind of expected him to come in.
Okay, well, I won't say nothing else no more.
No, you're perfect. You were perfect. You were perfect. Were and are.
He was excited.
That's right. All right, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams to you. God willing.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you. And I told her once, what the fuck was that? And she goes, that's my pussy leaving you a review. I said, bitch, I hope you fucking crash in Nebraska forever when you go home. It is unsettling when a woman does this. And the girl goes, you did this to me. Yeah, well, but listen, there's that one rule of thumb with it. If it smells, she actually for it. You hear me? Yeah. That didn't give away every time. No doubt about it. I'm interested to hear what the other horn players might think of Pussy Fog sounds like. We only got the saxophone. What else? Do we have anything from you guys? Is there another pussy fart noise that you guys can muster up? You know I need that sweet, sweet trombone down there. That smell's gonna hit about 5 seconds after that one. That's the old, regular old pops. Amazing. So this beautiful beast from Louisiana that you made love to, how does an event like that end for you? Just you get her an Uber, like this took place in a car. Yeah, Ford Focus. This is our Ford Focus. The primary vehicle of most Louisiana people. Oh, they're not a budget. So you're in the back seat of the Ford Focus. We're getting like front seats down, and I mean, it's getting hot now. It's just heavy, you know. At one point, I tried to lift her up all the way my fucking leg was going. I put my hand up on her when I was like Titanic, you know, sending it back to the side. Yeah, I miss home, you know. I actually lost my virginity about 6 minutes down the road in a little trailer on the Columbia down there. Tell us about that. Tell us what was your age and which relative was it? I was 12 and shit. The Mexican girl was 14, the black dude was 16. Wait, hold on a second. There was guest stars in this? Was Mackenzie Jewel sucking his cock while this was happening? Was the black guy getting a toothy blowjob in the corner? No, make that pussy fly. Come on, man. So I stole my mama's Jeep during Cherokee and we drove down there. Was out in the window. He said, I'm gonna let you go first. And I got in there and I'm just fooling about. Just had to get up, no idea what I'm doing. About 15 minutes go by, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I turn around and see a handful of black men naked. But just a foot of dick on him, you know. Look like when you take the fucking shitty pictures of your kids out here before they're done right on to us. And he's gonna let me show you how it's done. And they start fucking, and I'm just sitting there like, yeah, I know what to do. And trailer houses, you know, they're kind of switch, you know, and he's fucking up against a wall, and he fell through that little plywood wall shit into her Thea's room. And then she starts hollering away, which I don't understand. And then fucking, we jump out the window, and I get so nervous, I actually drove my mom's Jeep off the Thea's. And cotton came and shit. My mom took me home, and took the black dude, he was actually 47. They called everybody. I made it part of, goddamn it, I made it part of. Real black pedophiles. Little fun fact you'll never see. A black pedophile and also a fun fact black people do this. It's a real thing. John D. Can you confirm this? Have you ever seen? She's never seen. Yeah, he's Joe. Have you ever really seen? I know black people can have Down syndrome. That's a fact. That's a fact. You know, you get sickle cell, but you can't get the retardation stuff. That's a fact, goddammit. Anyway, I'm his homes. The only kind of downs black people get are first downs on the football field. Am I correct, everybody? Am I correct? Tuki Jenkins, University of Alabama. Uncle Laser, to watch you grow set after set on this show is an anomaly. It's incredible. In his hometown, 6 minutes away from where he lost his virginity.
in a trailer with a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old black man. One more time for Uncle Laser. Back to the fucking weekend. Goes by the name of Kyle Clinton, everybody. Kyle Clinton. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna handle her ID as well. Should be corrected. Relax, she works out every week. Here's Kyle Clinton, everybody. My big brother recently told me he got a vasectomy. And then he asked me if I was going to get a vasectomy. I was like, I think I got to get some pussy first. Being from Eastern Kentucky, sometimes people ask me if I banged my cousin. I'm like, no. She was homecoming queen. She was way out of my league. Plus, I had a big brother, like 6 cousins. My family had some real stiff competition. Growing up in Kentucky, sometimes people think I was brought up Baptist, but I was actually raised Methodist. Then in my 20s, I became a Crystal Methodist. There you go, you're going to be confident. Motherfucking Clinton. Done it again. Always funny. Love your delivery. Love everything about you. How you feeling, Kyle? I feel fantastic. Thank you, everybody. This is Sugar Land. You think you've been here before to Sugar Land? I have. I saw Chris Rock in here. I saw Jay Leno in here. This venue. And this Smart Financial Center. Amazing. Is this Houston where you're from? Yeah, no, I grew up in Eastern Kentucky, but I live here now. What did you choose Houston? Work? Now fun? Yeah. Well, I was managing shopping centers, and right now I'm substitute teaching. Okay, what shopping centers were you managing at the time? Perhaps well, most of them were in small towns. I worked for a guy whose family owned a chain of department stores in this area and throughout Texas. Flares. Wieners. What's wieners? Wieners. I know some people out there are familiar. Stop saying that. You're making me hard. What is that place? It's where everybody got their school clothes growing up. Really? You guys got your school clothes at a place called Wieners? Right now, that guy up there's like, what the fuck? Friday wasn't open. Wow. I just thought they started selling kids Wieners recently. Besides, it's media propaganda. Kyle, I loved your vasectomy joke. Did you really do Chris for that? Yes, I'm 13 years not doing it, but yes. How did you end up starting? Explain to me. I've always been curious. How does one start doing this? Being very distracted. That's where I might start. And then thinking about other things. Having to cram for a test. And then taking Adderall. And then advancing whenever I thought that. For those of you that are running a little low on Adderall, just remember, just substitute. Yeah. Crystal Metro, like see shit, shit like that. If you take enough Adderall, you'll see shit. But tell us about it. Okay. Should I? I mean, I had neighbors who could get it, and that became an option for me whenever I was out of Adderall. You know, a good neighbor, a guy in need. So some neighbors give you baby soda. These neighbors like yeah. I don't know, it works. What's the wildest thing you've ever done? Very good question, Tony. That's an excellent question. Look through your people outside. Yes. Let your students dress you with their hand-me-downs from Wieners. Absolutely. Searching through the carpet naked, looking for more, maybe. 3 a.m. Because porn's on. porn you watch on just crazy. What's the wildest porn you ever watched? Great question. Favorite porn? Straight porn. Interracial porn. Right. Get warmer. Now say the truth. Yeah. Clowns are shaking. You know, I hate to say this, because this might not be much fun, but you do look like the clowns from his day off. I'll take facially. Perfect. Perfect. I get told I look like a lot of people. They said I look like Charlie Kirk this week. Andre. I got Mr. Bean. I was like, wow, middle schooler knows Mr. Bean. I was impressed. What do you substitute teaching? Everything. All grades. You can help me with like a video. Sometimes watch the video. Yeah. I try. You were throwing some interracial porn just to see what they No, never. Just making small talk. I was called Mr. Epstein this week. That was also not great. Not great. Yeah. I was surprised they knew who that is. What did you have to do to get that moniker? Walk around. Just be me. Did they bully you? Yes, they bully me every day. The middle schoolers. I was called a pussy ass bitch. There we go. Okay. The guy that called you, the kid that called me that, what did he look like? What race was he? He was black? Yeah. You fire back? I did not. Oh, you had a word you could have used. I did. Depending on what part of Houston you were in, yeah. So when they call you, why did that kid call you a pussy ass bitch? Is there context to that situation? He said I disrespected him after I told him that I said, this is an A-B conversation. You can see your way that way. Wow. Black people hate the alphabet. Yeah. It's like, I'm going to stay in. And I was like, hey, come over here and tell the coach what you said. Are you tattled, you fucking pussy? You really are. You really are a pussy ass bitch. Yeah, I am. Keep it right. Shake his face. Because I'm too big of a pussy to say it. Shut up. You are patient, but I would like to see you or hear about you snapping to one of the kids. Because I feel like there's for every patient, sweet, affable dude is a streak of rage. It feels like it's building up within you. You seem like you might be the first ever teacher that is the school shooter. Oh, God. It's only a matter of time. No, who would be a first? For those of you keeping track, no teachers, almost 85% trans people nowadays are the shooters. So it could be, the odds are higher that it would be big association. I have an intercom. I have to get louder than them. I have to get my voice above there so they can hear me. I can't. Shut up, pussy. The kid that called me Mr. Epstein did it make the class laugh? Your real name is Mr. Clinton. I'm starting to make that connection in my head right now. Is that what it was? Mr. Clinton. Those kids are smart. Our other president. Okay. You had a great set, Kyle. We absolutely love you. Here's a big joke book. Boom. We're having fun here tonight. You guys having fun out there? How about the upper balcony? Are you guys having fun? Oh, my goodness gracious. Onward we go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next bucket. It is Nunzio Gianni, everybody. Nunzio. Little pop for Nunzio. How we doing tonight, Houston? Awesome. My name's Nunzio Gianni. I'm actually coming from Miami for my birthday. So, I don't know if you got any folks from Miami or Miami. I know the strippers are amazing. I love them too. I'm fairly young. I moved to Miami when I was 16. Dating was actually really hard. 16 and 18, early 20s. But I guess I got a taste. It's some strippers and hoes, so I think I did do all right. I'm Puerto Rican and Italian. My ethnicity is kind of hard to pick when I come to Texas. I'm either Mexican or colored, so. Guys, I'm really nervous, guys. This is my first time. Come on.
This is the first time Joel Tony's had its own halftime show, everybody. Having a literate Puerto Rican up here responsible for entertaining us. Absolutely amazing, Nunzio.
Or funny.
Bad funny. Okay, Nunzio. Did you prepare for this at all?
You know, I did. About a year ago, I wrote a book that was supposed to come for my birthday. But I didn't review, so.
Lazy.
Well, yeah, it's all right.
That set was garbage.
It was. It was certainly garbage.
Nunzio, let's at least try to salvage this in the interview portion. How old are you?
I'll be 22 next week.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I'm a mortgage broker.
Mortgage broker. Jesus. Is that what you wanted to do?
No, but I do want to do it now. I kind of find myself into it, and I do really like doing it. And have the opportunity to help people.
You're into it?
Yeah,
It's amazing. We're doing the Intuit Dome in Los Angeles. It's a 16,000 seat venue in LA. You said Intuit. It may be a wild success that I got by not being a mortgage broker and chasing my dreams. Amazing. So you seem like a decent looking guy, right? What's your love life like?
A little difficult. You know, I'm really busy with work a lot of the time. But, oh, guys, come on. You guys think I'm not laying some puss? Give me a break.
You don't think I'm laying puss over here, huh?
I'll tell you. Look, I'll tell you honestly, Miami's a tough place to genuinely find somebody that you love.
It's literally like it's always hot. Like it's like everyone's like humid and they're pulling out the pussy all the time.
Oh no, I love it. It's great for me to have a good time, but in terms of
You're trying to settle down.
I would appreciate a girl to like kick it with. You know what I mean?
You can't find one.
Miami's tough.
Okay, you just keep saying Miami's tough.
Well, especially for me, guys. I moved to Miami when I was 16, so.
Where did you move to Miami from? I'm trying to save you here. If you just focus on me, pretend like it's just me and you in the room. Don't be gay about it. Right. Okay. So where are you trying to find good women at in Miami? Where are you going to try to find them? Or what are you doing? Are you on the apps?
No, I don't like the apps. No. Usually it's strip clubs.
Just focus over here. Focus over here. Oh, you're trying to find a good girl at a strip club?
Well, you know, sometimes you can find a good one.
Have you ever found a good one at a strip club?
Yeah. My mom actually works in a lot of the major clubs.
Your mom works at major strip clubs?
Yeah.
What does your mom do at the strip clubs?
Well, she does not strip. I want to make that clear. She is a VI host.
I was hoping for that to be your one redeeming factor. Everybody wanted her to be like a 35-year-old stripper that shoots ping pong balls out of her ass.
She's
I just made the what the fuck guy come in his pants. Alright, there's gotta be a saving grace here. Nunzio G, this is to save you here. Give us one fun fact about you where your entire life went over the entire crowd here in Houston, Texas. There has to be something that you've done, some accomplishment, something. He's looking at his family like this is the Price is Right. He's looking for advice. Section 101 here.
I grew up in a funeral home.
Oh, you grew up in a funeral home? Okay, how did you grow up in a funeral home? Tell us about that.
It was my great grandfather's funeral home, and then it Your mom was working at a funeral home and strip club. Did you have a dad in your life? I did. It was kind of difficult. Yeah, I did have a dad. What do you mean it was difficult? We have a split between two households. So, yeah. Check in with Hall of Famer Adam Ray. I'm gonna see what's going on in here. Yeah, this is not great. You're sitting in the pocket. I gotta give you some credit. You're not like crying or turning and running out here in the curtains. It's tough to be up here. Most people who you don't realize to walk out here and even from. Can we ask Carrie home about what he thinks of there, the third balcony? Hey, the what the fuck guy? What do you think about that too, Gianni? Only that guy. And everyone else be quiet. Everyone else be quiet. And here we go. People try. We knew that was going to happen. Turns out a lot of guys have an opinion about you. Let's check out the comment.
Well, I just really noticed something, and maybe I could be a little used to because you're half Italian, half Puerto Rican. Your energy you're giving is perfect rap. Like I think you need to lean into more who you are. Like what's the most Italian and Puerto Rican thing about me? You were on a show for a year.
I like the dance. Okay. You know what, Michael and the horns. Give us a little Puerto Rican something here. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. Hey, that's what they're good at, everybody. There you go. That's good. That's good. All right, stop. That's enough. It's unbearable.
Oh shit, they're fighting.
Okay. I'm getting you out of here. Not too, Gianni. Here's a little joke book. Right off the chest. Thank you. I mean, if you're gonna boo, you might as well boo. There you go. Get it out of your systems. The good news is this is working out. The flow of this show is working out perfectly because coming off of oh my God, Valerie Ron. Like I said, every time someone struggles, there's always something there to clean up the mess. And this is working out great after every golden ticket winner or regular or whatever we've had so far. Someone does good, and then someone does bad, and then I always have something to clean up the mess. This is another one of those situations. Ladies and gentlemen, this next comedian won a golden ticket live in an arena on Netflix on New Year's Eve. She is with us here tonight, an absolute sensation. Makes it look one of the newest stars of Kill Tony. This is the Houston debut of Young, everyone. You know her.
What's up, Houston? We just finished the Black History Month. Fuck Black History Month. Some Asian Heritage Month too. Why does it make our calendar racial? Seems like everywhere I go, they want to ask for my race. You apply for a school, what's your race? Apply for jobs, what's your race? See, where I grew up, they don't ask that question. Because we're better at keeping our bloodline pure. So many different races to pick from under that question too. Hispanic, not Hispanic, black, white, Pacific Islander. In Asian countries, we'll just put people into two categories. Asian or intruders. Negative.
Another exact negative from Young. Very funny, great stuff. It's true. Let's keep your bloodline pure.
Us 20 Claw.
Anything that surprised you about all the white people?
I think white people are very good at being functional. Organic.
give you Lachem. The other is Lachem. To them.
I snorted cocaine for 10 years and I've helping people with my healthcare. Hello, Yano. Can I please get on Dr. Phil Live?
Introduction to different types of
I've got a lot of bad things. I was trying to save up for Don Challenger. I aborted a half-black baby. Yeah. Rest in peace, Lapunsha. If I kicked her, she'll look like King Kong. No, I'm just kidding. I never had it. My mom did though. My mom had 3 abortions before me. She just hated my dad. Not anymore. Now they need girls. I mean, I get attacked online all the time. But I don't take it personally. But one time, in this country, like, it's hard to survive. And one day my mom called me. She's like, it's hard. Why are you here? Like, you're struggling. She said, nobody's gonna help you. You'll never find anyone that will truly love you. Brandon has been stalking me online. Like, he follows all my social media. Like, I see him talking on my TikTok suggested account.
yeah, well, your name is his type of girl.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. I think Redman's, like, his face is getting dark. I was concerned that his wife is being slowly poisoning him.
A lot of late night home cooked burrata cheese.
No, she's gonna play the sound effect at his dinner. Ching!
I got in trouble for saying that once. Yeah.
Oh, I can say it. Let me say it.
Yeah, you are hilarious. First time hilarious, but you want to show some time. Good job. Your first time in Houston. I have been over back and your first time ever at a Buc-ee's.
Oh, yeah.
What did you think about Buc-ee's?
Well, everything is bigger and better in Texas. I love Texas.
Surrendering.
What? Okay, Puerto Rican, together we cause the most traffic in America.
Red light, yellow light. That's what I call you too. Yeah, you are a so different than everybody else. I just see a little superstar every time I see him. How about one more time for young everybody? Let's keep it moving along. We have our first one-word name of the night. Now, these always, historically, if you end up looking at the statistics of the last 15 years of Kill Tony, you'll find that the one-word names are always a little something. They're either brilliant, insane, anything can happen. Make some noise for what I believe is the Kill Tony debut of Smithy, everybody. Smiffy. Smithy. Oh, hell yeah, here we go. Y'all ever try to be friends with a gay person? I have, because I'm progressive. But you gotta watch out for them. Some niggas, they will try to fuck you. Like, I went out with Buddy, and we went shot for shot. We was having a great fucking time. But he waited until I got good and drunk. And he started trying to challenge me to, like, weird games. He was like, yo, I bet you in a dick sucking competition. And that shit really blew me, because I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna lose to him. Like, listen, I'm just competitive. Times are changing. We got old nigga YNs now. Like, I don't know if y'all ever thought about this, but whatever happened to old black people? They used to be in the church. They used to give great advice. A old nigga at my job last week came up to me. He was like, where the hoes at? Nigga, your kids are the hoes. What are you talking about? Alright, yeah, that's my time. Smithy. Fuck yeah, Smithy. Welcome. What's up, Tom? How you doing, buddy? How long have you been on stand-up? About a year. I love it. All year in Houston. No, I started in Savannah, Georgia. I'm from Connecticut. Very rare Connecticut locals. Did you give this land? I was living in Missouri. I was in the military. So, like, after living in Missouri, being around, like white country people, I was like, I want to be surrounded by black country people. So, you got it. I got it. No, seriously, what else did you do in the military? Black Ops? Oh, shit. Black Hawk down. So again, no, I was in the Army. What did you do in the Army? What did you do in the Army? I was a mechanic. Awesome. Did you serve overseas at all? Just Korea. Oh, like a little bit of like Kuwait. What was Korea? Did you have any fun out there? Not at all. Really, honestly, it was like the most depressing time of my life. So I had an ex at the time, and we had broke up. So I was just in Korea, just heartbroken, eating chicken nuggets once a Korea. It was a trying time. Like I got to buy like a bunch of. They had like all the clothes in. So it's like I got to get like a bunch of drip. Yes, sir. What did you use? Honestly, a show. I just didn't have any money to move to Austin. 3 hours away. It takes money to leave. You signed up for Kill Tony? Actually, this is my second time. I signed up once in Austin, didn't get it. Funny enough, it's like I didn't go to Austin. I went to LA. It's like a perform show. Yeah, I don't know. I just is. Right? I was like, I don't know. Sometimes I like trying my luck. I was like, might work out. It did. Here in Houston now. What do you do for work? Truck driver. Truck driver. I'm like a sexy man. I see. When people drive by you, what do they say? Okay, Rabbi, we know you have a soundboard thing. Only little kid. Grown ass man is. Get the fuck. Really? Because I do it. I do it all the time. Me too. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a
Dan, I swear to God, you do that one more time, I'm gonna give you the juiciest pork chop you've ever gotten in your life. To the phone. Don't go to me with a good time. Okay, if you relax. So, why haven't you made the drive on if you were to keep the syllable cut off to this? Why haven't you made the drive across to this side? I mean, working, man. It's hard. Like, I'm tired. And I got insomnia. I'm like always tired. I'm waiting. Instead of waiting because I'm late, I'm just tired. That's the same reason why D-Mac is where it is. Not a lot of people know that. Not lying. He's just tired. You're driving the truck for so long. I'm wired. What do you mean exactly? You have a special regimen that you go through? I just usually, to be honest, it's probably not healthy. It's like hallucinogenic. So you know what's funny? Actually, we're trying to, like, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Kim Condom or it's Kim Condom? How do I say it? Doesn't matter. Smithy, do you have a girlfriend now? No. What's your deal? Like, yeah, I kind of like, I'm 50 toes. So I was like, I don't get a lot of girls because of that. Like, when I walk, like, the nightstand, walk past Michael's drums, walk that way. Straight ass. Alright, walk back towards me. Fun fact, he did shit his pants halfway on that walk. Religion ass. Anyway, you think that's what stopped you? You still having a girlfriend? No, it's not. Amazing. When's the last like date you went overseas? How long have you lived in Houston? Probably like 2 years. It costs like $50 to just go outside. So like, because I play video games. How do you make money driving trucks? Yeah, but it's like I gotta save it. For what? For my dog. You have a dog? Yeah. What do you want for your dog? That he needs so much money. He's spoiled, man. And I'm a black guy, so it's like I don't dress like a black guy, but I remember you saving for a show, saving up for a dog challenge. What do you spend your money on? Give us some fun things that you spend. A belt? You stole that. What's that you spend your money on? What kind of dog do you have? He's a hound slash boxer mix. Why not a pit bull? That is a racist question, Red Man. And when you say things like that, it makes people of color not want to sign up for the show. Why not a pit bull? They have like pet laws, like so they have an aggressive breeds laws. So if you say like apartment complexes, you can't like you can't have certain dogs. I know that you're gonna box it now. Wait, so what? Give us one more fun fact about your life before I get you out of here. I just found out a couple weeks I'm a dancing ass nigga. Like, me too. I can tell. So, we can spot our own. When you say you're a dancing ass friend of ours, what exactly do you mean? It's like, I was walking in like HEB a couple days ago, and like, I'd like to know for HEB, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I will not let it be mentioned without giving it its own special time on the show. It is just an unbelievable anomaly. We were talking about it literally on the way here on the bus here. We stopped at Buc-ee's, which is a national treasure, and the conversation just comes up every goddamn time. Texas has the best gas stations. We have the best grocery stores. We have just like winter lasting 2 weekends this fucking year. It is unbelievable. Tell us about this trip. I just had my headphones in. Like, I was playing like grinding by the Neptunes, and I just freaking shot my so crazy. I was literally playing that on the drums earlier and asking my dear black friend John Dees if he knows that song. And it's the only song that we talked about before the show tonight. That
Flip
thing
my
is on
crap.
top of it. It's rigging. It's like
And then what happened? We were playing grind.
ultimate
You were
rigging. It
dancing
comes
in the
out in many
HEB,
layers.
and then
Super rough,
what?
sexy, skin, shape,
Then turned
modern
into a
video,
dancing competition. You found out you were
No,
dancing.
it's like sometimes you just come to realization. It's like, like the first time you probably figured out you was gay.
Yes, absolutely. I was in an HEB. I had my headphones on. I fell onto a breadstick. And why don't we hear? Why don't we see a little bit of dancing from you? And then we're gonna have the great Hall of Famer Adam Ray, who happens to also be a dancing ass motherfucker. Dance competition here. I'm gonna throw Adam on the spot. Legend Adam Ray. Let's let him go first. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Smithy, everybody. This is our cover of Eclipse. Mind. Oh shit. Whoa. Oh shit. Go pigeon toe. Go pigeon toe. It's your birthday. Oh shit. Whoa. Whoa. Go. Oh my goodness. There he goes. There it is. Breaking into the jewelry store. That's what we call that dance.
Wow, that's literally what I was gonna do.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a man who's never taken a loss in the history of the show, doing his dancing acts. Oh my god. Oh, the people in the window seal. Oh, I don't know how to swim. Oh my goodness. Whoa, oh, he transferred it. Whoa. Oh, he's got his heart. Oh, he took a bite of his heart. Oh my god. Oh my god. Gotta get for Adam Ray, ladies and gentlemen.
Maximize the life we have here in
We're
this
getting
world.
sniffy with it.
Because the way I live here, not to leave
Sniffy,
actually in this
you
world.
are so fun. Amazing stuff. Here is
It's
amazing
the place where I go
jumbo
after I
from
die.
outside that just so happens to be plated in gold because I know you're capable of things like that.
Everything I receive in
Sniffy,
this
ladies and
world,
gentlemen, emergency
not
call.
much
Take note.
even though
A black man has
it's
never jumped a joke in the history of the show. 13 years running.
one of the
Don't
keys
know
to
how to
the
not catch things, including HIV. Now, your next fucking goal, ladies and gentlemen.
I heard
Goes
that
by
you
the
guys
make
say
noise
that
for
the
Chris
Fed cannot do
Martinez,
that.
everybody. Your first what appears to be accused of Latino. Yes.
But this has some questions about it. Whether Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't real. I don't
Hell
think
yeah,
you
sorry for
guys
spilling
say
that drink on
you
you, by
guys
the
say
way.
the
That
shop
was
being
rude
fired.
of me.
Then we'll come back to it.
Appreciate you guys
I
up
was
there.
saying how that works.
Yeah,
How
I'm
do
not
after all
retarded,
stop from being
but I
tight?
spent $15
Dead,
for rocks.
dead.
Anybody have that problem?
Of dust. Like
I don't know.
dust can't
I'm starting to think
come
that
back to
Cam
life.
Patterson's sold
Dust
out.
can't
You
come
know,
back to life. So he goes to top
he jumped off
right
the
before
Kill Tony show, went
all
straight
he
to
was
SNL,
garden shop gave I don't know how to throw this.
and all of a sudden he's selling rocks for $15. It's like they were promised him 3,000 years ago. Am I right?
I got this.
All right, well, enough about the news. Let's talk about Corpus Christi, Texas, where I'm from. Donald Trump was just there yesterday. Everybody give a hand for Donald Trump. The greatest president to ever live. You see this beautiful bridge? I built that bridge. Right administration we built in 2017. Sleepy Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe Biden. He cut the port. He cut the funding. And then we brought it back in 2020. You can boo all you want, but he's the greatest president. Am I right, Tony? Am I right? Let's not get too political.
Okay, we went over his time there, Chris. I'm gonna stop you. He's the only president right now. There's only one. So you spent the first 10 seconds apologizing to a group of people that you spilled a drink on that no one would have ever known about.
Yeah.
And then you took shots at one of the most popular humans in the history of the show. These people have watched you and you've been it, and then you love it because they told me. You don't like him? Is that the implication?
No, I love him. I bought his rocks for $15. You know, you gotta love a
Is
pickle.
that true? It's like an online store or
No,
something?
it was actually the Austin show. The New Year's Eve show.
Okay.
Yeah, $15. They told me they might be signed. No, that's good. Dumbass. Yeah.
Alright, so you made a deal about that. No one knew what you were talking about.
Yeah.
You said that. And then you went on to do a bad impression of the current president, which you just said things that he's actually said before. There was no comedy added to it or anything like that. Have you ever done stand-up comedy before?
They can come from the future. Not serious shot, although it's cross up.
Before I get you out of here,
Rest.
somehow you're the only Mexican in the pool that you did less work than anybody.
Shout out.
Shout out to you.
Plus, I'm absolutely sure I'm going to start
I fucking love you, Adam Ray. You're the best.
Maybe
No one knows how to bring the room to a halt like you do. It's incredible. Chris, before I get you out of here, give me one redeeming quality about you that makes all these people fall in love with you. Because right now, you've wasted 1 minute.
I'm just going to lean into the name. I'm a door-to-door solar rep. I'm not going to go to solar first.
Okay. We're going to keep it moving along. Here's a little joke. There you go. Chris Martinez, everybody. He caught it. Gotta give him that. There you go. Strange eye contact you point to that number as you walk the floor.
I think I found it right in my dance.
That made me miss my mom. Sometimes I just keep it moving along. Sometimes I think they're right hands in the middle. Sometimes I just be compliant. Your next bucket full. This way the name. Clay McLaren, everybody. Here we go.
There's no water, there's no dirt, there's no ready to go.
Hey everyone, how's it going tonight? Well, I'm probably going to suck harder than that other guy, but I'm going to do my best. So, I had my first sexual interaction with a female-to-male transgender person.
Subjects that we can't do it. We can't do it. So, come on,
What sucked is that her clit fit.
Also,
I went and met some dude named, I don't know, like Dr. Phil or something a while back. I gave him a hand job.
now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the show?
Also, I work at the comedy club, and I get many hand jobs there.
Dirt is still something. So if you can create from nothing, you certainly can create from something. That was the answer back to yesterday.
The best part about it is that I get to eat
something turning into something else. Say what you want, go out and do it.
That was the punchline. You took your hand up and like made us all wait for it. Hand jobs, jerked out this guy, jerked out that guy. Thank you. Good night. You work at a comedy club? What do you do at the comedy club?
I'm in a bit set. Maybe worse comedy club.
Where is this comedy club at?
Next day, ultimately, I get it becomes flesh. So you see the ability of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Kamar is not here, but maybe you'll say it takes a lot of time for this golden type of transformation. All of the hard governments, I don't think that's why God, the age Shai, he both does it. Other he doesn't. It's in particular that understatement of what he does best when he wasn't in that teacher in which the Tchilas is created. So you got a mountain is what he does. I'm not going to argue the show. The next day, and the smell of good off his nose, Chilzonis. Ultimately, and the mountain will be filled with blessings. So again, the idea over here is the idea of
Just alcohol while still in bed.
Even though it just kind of runs down the free that much. I'm no longer wagging.
Were you in rehab for alcohol?
What's that?
Rehab for alcohol.
I had to head before I went to rehab, it was his patio.
I've got vodka. Wow.
I backed him up against the wall, circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we pulled the proverbial rabbit out of the hat. They did it. They did it. Our options, really difficult circumstances, even potentially difficult circumstances, and absolutely I did it. And yet then, when I turn just day to day, when my circumstances are not peaceful, and I don't go through it, and I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. Yeah, I've had testimonials. Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where again it wasn't good, it was sincere, not and came through. How supposed to get married with this impossible circumstances. If you can build personal aspects of this, like you know water and then there are lots of struggle that come at day to day, when circumstances are not certainly challenging. And listen, we all have situations like this. We're really difficult situations. You don't have situations like this. I think almost all of us have situations like this. Can you repeat that? I'm interested in this guy's story. For the record, famous player all the time. I wonder if we can there was a particular day. She said to me, be a better sister. That's his name. Be a better sister. I should go out there. How strong, but how so who is the big about? Who's the big up? This guy can be a better sister. There's so much strong. She was a hunchback. You didn't see that part of the story. The fashion turns out that he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over. And this min said that violent on the Kaide, and we said Mason Kaide. The Kaide is min, Mason Kaide, the role is like the sugar. He says, listen, very close to the shot. Why do you want to shot? This guy was a false idea. Say that the dead come back to life. That which is alive dies. He said that which is back to life. By the third time, you're shot. Sami so they still higher. The Habikaya. The Habikaya. Since back to that man, he says, I'll tell you why. That which is more alive doesn't matter. Every birth, how does every birth start? Then we have life, and then there's life on earth. So you see, by definition, the super evolution of the species requires no life to life. So we paradox, which is very touching. There's no learning that from. There's no every single life starts with no life in the first life. So we get to go back to life. So we give them to see so we call this having colors Russia. Oh no, they I become this thing. Yeah, this is you're from Russia. See, I know you're lucky someone's really bad, right? If I come over to you, I'm taking out the photo question in the last session. I was so happy that he got the first session. And I always treat it like this is incredible, right? If you could do that, I would give you a shot. That's only what I can do is that, but I would pay you. That's okay. That's okay for that. That's incredible. Well, they don't have like the next number of stars will be a better unless it would that's what I've already said. On the 24th of December, so again, those are oppressors. Oppressors left Jerusalem. Now there's one oppressor. So watch this. Open Africa, but the people of Africa into the wilderness. Again, people claim their institutions are always a claim. Anyway, so let's say Alexander's Coastal. So again, actually, before Alexander the Macedonian, places really not known. Like they came before Alexander the Macedonian for the term of God. So I'm like, Eretz Canaan shall go to the highway. I gotta be transparent. Like, I know that things like Alexander, because also like, there are two names Alexander, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean in English, I mean like a Hebrew name, Alexander. Like, it's very strange. So the people of Africa always in Torah against the Jews. Although Eretz Canaan Shalom, that's the claim. Land of Canaan wants us to say, it's not point out. There's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, I understood your point, Jeff. If you really want a broader audience, reach out to everybody. If you make it ready for everyone, basically, and make it as easy as can be for anybody from the least to, just experts.
Africa is a pretty big place. Not so big. Go ahead, Rabbi. Not so big.
Is it your belief that every system, no matter how secure one may think it is always possible to be hacked?
This is the Derech of humanity. The Derech of humanity is they cannot leave cloud.
Certainly. Basically, is it your belief that any system, no matter how secure one may try to build it, can always be hacked?
Love each other, and these are not the same as and clearly again that trying to see that that's the digesting. And again, it's actually very affirming.
Like basically, is there any way to make any system impenetrable? Either perhaps not now, but maybe into the future? Or does every system have some type of vulnerability? And will it always? Is that just something that is an inherent issue with any kind of security?
Says such a good question. I gotta be honest, that's a great question. So, Canaan is different. I don't know if you were in here the whole time, but there's another group developing a marketplace, and we wanted to help them do testing, but also, what I would say, I apologize for the long-winded answer. It's going to be long-winded, probably. So the Africans require a couple of revisions. So because again, our father, we own this land. There was some Now again, this is a new rock of flags and an honor or a scheme. Maybe welcome to too busy with everything else. In any event, looking at it, there was like one to connect to that platform, knowing the risk, and everybody in security knowing the risk with QR codes. That's the problem. They obviously know the security. QR codes are not secure. Don't ever use it. This goes back to something we talked about too. I'll just briefly segue into for 1 second, Rabbi. Is that recently auto mechanics now use license plates as a way to find out what the car is. Okay? A license plate isn't the official method to identify what it inside. Like, all the components being in the car, because all they're doing is mapping that air quote license plate aka QR code to the VIN number because they're too lazy to give you the address or the VIN via reading it to you or cutting it and pasting it. I'm just making an analogy there. The QR code is very dangerous. Don't use it. It's like, again, don't click on an email you don't know what's coming. The majority of the emails that you get that are coming from your bank are coming from things related to the CDC or whomever you're subscribed to when there's a pandemic or things of that nature. It's always going to be, unfortunately, a scam thing that you don't need to pitch so well done. You never know where it's done right. Anyway, in ending what I'm saying, and I know it's long-winded, even my platform that you don't know about here, that one of the reasons why I have these rooms, I provide links for people to click. However, the biggest concern we have in the platform is I've been teaching everybody, don't click fucking links that you don't know what they are. You don't know who I am, but I'm a security expert, and I'm asking you to click on links. But in any event, it's a huge property. To answer your question, though, more direct, going into is it of my opinion? Dude, I've been in the security business. Furthermore, again, you guys owe us. I started a security company before there was any security companies that I know about. So there's all unfortunately there's always risk. There's always going to be a fair game. There's always going to be a vulnerability. Depending on what you're talking about, there's always going to be a loop. There's always going to be an issue. There's always going to be pain. Go ahead.
Yeah, and to add to what Jesse's saying, like earlier today, I already saw on the news, one of the biggest exchange platforms for crypto has a bunch of their wallets hacked. So it's like, it's crazy to hear when these large top exchange platforms happen to have these issues. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of wallets,
So listen, now here's what's interesting. So apparently, again, they were living in Canada. Right?
I'm in agreement with you, Jeff, that really every system at a certain point has some type of vulnerability, and I'm sure this has been debated, but and just pondered. But really, in the world that we're in, moving towards supercomputing and then quantum computing, especially within the crypto world, is there a race that's currently going on to create a quantum computer that essentially can uh, de-encrypt all of the given cryptocurrency of the world and all the passwords of the world. Basically, what I'm thinking is there is a certain point, almost inevitably in the future, that you could create a computer that is so intelligent, using and so powerful that it is able to unlock every single password on Earth. And if that's the case, um, is this something that you think governments and perhaps non-governmental organizations are racing toward, in competition with one another, because it is such a it's be such a goal of an organization to be able to have that kind of power, perhaps from a clandestine perspective, perhaps for a warfare perspective, or an economic advantage, or something similar. Thank you for letting me ask that question.
The bottom line is, think about what encryption we use for sealants. SSL was created in 1997. So, what is that? 2007. That's 30 or 29 years ago. That's the government standard of best encryption that we have, the AES-256 encryption. People don't even realize, though, because they're still talking about using DENS or using 128-bit. All these things that have been cracked years, decades ago, and they're still implementing and using that because they don't understand security. Anyway, GPUs alone keep cracking brute force. There's so many tools already just using dictionary tags, dictionaries and performing dictionary acquisition. A large majority of passwords already, instantly just running through a dictionary function. Many dictionaries. And open source tools to do when you get into thinking about China, for example, or any major nation state and the power of their supercomputers or the GPUs that they have available, they can brute force our passwords now and instantaneously with the amount of compute they have. Not alone what's happening here mentioning with quantum computers. With quantum computers, the entire passphrase is sequenced, or even the entire chain can be completely decrypted. But the problem is they're not going to tell anybody that. they borrow. They borrow. Now there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, right? Others say it means borrow. Now the Egyptians are clearly coming with the idea that it means borrow, which means God sort of borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. The Egyptians say, happy to have lent it to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay? Somebody else says, I'll repeat that Sisa says, if they don't have the keys says, do me a favor, since the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me a first, I'll deal with it. Maybe not true once again. Amru, go ahead. Everything that you've ever did in the past say if unsuccessful, I'm sorry, if they it's just a matter of time. If they win the case over it, so once again, it's not a big deal. That all of that is just say, this guy did Sisa, he's just a regular guy. Like the Imani and
It does. I'm in agreement with you, Jeff. Just like in perhaps the 1940s, there was a race to create nuclear weapons, and in the 1960s, there was the space race. I think that we are in a security race, and you said something that's very key. No state actor is going to admit it. But essentially, there is the echelon, an idea that if you are to be able to create a computer that's fast enough and intelligent enough to be able to hack the world's passwords, then almost instantaneously you would become the most powerful actor on earth. You would basically have a backdoor into all of the cryptocurrency of the world, all of the uh, buildings and certainly people's personal computing access. Uh, really, the only thing that I understand that may not be connected to this type of system are some of these like nuclear systems that aren't connected to the internet. But basically, anything that's connected to the internet, you would almost overnight have control of because of your security access. And I think this is a race that's currently going on. Perhaps it's already been won and we don't know, or perhaps it's going to be won sometime in the future, but no one is talking about it, especially at a government level. And I find it to be fascinating. So I appreciate your contributions and your answers, Jeff. I think they've been very insightful, and I think really a key point that you mentioned is that nobody is going to want to discuss this at that level, and thus we may never know about it.
They left behind their fields, right? The fields, the vineyards, also Shosh Yisasa, anyone who's speaking there, cattle, also features that benefit us. We kind of lost our mojo from earlier when we were, doing some other local stuff. But anyway, it's all good. Right? And say, you know what? So yeah, Ms. K, I want to, thank you for being co-host. I hope you come back again. We get to have you as our co-host again in the future. When you recognize that you're doing on YouTube because we had a bunch of people there in here earlier. It's slowed down now, so feel free to show back up. And talk about anything you'd like to share. These weren't real things. Oh, right? Yeah. It's just I love every topic. I just get open to a lot of different things. Someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, everything from gardening to survival skills to I don't know cars. Anything. But yes, that was interesting. But I think, like as you said, there was a either disconnect or they just didn't want to open doors to what you're saying because, like, I agree. Most apps regarding, like fan all these exchanges and different wallets and stuff, they don't give out instructions, and I think that definitely makes them stand out if they could just do that a little bit more detailed. But, yes, Rabbi.
Oh, well, I just saw. I wanted you to know how I came in here. I saw that it said show space with cybersecurity and all of those other things. Do you mind if I tell you about my project and what I do?
very well defined. But at the end of the day, Shmuel, we're going to see why Shmuel's doing this. Shmuel says, we're filming it 12 hours. We're just filming the partners. The partners in Hawaii. So the Gemara says. Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
Absolutely, apologies for that. I'm sure you'll think of it, hopefully. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you most likely will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show. If you ever saw that movie with Jim Carrey in the 1990s, or a real life Big Brother, if you've ever seen that television show. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm doing my best to make that true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm live right now on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube streams that I restart every 12 hours so that you literally can watch my life going back in time, almost like a time capsule or a timeline. And I do my best to archive not just my life, but world history events, and I think it'll be quite interesting in the future. So for you all who I know are interested in cybersecurity and certainly data and connectivity and such, I thought that might be interesting to allow me to contribute. So I appreciate that.
Thank you for sharing that so much, Rabbi. That's really amazing. The Truman Show was such an eye-opener of a movie for those that have seen it. Make sure that you check it out. It's so cool to hear that you're streaming live to 20 different various YouTube channels right now. It's incredibly awesome, Rabbi. One thing I would say, if you wanted to take the time at some point, and I have a platform that's basically a replacement of Linktree. Linktree wasn't able to do what I needed. That platform would be very beneficial to you and to us because it will allow you to put the links to your YouTube channels and all your socials for us to be able to follow you and find you anything. So if you have any interest in it, it's called YouDigDad.com, and I see that my other account was in here. Let's go look up where he did it was covered up. But Rabbi, if you look at my link in my next profile, there's a link that says YouDigDad.com/JeffLight. YouDigDad is kind of a fun way of the way you used to say you dig. It's where it came from the vehicle. So in any event, Rabbi, if you have some questions on those that kind of things, take your account that will make our community grow. We can find you, you can find more people to interview and continue to build the awesome stuff that you're building.
I'd love to do that. I appreciate that. And I'm very much a heavy user of Linktree. If you have the opportunity, take a look at my Linktree. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild if you don't want to click the link. I have, I think, the largest Linktree of anybody you ever will find. It's got like 100 links on it. So I'd love to transfer some of those to your website when I have some time, and I have followed you, and I'll take a look at that when I can create an account and transition a lot of those links into onto your site. And yeah, I'd love to network. So thank you for the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, Rabbi. Great that you have Linktree. Just to add one more thing, too, I have a Linktree importer that literally will take you less than 5 seconds. One click, you type in your Linktree that you just gave me in our platform, it will pull everything over. It does about a 90% good job. Some of the things don't go in the right buckets as far as the social buckets, but it will take all that work away from you. And then if it starts to have the ability, like if you collect NFTs, or you have people that follow you that want to donate an NFT to you, your NFTs will show up in your profile as well. That's something that Linktree doesn't do. I see a lot of people that in their bios and social they show their Linktree, which is awesome, and then they show another link to their to their NFTs. But the problem is there's only 2 places available in on X to share links, and you might have 4, 5, 6 different wallets and keep them all on there. So anyway, the short thing is that not only is it all the links and all the stuff that you have, but then it's integration of videos, that are people aren't going to be afraid of clicking on Rabbi because they're integrated in.
I do a lot of things around cybersecurity that make this private, including no requirement for KYC. And also, most importantly, the URLs and things that you put in there to your socials actually don't. For example, if you were to go put in Facebook and you put it in the wrong field for Telegram, and say, hey, you can't put Telegram in the Facebook URL because Facebook requires this URL. So what it does is it prevents anybody from injecting any bad URLs into any of them.
Transfer all that information very easily, and I will do so as quickly as I can. So thank you so much.
Yeah, have a great evening.
You as well.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Because everybody just, honestly, we're going into a day and age where everybody wants it at the tip of their fingers, and that's what it is. It's probably all the attention span that we don't really have. So what's next?
Yeah, I thought we were going to be minting some NFTs tonight. That would have been a lot of fun. But anyway, what's next? I'm not really sure. We were setting up Alberto's profile before the other group came in and wanted to help us with that.
Actually, I mentioned some modifications that we are talking. Yeah, I have some streaming services, and I cannot remember. I have like 5 or 6 Spotify links in that part. But yeah, that was. Oh, and I could move the video to the top. Yeah, I could move it in the dashboard, but in the page.
Oh, it wouldn't move up to the top? Wow, why did the video get so big then? Yeah, I'll have to look at that. So yeah, just out of curiosity, what time is it where you are, Alberto? You sound exhausted.
Yeah, no, this one very. Are you in Spain? No, I am in New York. Oh, entonces hablas español. Hablo español, sí. Yeah, sí, Latin America. Are you in the USA? I am in, yes, I'm in the US on the East Coast. Okay. Nice to meet you. You as well, Umberto. Yeah, go ahead. I guess we're gonna wrap this up, right, Jeff? I assume.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll still have a couple. I don't know who Made and Made King are, but they're welcome to hang out. I know Dragon's live tonight. How you doing, Dragon? Might be busy or something of that nature, but yeah, maybe just hang out a couple more minutes and then head out. But Alberto, I think you should get some sleep, bud. You sound exhausted.
That's the rhythm of the night, he said. You mentioned that when Samantha wakes up, I go to sleep. When Mama goes to wakes up, going bed,
Don't wear yourself out. Don't wear yourself thin. I'll take your. I'm looking at your profile. I see there's a couple, there's extra Spotify. So I will completely remove that some bugs. So I'm going to make sure that's fixed because, especially if Rabbi or anyone uses that LinkedIn in work, I want that to happen here. So yeah, and yeah, guys.
Speaking of which, so I just made my account on You Dig That. Where's the importers section?
Oh, cool. I didn't know you were going to ask it, but that's awesome. Let me tell you where it's at. It's under dashboard at the top left. You got a little hamburger, kind of icon, the three lines. Click on that. You click on settings, and then scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page on the right hand side. You'll see it, and it just asks for your LinkedIn address.
Excellent. Yeah, I don't mess around. So thank you so much. Really great site. Just want you to know from a third party perspective. It's excellent.
Yeah, thank you. How easy was it for you to create and onboard your account?
Extremely easy. I mean, I just had to verify my email, which was really smooth. And then I'm just going to go to the settings now and import my uh, link tree, and then we're all set.
Okay, great. Now for your interview, I heard it's in front of me. I got a number one person. How many hours did it take you, Alberto? Actually, it took me 8 actually. From here, when I started to create the account, and when I was able to access to it, it was like 3 or 4 days, yeah. Oh my goodness! Okay, yeah, it's okay, but of course, but the problem was to create a human being, which means me, that, why do you call yourself that? No. Oh no, just making fun of myself because it was so silly, and then all the things that were happening were really funny. Yeah, it was funny. It was fun too at the same time. So, hey, let's stick around just a little bit longer for Rabbi to finish building out his account, hear any feedback he has and stuff. And man, he's got so many people following him. Can you imagine if we could just get a couple of his followers that join the platform too and understood truly what it is? It's incredible. I see it, Ando. Go ahead, Pete.
I just want to say thank you for all the information you give everyone in the space from the leader. Hi, Miss Kelly. I do follow her. I don't know anybody else, but I like the knowledge you share with everyone else. And if any other spaces you want to be on, feel free to let me know.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Sorry, not Alan Mead. I appreciate it, Alan. Thanks. It's good to see you again. And just to give notice in the room, we've got a gentleman that's streaming to 20 different, was it 20 different YouTube platforms live right now? So,
that's exactly right. To give you a breakdown, I'm live on more than 20 simultaneous channels on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're live on 2 additional uh, X Spaces. So in addition to this one, and those are on video. I just completed 1 entire year of X Spaces 24/7 live on video. So I have literally an entire year of my life uploaded on X. I'm live on more than a dozen different Discords right now on video. Live on more than a dozen Rumble accounts, and let's see where else. Oh, and Telegram. So yeah, I basically, if they let me stream there, I do my best to live my life on that platform. I'm a heavy user. And in relation to the link tree, I am putting my link tree in. I'm going to try one other thing um, with the address. I'm getting an error code back though, so I'm wondering if I have to put it in with the short code that's linktr.ee/Rabbi Rothschild. I'm going to check that out, so I'll be able to give you some feedback on that in a moment. So thank you.
Fantastic. Man, that's so exciting. All those platforms, guys. And like I said, can you imagine just getting a couple of those users that hear what we're doing right now while Rabbi is here sharing this space? Oh my God. Rabbi, it's like I said, it's a pleasure. And, after maybe you can show your audience, the difference. And I don't know if you have any NFT wallets or not, but one of the things that we do a little different on the platform and why we created it was Linktree wasn't able to do some things related to music. I started publishing music, and I did that because I needed to create I needed to create some monetary stream of some type anyway. Linktree would only let me do Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple, and YouTube. It wouldn't let me support any of the small guys or any of the guys that actually started the whole streaming platform like Pandora and Tidal and Shazam even though they're streaming and look at their metrics, they're doing over 100 million streams, I guess it's per month. But still, that's a lot of traffic. I mean, would you give up that answer? Would you give up 100 million, simultaneous streamers and just only focus on the big guys? So anyway, that's how this platform was born. And go ahead, Rabbi.
I was successfully able to transfer my link tree, so it transferred 98 links. If you want to look at my profile, it is excellent. I am at Rabbi, so it's udigdat.com/rabbi. And if I could make any suggestion, and I'm sure that you've got a lot on your plate, but when you do put in that link to be able to transfer things, it does seem like it has to be that linktr.ee/ whatever your username is. And if possible, to just have the ability to put the full linktree.com/at whatever your username is. I think that it's that I know a lot of people like to use that as opposed to the short link because they think that a lot of people don't trust the short link with security issues that can occur. So they just give the full link. But aside from that, it was extremely easy, and I see all the functionality with videos and things like that. Really, Linktree could learn a thing or two from your platform. You're giving them a run for their money, so kudos to you.
Yeah, I appreciate all the feedback. I've noted that, and I'll add that into the pipeline for feature requests of, next things to add. So I'll have that added in there this week. And I noticed looking at your profile, you've got 3 wallets. I want to, if you have a few minutes, I want to show you how to integrate those wallets, and especially so your followers can see, because we don't connect wallets, we don't do anything of that nature. We just the same information that you're providing right now that you provided to a link, you put that in the dashboard down in the area under crypto. So on that OpenSea address that you have, you go down to crypto and you open up the Ethereum area. You cut and paste your wallet address in there, and then you get a box that pops up that says "Discover My Collection." You click that button, it will discover everything in that particular wallet, and then you select it all. And after you select it all, you hit save, and then all of those NFTs will show in a gallery at the bottom of your page. And, over time, you can, obviously clean up all these links and put them where they're supposed to go. Unfortunately, all of your things that imported, you have so much, which is amazing, but it imported into links instead of importing into the social media area. Well, actually, a lot of stuff did import in the social media area. So yeah, man, you got a lot of stuff going on. It's really cool. You'll have the biggest freaking probably profile on our platform. And so, let me know if you have any questions about what I just said as far as showing your collection in your profile.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Yes, I figured I would probably have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, uh, profiles that you're going to have. I have really what I think to be, for one individual, more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 use Instagram accounts, some that have 10,000 or so different posts. I even have created bots on Instagram that automatically upload my life every hour. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, all handmade, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, all handmade, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So basically, I've done my best to be as uncancelable as possible. And you may say, well, Rabbi, why did you create all these accounts? Why don't you just have one main account? Oh, I started that way, as everybody does. But you find when you live stream your life 24/7, and you're literally sleeping online, you'll get a copyright strike randomly here or there because a song came on the radio, or because of just random things that you're watching on YouTube or whatever, and you get 3 of those, and then they end your account. and really the appeal process isn't very understanding. So after losing my main accounts very early on in this endeavor, I said, you know what? I'm not losing them anymore. I'm going to have redundant streams and backups of all my backups, and so that's why I do have so many of those links included in my profile, but that isn't even close to as many as I have in total. So when I have a few moments, I'll go through and clean everything up, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able and the information that you provided to be able to connect my wallets. And it's not even connecting my wallets, but just changing the way that it's displayed. So thank you.
Rabbi on his redundant high availability and DR preventing his take by shutting Bitcoin down. So
That's absolutely correct. And I've gotten that where I've been just at an intersection and somebody just has their windows rolled down, and all of a sudden my Instagram live stops because it's considered to be copyrighted material. It's like, oh, I wasn't even listening to that song. That wasn't even in my purview. So I have figured out a way around all of this, and I think it's quite simple, but quite ingenious. And that is, if you play a song on a continuous loop that isn't copyrighted, the algorithm of YouTube and all the other platforms is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material with a non-copyrighted song playing over it. So I have just a song that's playing in the background of all of my streams that is non-copyrighted, and then that means if I'm ever watching the Olympics or the Super Bowl or the World Cup or anything else that may be copyrighted, I don't get those copyright flags because the algorithm is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material in combination with the non-copyrighted music. So I've been writing on that for the last few years, and has allowed me to really document some really important aspects of society. And I do know some other people who are doing this. They haven't gone as long as I have been going, but they also feel that it's important to document human events. We're essentially modern day diarists, people who would write in diaries, or journalists, people who would write in journals, but for the 21st century. So, as I say, everything from the death of a queen to the birth of AI to the coronation of a king to wars that are going on. I keep a radio going on in the background of all my streams 24 hours a day that literally is creating a timeline and time capsule of not just human achievement, but also world events. And I think really people will study my stream or perhaps similar streams in the future, not just to know what a person's life was like from all of the biological aspects that we'll be able to learn, including eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, circadian rhythms, all of the aspects of the human body, but also how people reacted to historical events. I find this to be an extremely important endeavor. And for a platform like YouTube or Instagram to want to shut down that entire project because you listen to a Cardi B song for 31 seconds and their limit is 30 seconds, it's quite devastating. So what I end up doing is ensuring that I have another song playing over the background, and that has allowed me to be able to avoid many of those copyright strikes. So, if that is a benefit to anyone in here, if you ever want to avoid it, play two songs or another song or another sound going at the same time, and the algorithm won't know what you're doing.
Thank you very much. Actually, I put music that I create it's really very talented. I'm sorry. It's disrupted. I created music. Yeah, I mean, it's during my hope that that's popular because it will be very funny to me. And then for you to listen it also. That is really up to you. That is in the background. So I see that schedule about those like yeah, I'm uploading automatically with service. Yeah, maybe it's just me some of it. I have also uploaded the subsidy pages to the subsidy one of the subsidy on the base basis. In just years, I'm having a copy of all of them in video format in YouTube. I don't know, this is for a spoken another conversation. As you said, events that were happening when we had them, we were discussing them, and it was practical that people discussing things that people not were in certain places was happening or to me. Okay, so there was into the traditional mass media narrative that normally doesn't reflect exactly what's going on. But the discussion to me was within the value. But moving on, now I just download my basis audio file and I examine my upload to podcast format and outcome them using AI. I should content where the content of the space and discussion that are taking place and are created in a video format or audio format and then distributed to all the podcasting on YouTube. So we YouTube comparison that still RSS feed, Guinness feed. I have already have downloaded that content library on 1,000 videos in regular basis. Were really interesting. Some videos are amazing also, but that happens. You should have the option to download the file with your videos. Something they can download or they can suspend your account. And the videos then belong to you. You should upload it. So already downloaded them. You have no longer access to YouTube.
I absolutely agree with that, Alberto. If you ever do have the misfortune of losing an account, one of the options, the very few options that you have, is to download your data. And when you do this, what does that mean? What does your data mean? And usually it only means, the date you created the account, maybe your profile picture or something like that. I'm an advocate, and I mean, I know it's probably a losing battle, but eventually I'd like to lobby once I have a big enough platform that says when you get banned from one of these platforms, that's fine, but you own your data in congruence essentially with these platforms, and you should also have the option to download all of the content that you have on there that was posted there. Because in my opinion, and I'm sure I share this with some of you, that is your data as well. That's the important stuff. Who cares about your creation date or how many likes you had on the account? Who cares about that? You want the content. And so I think that that's something that is going to have to be revised as more and more people do get banned. If you aren't someone who has major connections to managers and agents and such, if you lose your account, you're done. And many high profile people do lose their account, but they have different connections that allow them to bypass the traditional appeal process and either get their accounts unbanned or unshadow banned or whatever it would be. And your average person does not have this. Everything is being so automated, and it's usually, if you're ever going to get a hold of anybody, it's not someone from your own country. They're not going to understand the same issues that are going on. It's really this faceless entity that you have to deal with. And while that's certainly unfortunate, I'd like to open up those discussions as well as I continue to gain traction. I cannot agree with Alberto more than when you get your account banned, download your data means everything, and you should have the opportunity for everything. And on top of that, it shouldn't just be for a set period of time. Sometimes they only give you 30 days or something like that. You might not even know you were banned if you haven't logged into the account in 30 days. No, these are, in my opinion, um, basically systems that these platforms have created to be able to give themselves all of the power, which I understand. They've written the terms and conditions, everything in their system is going to go in their favor. I get that. But it's not always going to be that way. I feel you'll eventually have apologies. You'll eventually have some creators who speak up on behalf of your smaller creators and hopefully can change the system. Go ahead.
Yeah, and talking about that, that's what I think technology and innovation really taken off, especially for crypto and different ways of making, money. And but with your point, I have a couple friends that are really trying to make a website here for crypto specifically, to be able to make content. You own it. You want to have to give up your soul, like they take you on these sites, right? You're basically signing away your soul. That's what it feels like. That they own everything that shows and whatnot. But I think we're going to take a change in that because there's more, like I said, people are getting involved and like, you know what, I'm tired of having my information, owning everything I have. And now people are saying, enough is enough. Like, and I think that's evolving again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in Meta, only 5% of the people their account taken over, which is left to their account, are able to afford, which is nothing. Actually, with those numbers, people think, okay, it looks like people think, okay, 95% of the people are actually frauds and try to take over the person's account with the recovery account feature, which is actually that is really the way for to return that to the account to the real numbers. I don't know. I was connected last month to the technical level language that she's been for a couple of years and it's very emotionally fighting against cancer. It's like retiring, not yeah, fighting all the things she's been through. Yeah, a lot of people more research surviving and surviving having her account. She could actually be getting back from the procedures later. She was not getting recognize her, accept her. She's has a legacy account, a celebrity had a man, and she tried to serve with the IT, first line communications with AI, and AI is not very network proceed. So actually right then, it's like I have a connection with her and having been interacting for years at the end. Okay. And I am an internet citizen as well, so I am okay. The one thing is GDPR has actually make us right. Not etiquette, administrative task, and the crowd money. I will not comply with the real terms about privacy information is 4% eventually on the year version yearly profit. So I feel that they in Ireland regarding this, they implicate and then they start to say some questions and then they reply, oh,
it's not yours because I got paid in Europe. We cannot proceed with this case because okay, then I contact the police and at one point also the hackers had some stupidity on the other message on Facebook using the ghost account. And I asked because did you call me? No, it's a hacker. So I put into the communication to the police, to Italy, and to the office in terms of the privacy in Italy that okay, that I was fearing for my life, that I was having anxiety attacks, so they escalated that instead of being shut. We actually got tickets regarding data. It was escalated to criminal case regarding the release of life of persons. So it was the speed of something that will go up. But actually, they were not to Ireland, and Ireland is where they contact me afterwards, and they had to open the case again. And she was going to come back, but that was really something exhausting. That woman was really, she was losing years, 2 years of contact with Toyo every day. She ever since started the treatment of his cancer with her doctors. Nice woman, don't split up, give up a long time, so it's really concerning.
I agree. I feel in its own way it's a discriminatory system between the haves and the have-nots. Again, if you're a have, you have a connection at Alphabet, at Meta, at Amazon if you need to get into your account. But if you're the little guy, you even if you have your password hasn't changed, uh, your device hasn't changed. Just because you trigger some type of system within, let's just say Alphabet with Google, you can't log into your account and it may say to you, just do a two-factor authentication. Well, you might not have had that phone in the last half decade or so. People do have their telephone numbers changed. People do break their phones. The higher net worth individuals are going to have workarounds for those systems, but your average person may have changed their telephone number a couple times in the past 20 years, and because of that they're locked out of their systems. And that isn't because they did anything differently. They might have the same IP address, they might have the same device, they might have the same password, but just because Google wants to flag your account for one reason or another and you don't have that telephone number, uh, then all of a sudden you can't get back in your account. And I find it very strange too. I mean, I create a lot of accounts, as you can tell. The first thing that Google, the
I never met somebody with Samsung in the sky and said, oh my God, you're basically 0.1% of the multiple scenarios.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I live my whole life on the internet. In fact, at least with Discord, when they do the wrap up every year, like Spotify does a wrap up, Google does it, or Discord does a wrap up. I'm not in the top 1%, nor the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.01% of all Discord users, which tells me, I'm probably perhaps the person who uses the internet maybe the most in the world. And I can tell you, keeping all the passwords straight and all that's its own issue. But just simply trying to log into some accounts that I haven't changed because Google wants to, for one reason or another, flag me, I think is really unfortunate. And I also think this is an interesting topic, and we don't necessarily have to go down it, but the use of VPNs. I feel as if Google is very anti VPN. They want to be able to connect you and your data as much as possible. And so that's when you log into your Google account. If you haven't set up an alternative method of logging in, like a telephone number or like an alternative secondary email, they're going to ask you that they're gonna prompt you for that every single time, and then they want your home address. And there's some questions to me about that too, like why do you need this? I'm just using the internet. I'm just using it for my email. Why do you need this? And it really, to me, is Alphabet wanting to connect all of this information to you. And then if you do use a VPN, using Google is very difficult. And I'm sure you've all, if you've ever used a VPN, find it difficult. You have to do a captcha every single time. and basically makes the search engine unusable if you want to search a few different things. And because of those reasons, I feel as if this is perhaps planned by Google to make things very difficult to use and separate people from their data when the people do not want that, and then to connect people with their data when it is in Alphabet's best interest.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I like this perspective. Years ago, let me say 5, 6 years ago, Twitter, I was using VPN for the time, and whenever give you location or login into Twitter account, nobody that had to pass a test with an email to verify me. Yeah, have to pass a challenge. Whenever country countries that happening. Now I can enter right now from Chile, and in 10 minutes from Finland, and Twitter will not say anything, not even a suspicion of VAT message, which is really weird. I mean, actually, yeah, it's very well, but Google, yeah, it's annoying. You're going to do a search, and then, okay, you have to go with a capture to continue. Yeah, that is not safety, it's an accident, that's it. And the data of the people is really something well, most the thing that users are, I think is that is for security reasons.
I agree.
Rabbi,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, Ben, real quick. I'm going to say one thing and then pass it back to you, Vince. But think about all our data breaches that we have that literally happen every single day. You know, everything from healthcare to breaches to social security breaches, everything. You know, I got to be honest. Maybe I'll stick my foot in my mouth by saying this, but these government organizations and companies that are responsible for maintaining the confidentiality, the integrity and availability of our particular data need to be held accountable. They shouldn't continue to want to collect or be able to continue to collect our biometrics, our photos, our addresses, and our personal information because it puts us at risk. We have a right to be able to protect this information. We literally have thousands of rogue data brokers that collect all of our personally identifiable information and trade it and sell it. We have corporations such as Kroger, as an example, that make $2 billion, I believe, don't quote me on that, but $2 billion a year just selling our personally identifiable information. So think about all the other larger corporations that are selling our data. We literally have every metric from every single ad, every single tracking network, all being, completely communicating and phoning back home, and the level of data collection is, I could talk on that subject for a week straight and not even cover it all. But the biggest thing here is we have to push back against the collection of our personally identifiable information that's constantly being breached because no one is putting proper controls around to protect our data. Actually, for example, Facebook abuse substance digital Cambridge Analytica problem. Actually, Facebook giving the information that company was a lot of rich. Yeah, Cambridge Analytica, that they did, and they had to verify somebody hackers this information. Yeah, that's really not a criminal case, and I would miss better. It's completely safe.
Yeah, you're fine. I just wanted to say thank you so much. I will be stepping down and going to bed now. It is 12:42 a.m. So actually, it was a pleasure to chat with you, and everybody down below who listening, joining us. Me and Selena became a family by but yeah, thank you very much. Albert,
Thank you for being here tonight, Miss Kid. We look forward to seeing you in the future.
all right, and I will see you. Goodbye.
Jeff, you raise an excellent point, and the penalties for data breaches are essentially either non-existent or are easily payable by some of these multi-billion or multi-trillion dollar organizations. And it's in my opinion, Facebook in itself maybe should have been shut down after some of its scandals. It had an election scandal. It had for manipulation. Nobody went to jail over that. No, no. I can't tell you the last corporate executive that for anyone across the board who's gone to jail for their white collar crimes. It's almost as if you have enough money, you're able to pay the attorneys to be able to get a fine, and even the organizations that create the laws, not just Congress, but perhaps like the SEC, the FCC, these organizations are so in bed with many of the lobbyists that what ends up happening is the penalties are all financial. So you steal $1 billion worth of data, you get caught, you have to pay $1 million worth of penalties. Well, you just profited $999 million on those actions, and no one's going to jail over it. And then all of a sudden, the same people who were in, let's just say, the FCC, who created that law or whatever, are now going to be your vice president of marketing or your vice president of security or operations or whatever it may be. It's a terrible system. I've heard it discussed previously that if the penalty for a crime is a is financial, then it is just a penalty on poor people, and I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, yeah, oh my God, you're so fucking right. I mean, I have been through a criminal case. I mean, I know justice is very big. Tell me how much money you have, and I will tell you what justice applies to you. Justice might even not apply to you if it's not enough money. Yeah, police complaint. Yeah, fine me. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I will report it in 10 times or 100 times more than the time, so I don't care. So, no, that's not the case. It's like this victim from, I don't know, should I push that? Okay, don't need so much time, and that's the easy way to foster perpetrators a civil case. But in civil case, they win, they will get money from the person who exposed women and violent pictures online. Okay, if they're really people that this is not the cases, okay, that's not big money because actually they did that, yeah, for feeling of control. So actually it's completely nothing, not that much, or it's not that penalty, it's not something that they're paying for the crime they committed. Yeah, it's like doing nothing without any kind of punishment. So solving secret money is not the way of solving things. They should be liable in other ways, like most of the people that took money and right. I mean, it's the crime, most of the cases with people that are in prison is being poor. Yeah, that's the crime. And that's exactly the crime. And that is terrible.
That's absolutely correct. And it's basically rules for thee, not for me. And it's that type of system. It's really unfortunate, especially as well, that these companies have become so large and so powerful that they should be regulated like a utility. That now the people have a right to be able to use their services because it is so expensive to be able to run one of them that basically they have no competition. It is an endorsed monopoly, and unfortunately, we don't have the laws passed to be able to enforce that. Additionally, many of the people who would be able to make those laws, or at least enforce those laws, judges and legislators, are afraid. No one wants to go up against Google. You know, the Google's extremely influential. Nobody wants to go up against Facebook. especially for themselves or their children and their reputations. These companies have just become these just absolute monopolies. You can't go and create a competitor to Facebook right now or a competitor to Google, uh, and get any kind of market share. I know one interesting thing, at least in the EU, I'm not totally privy on all of this information, but something along the lines of the EU is deciding now the monopolistic behavior of Google and may force Google to make a change to their business model. Right now, Chrome, I believe in the EU and perhaps in the Western world, is about between 70 and 80% of all machines use Google Chrome as the default browser, which in itself is a major advantage that Google has on any of its competitors. But on top of that, at least in the EU, but also in the Western world, Google AdSense is basically has monopolistic tendencies, and the EU, I believe I've heard rumors about this, is going to say to Google, you can either have market share on the browser or on AdSense. You can't have both, basically, otherwise, we're going to consider you to be a, a monopoly. And so Google will find that having the ad revenue, which is their big money maker, is more important than the browser. And so you may see them have less of a promotion of their browser, and that's going to give perhaps I've heard OpenAI and its Atlas browser an opportunity to become a major market leader in the browser world because OpenAI is going to have the opportunity to have AI integrated into the browser. So that's something to perhaps watch in the maybe the next decade or so if that actually ends up happening. But essentially, what I'm saying here is even courts are starting to recognize that these companies are becoming monopolies or have become monopolies. I mean, this goes back to the Microsoft debate in the 1990s, where there was where, with Internet Explorer and the default browser there, and considering that to be, and it's one of these things that how are you going to be able to compete? Jeff launched a security company many years ago or so, and I bet it'd be a lot more expensive to do it today. Is that not correct, Jeff?
Catching up some messages. I hit my mute mic. I mean, it's probably a little bit of both. I mean, I would say that with the advent of AI, there's a lot of things that would allow people to really start up things right now and spin up things that they couldn't do previously without a large development team and a large amount of venture capital. If you have a little bit of money set aside and you have the will to learn, I mean, you can really do some amazing things right now. Granted, there's a little bit of controversy between, vibe coding and using, Claude, for example, and things of that nature versus true devs and developers. But you got to realize there's a lot of people that can't either afford real developers or get their availability because they're busy or, again, have the funding for it. So a lot to be said right now in this particular time in history, especially for the past 6 weeks of the introduction of Claude, aka OpenClaw, aka the additional names. So it's exciting times right now. And I want to mention one thing, Rowan, that I didn't get to get in there that I agreed with on your point of the pay to play, or I like to call it, not eating your own dog food, meaning the constant policies that are implemented. They don't affect the top tier. They don't. The bottom line isn't necessarily, I would say, that they're creating something that's pay to play. What it is, it's a lot like what happened with the NFT thing we were just looking at from the other development guys. They've been in development for 6 to 9 months, looking at the same platform day in and day out, probably 16 hours a day, but they can't see
they can't see what they can't see, meaning they can only see, it's very, the human mind as large. What I'm saying is you can only see, you're reading something that's a different word, your mind still, unfortunately, picks it up as that way that you thought that it always was, but it's not. But what I'm saying is, security people that are enforcing policy, whether it be law, whether it be the security controls on these social media platforms and things of that nature that you're talking about, they're just not realizing what they've done. They don't have any visibility into it because they're not required. That checkbox that says basically apply the security policy across the board, the leaders are immune to that. There's no checkbox there, so they don't know that's happening. So what I'm trying to say is the little guys down below, they're not saying to the upper level because they're too afraid. They're afraid of losing their job. They're not going to ever speak up. That's the problem we have with society. They'd rather just go with the flow and keep quiet so they don't lose their job and rock the boat. And that's why we're in the state that we're in. Instead of somebody speaking up, like me, speaking up with what the true problems are, and we're allowing that to get up to the level of the CEO. Because I tell you what, the CEO has no idea that his policies or security policies are completely different from everybody down below because he just doesn't know. How would he?
It's an excellent point. I'm in many subreddits of people who are currently suing these major companies, either Google or Facebook. And the general process is, let's say you've lost your Instagram account and you had a business on Instagram, and now not only do you not have access to any of your followers but none of your pictures, and you've lost your business. So there are some people who are uh, suing Meta, and Meta basically just has a boilerplate letter that they send to you. You can try to sue them in small claims court, and essentially immediately, this has happened dozens of times, I've read it dozens of times, the judge immediately dismisses the case, and then you have to basically sue in federal court. And if you're familiar, that's extremely expensive to do. So only a few people have been able to actually take them to court. And this is all just to get back your Instagram account that was like a foodie account. It's really because of a either a mistake or some kind of AI oversight or whatever it may be, you lost your account, and there's no accountability at Meta, and Meta doesn't want to admit that they're wrong. So what they do is they may allow you to get your account back, but they accept no wrongdoing. And this, absolutely. And what we're moving toward is a system where only a handful of companies have really control over the entire internet. And what do I mean by that? You basically need servers to be able to store your data. And if you don't own the servers like Alphabet or Amazon with Amazon Web Servers, or Meta, then you have to pay one of those companies, and there are only a handful of them that can afford these types of servers, for their services. And that means even in times where a company that may be a competitor of Meta or Amazon or um, Alphabet basically has to pay their competition in order to stay active. I know about 2 years ago, Elon Musk did an interview. This is when Twitter, its headquarters was in San Francisco, and they were going to move away from the Bay Area because of all of the different difficulties to do business in the state of California. And he said the first thing that he wanted to do was lower operating costs at Twitter. And they had, I believe, $100 million a month bill to Google's server system. And he just said that was just just unbelievable that he was having to pay this giant bill every single month.
to, in many ways, a competitor or a very similar entity. So, what did he have to do? Either find other places to host the data or perhaps create his own set of servers. But basically, at the end of the day, the data has to be stored somewhere. And if you're not working for one of these monoliths of Amazon, Oracle, Alphabet, or one of those, then you're going to end up having to pay them. And eventually, they're going to raise the price on the service to a point that you won't be able to afford it. And if you play this out long enough, this scenario, then you end up into a corporatocracy, which is where we really are moving more towards, where you're just going to have maybe a handful of companies that have an agreed upon monopoly in these different systems, and they're happy about it. And you have no control. If you ever want to compete, you have to pay them. And then if they ever see that you're becoming competitive, then they're just going to raise the prices on you. It's what I'm saying is it's a no-win game. We're at basically the point of no return to be able to compete with some of these, and it's just really an unfortunate situation. And unless somebody speaks up, and I don't know who that's going to be, because even the biggest creators now, a Mr. Beast or a I Show Speed, or they're not big enough to be able to take on these organizations, and there's no politician out there who's really running on this type of advocacy to be able to revise the system. And I don't really know where we're headed, but for sure. But I can tell you that we've moved a lot away from freedom on the internet into these, a lot of restriction of speech and restriction of just behavior. And I can see that trend in continuing to the point where you're running into what people say is the dead internet theory, where everything is just bots. Basically, the only people who have any interaction are just liking something or reposting something. There's no real creative entity behind the internet anymore, and then that's where we see the end of the internet. Frankly, I do my best to be the anti dead internet theory. I'm live all the time. All my content is 100% authentic and 100% organic, and I'm going to do that as long as I absolutely can. And I have to be the advocate for these types of beliefs. I absolutely will be, because there's no person on the internet right now, and perhaps in the world, who has gone through, perhaps I would say, more with these organizations. But then we have someone in here like Alberto, who actually has been prosecuted over these things unfairly. So I know I'm not alone. I know I'd be able to build allies, and perhaps a group of people can one day speak out about this. But really, if you all recognize, and I think we do, that this is a world where the internet is heading down a dark place, where freedom of speech and freedom of expression is really constrained, and it's all about money.
It also shows, by the way, how even something as before, again, getting to be able to get out of the mindset of belief that no, it's also a process. It's also a process. Some of you once, you took the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to get these off. It took great people remember, like, who was something like that? Something like sabotage uploading I don't know. When you said government of Nigeria, you may sound like it. Yeah, that up was next some motion here. Well, after the power is that so there is we need to part of the housing. And we need to part of the construction everybody. We said government elections law. So something says to upload is ever. This is that are down people. Something is trying to do not to be sabotage. And it's actually going to be sabotage. It's for that direction. Not what God would be more. It's not what God would desire. And for how can it be that a God loves you? Go ahead and offer up something so clearly and rationally. So government elections law. How you know that there are shows of government law is not yes. Pretty good. God wants to so much to test something, in which the entire future things where you're in the balance of this one oil, of this sun, that makes sense to control. that I'm alone. I need to take it because it's such a shopping in response. I walk with my simplicity, like Tommy Piano Shalom Kappa. Simplicity is whatever the sentence says, whatever represents oneself about this. I'm about myself. What I want myself to focus. So therefore, I don't says this something. Instead of that, I treat myself differently than that. I really do walk should like the spell of you. Whatever the emotion tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my goal. Incredible. I'm alone. I'm the rest of the rest. So something's not going to do. But maybe you're maybe you're Shema, maybe you're heaven. It's making you foolish. Maybe your hero ultimately again is more I'm alone. So I'm maybe not. Is there anyone who has different things as far as the rest? Another who says, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain. One interesting thing about it is people who have it are never quite might be strange, unexplainable, and at the end of the day, don't you have stuff? I'm not but is anyone who puts their ability stuff on the afterwards? Has there ever been a person who did it? Such a this conversation strategy essence every person who knows what something is doing. Just differences you have other stuff that is being done, or you want out of your conversation tomorrow. Like one man who's about to go I was that yes that is I don't understand what it's about. I never again I just so over this conversation that's what it is. Keep this I but then it was maybe a misunderstanding. You will have maybe someone got lost you, which again, the response to the end of the day, those who put themselves in that this those who put themselves in their quick record, don't let it be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming. Keep it close up, low pressure, so once the sun comes out, alright, the Iran Nobel Shabbat Hasayola Ve'Yitzchak Yola. Interesting. And the son says to Avram, by the Avram, don't worry too much. Because I know
Absolutely, I'm in agreement with you. I expected more out of Blue Sky. I was a heavy Blue Sky user. I mean, what is it? I have 5,000 accounts. Their CEO knows who I am. I am someone who feels that these companies should move faster. I use this example often, but no one in here, to my knowledge, has heard me say it. But we have X, which was bought for $44 billion and has actually regressed on some of the features that they have. You used to be able to have anybody live stream at any given time. Well, now you have to have a premium account to be able to live stream. That kills 99% of your user base who's going to be able to produce live IRL content. And I understand that Elon Musk is saying, well, it's because there are high costs to that. But I say to him, he's worth $800 billion. This is literally a drop in the bucket for him to be able to have this feature. Another very interesting one, in order to be able to be on an X space and be on video, you have to have an iOS device, and it's been this way since around March of 2024. Why don't you have the same ability on Android? The fact that the apps don't match and that the capabilities don't match after more than 2 years is shows laziness in the development of the company and the development of the systems. I think that since Elon Musk has taken over, X has really not changed that much. And I expected more out of it. I expected something like a Discord where you could have multiple people in video calls. There's been none of that, no plans to do anything like that. It's really just the basics that we're seeing here. And they have no competition, so they don't have anybody motivating them to make the systems better. And it's really it's absolutely unfortunate that perspective. And just another perspective that I feel is unfortunate is the fact that we as a user base have to be satisfied with this. We have X. If you don't like X, go to Blue Sky. If you don't like Blue Sky, go to Mastodon. If you don't like Mastodon, go to Trump. Go to Truth Social. But they're all basically the same. There isn't one really good system that you're able to use. And to Alberto's point on um, the element of the like authoritarianism that occurs with these companies for what you post. I remember, and perhaps I'm recording this all right now. It was 3,000 people like last year in the UK, and it's only increased to now more than 6,000 people who've been arrested for things that they posted on the internet, which just I don't know, 20 years ago would have been just seen as just a pipe dream. You got arrested for posting a meme. It's just like, come on, that's a joke. Get out of here. But that's actually happening, and now it's starting to spread in the United States. And that's how things happen. I mean, the United States court system is based on the British court system, which is based on the Roman system. But basically, once something gets passed within the UK, many times, and there's a lot, especially on the east coast of the United States, a lot of people who are either married to people from the UK or have interactions with people in the UK, and it there becomes this understanding like, yeah, you can be arrested for something that you posted online, and then people start to think, oh, okay, well, it's okay over there, maybe it'd be okay here. And I know that there have been hundreds of people now who have been arrested in the United States for things that they posted, or even just had the police come to their house. People come in. I mean, if you would have told me 10 years ago that the police would come to your house because of a comment that you made on somebody's Instagram post, I and most of America would have laughed at you. But that's becoming a reality today. And something else that I've seen recently are police coming to people's homes to enforce terms and conditions of platforms. Now, I'm not talking about laws. I'm talking about terms and conditions that are essentially created by lawyers and general counsels of these platforms, be it Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, whatever, and the police basically being an arm of the corporatocracy coming to people's homes saying, hey, did you know that you did ban evasion and that this goes against the terms and conditions? If I can see within the next 5 or 10 years violations of the terms and conditions of a platform will be seen as a violation of the law. And that is, in my opinion, unconscionable that we have corporate systems that are creating essentially laws and they have no accountability. It's not like you can go to your local councilman or your local representative or your senator or anyone to be able to fight these or to be able to um, give your input because you don't have that kind of representation at Meta or at Amazon or at Alphabet, and that's this really scary time. I mean, that's why I know with my project what I'm doing. I don't just stream on one platform. I do my best to multi-stream. So I use what's called Rumble Studio that basically allows me to multi-stream on like 30 different platforms simultaneously. So if any one of these services says, Rabbi, we don't want you streaming on us on our platform anymore, which some of them have. That's okay. All of my streams are already backed up on all of the other platforms, and it would literally take an entire team of people, long periods of time, to be able to erase me from the internet. That's what I'm doing. But I recognize that this is the wild, wild west of the internet, and we're moving towards a day where if you lose your Instagram account, you just can't create another one. Or if you lose your Twitter account, you just can't create another one. I know one of the things that Twitter even advertises when you're creating an account, it says, need another account? Create an account here. Okay, well, like they're endorsing basically having multiple accounts. But in a perhaps the not too distant future, you will have one account. You will only be able to have one account. You have to make sure that you toe the line with that account or you will lose it and you will not have the ability to make another account. You can't use a VPN. You can't use an alternate. It will be considered ban evasion. And if you do somehow come into possession of an account while you're under a period of this ban, you may have a knock at the door of the authorities saying, "Why are you doing this?" One last thing I'd like to say on this topic, as you can tell, I'm extremely passionate about it, is the idea of permanency of bans. Look, you have people who have raped people in this world, and they don't have lifetime bans. They're not in jail for life. You have people who have committed manslaughter or even murder. They don't have lifetime bans. They might have gone to jail for 25 years or 30 years or 40 or 45 years, but eventually, because they have served their time, they are allowed back into society and do their best to become positive members again, no matter what it is they do. Not in the case of Facebook, because you posted something that even Facebook might have thought at the time was controversial and may have come back and said that they were wrong to have that policy because of some kind of medical opinion you may have had or some kind of political opinion you may have. You're gone for the rest of time. You have a permanent ban. There is no, we will reevaluate this in 1 year or 3 years or 5 years. There's none of that. And I think that's really unfortunate as well. That we basically have stricter penalties for what you do online than what you have for criminal punishment. And that's really unfortunate that you can do some heinous things, but even society says that you should be given a second chance after you have paid your debt to society, but not Facebook, not Twitter, not Meta, Alphabet, Amazon. If you mess up with them one time, you cannot create another account, and if you do, it's considered ban evasion. That is really unbelievable to me. The fact that if you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed to create another one. It's considered ban evasion, but yet you could punch someone in the face, go to jail for 5 years, and then you could, be basically a positive member of society eventually if given enough time. But you couldn't create a YouTube account. That's ridiculous to me. I mean, to just use this example, if you were on YouTube and you, let's say, held up a bank while live streaming, you might go to jail for 25 years, but eventually you're going to be let out and eventually allowed back in society. But your YouTube account would have been permanently banned and you would not be able to use that again, even 25 years later. That's ridiculous to me. That basically Meta has more power over you than the laws of your jurisdiction. It's ridiculous. The idea of permanency of ban, to me, needs to be reevaluated. It should be 1 year, and then perhaps it can be reconsidered, or they could continue the ban. But the fact that because somebody made a decision 5 years ago that you shouldn't have an account, maybe it was AI, maybe it's someone who doesn't even work there anymore, means that you cannot contribute in an online forum. That's ridiculous to me. Thank you for letting me contribute that.
nothing new about this era. And then he comes along and says, you know what? I'm going to practice to value the professional sharpness of what it was. Well, sorry. He's just absolutely nothing to do with God. Absolutely nothing. So everybody sees put it down, but that's not traffic. That's not the way we are. Every situation from that way. You take something, you take that, Shabbos is what happened. Okay, I think those that have hands, those that have hands, let's say, up to this part, but then goes ahead and then goes ahead King's part, everyone agrees, Pastor. So the example that says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so Shabbos is like your Muslim says, 2 categories. Category 1 is the one side. Whatever one practice up to this part of the Shlomo of Zara, or the Indians part of it, that's the one that is from Shimon and Rabbanon. This kind of song is a singular Zara. That's category 1. Category 2. Reading a letter, not about the Zara entire. So the letter is one other other than the right. And then the Guinness. Category 3. Category 3 is another itself. It's part of it. Interesting what's the above on there. Potter. Potter doesn't mean that's fine. Right? Potter just means that death. That's a massive amount of the Rothschild. There was one second. Now that has the process. Pasuk at the years is the pasuk. The pasuk.
Most certainly is. And there is a pay to play element in the influencer world as well, a major one, especially with botting. If you know, basically any influencer who has a million or more followers, chances are most of them are botted. And what was done is, I mean, I can give you the websites and I can tell you how much it is for 10,000 X followers, or 100,000 X followers, or even a million X followers. There are services that will repost immediately when you post, and these services are allowed by the people who run the run the platforms, even though they say that they don't allow them. They know that those individuals, many times who can afford these types of botting services, will be major influencers, and they want those influencers on their platform. But if you were really to dig into how much interaction their posts are getting organically, it's it's basically nothing, and that's what happens with many of these celebrity influencers and many of these influencers that you're going to find on YouTube, just basically on YouTube. But what is really unfortunate is that makes someone who has quality content who doesn't bot themselves basically invisible to the common person. And there is a way to be able to censor people using the system. So basically, the powers that be say in order for anybody to get on the trending or whatever, they're going to have, let's say, 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, or whatever it is that they feel the number is to be adequate. And let's say one of those people accidentally says the wrong thing or says something that goes against whatever it may be. Well, all of a sudden they're going to lose their account. And all you have to do is do that to a few people, and everyone will understand what the message is, and they won't touch that subject anymore. Or they won't perhaps make videos or content on that anymore. And then the only people who are trending on your website are people who are towing the line for whatever it is that you essentially want. And the people who may be creating excellent content but just are doing so organically are never going to be seen. They're never going to get on the front page, and they're going to be basically invisible. And that's what you want them to be, as the owner of the site, or perhaps as some type of governmental body. Another point that raises comes to mind, at least, and it happened on X when we heard about the Twitter files when Elon Musk bought Twitter, and we saw all the suppression of certain influencers from whatever their political leanings may have been. They were banned under the Jack Dorsey regime. And then all of a sudden, we got to see how Twitter actually worked. But there were no consequences against Jack Dorsey. He got to go start, help to fund Blue Sky and basically take the technology. I don't understand this one. As I understand, he helped to create Blue Sky. He basically had it as a side project at X. X gets bought, and then he just takes the technology and creates a competitor. And how that's considered legal, I have no idea. Um, we saw it with YouTube with medical misinformation. You could not say anything. You can't say to drink 8 glasses. I think this was an example. You couldn't say drink 8 glasses of water on Twitter, or pardon me, on YouTube without getting a medical misinformation strike during the height of the pandemic. And then YouTube reversed its course on that a few years later and said, well, maybe you can say more things, but who knows, if we get into another pandemic, they may tighten down on everything. But that doesn't help the hundreds, if not thousands, of medical experts who lost their YouTube accounts, of people who lost their followings, of people who lost their content. It's an incredible, an incredibly unfair system. And to me, as I analogize this, it's like when you're an influencer, you are climbing a mountain. And as you climb the mountain, at any given time, someone can push you off the edge, basically ban your account, and you have to start all the way at the bottom again. And it's incredibly difficult to do. It's incredibly frustrating to do. And if you're big enough, they'll just make sure that you're completely removed from the platform altogether. And there are so few alternatives that you don't really have anywhere to turn. So that's why we see so many mainstream people refusing to ever veer in any direction that isn't the mainstream centrist belief, for fear of being pushed off that mountain. And as a small time creator, as I know I am, I uh, I have found that, people ask me all the time, Rabbi, how many people are watching me right now? Well, on one of my streams, maybe three. But if you combine all of my streams, it's like 120 or so. But here's the thing, they don't know about each other, so they don't realize that I'm much bigger than I am. Same with Discord, same with Twitter. Um, and and I don't have a way to combine all of the accounts into one. There isn't that kind of ability. And so people think that, oh, well, there are only two or three other people watching right now. That's not that much. That means that this person isn't that exciting, or they're not having great conversations, or whatever it is. When if they saw in combination, you've got, over 100 people, oh, well, then they feel like they're part of the community, and they're going to start typing and joining the Discord and going to the link tree and all of those other things. But because of the fragmentation that these websites force upon its user base, no one's ever going to know that. Though they will when one of the big creators is out there, are out there, one of the 1%. Um, when it comes to Reddit, I think, is a very interesting one. If you remember the early days of the internet, forums were very popular, very, very popular. There were dozens of forums out there. Today, very few forums. Very few forums. All of the forums have either been considered beacons of hate speech, or just didn't have the finances to continue. So everything moved into Reddit. And Reddit it's basically owned by Condé Nast, and Sam Altman owns 10% of it. Most of ChatGPT's answers, something between 40 and 60% of all of ChatGPT's answers, were developed from Reddit forums. And thus, it's incredibly influential in terms of AI. And what you will find is, if you ever get banned from Reddit, you're never going to have the opportunity to get your account back. If you learn who helps to run Reddit, the first person to 1 million karma is what they call it, is a very controversial account. Uh, Many people think that this may be, the name of the account is Maxwell Hill, and many people think that that was Ghislaine Maxwell's, if you know who that is, her account. It was an incredibly influential account on Reddit. It moderated world news. It moderated quite a few other accounts. And if you look into the moderation system of Reddit, of the top 500 Reddits, uh, the top 500 Reddit subreddits, over 100 of them share fewer than 5 of the same moderators. So what am I saying? Basically, the place where all of AI's information is being chosen is Reddit, and of Reddit, those moderators are very distinct, very limited amount of people, and no one knows who those people are. They are all anonymous, and I've read that Reddit is at a point where it doesn't necessarily want new users. It just wants the current users who are there, who are towing the line, who don't say anything controversial, and that's why it's very difficult if you ever get banned from Reddit to be able to create a new Reddit account, and that's there's a reason for that. The reason is because Reddit is so influential when it comes to AI and other areas of discourse that they don't want you as a user. And I think we're running into that in all of these platforms. YouTube may not want you as a user anymore. Nevertheless, you may think you have a right to it because it's so large in its utility and a way to express yourself, but YouTube might just not want you anymore. And Reddit may not want you anymore. And Instagram may not want you anymore. And these decisions are being made behind corporate boardrooms and general counsel offices, not being discussed and debated openly in your local legislatures or your national legislature. And I think it's really unfortunate the way that these systems are being run. And I know I covered a lot there, and I'd love to hear anybody's opinion on it.
Do we ever listen to a Rabbi do it like that? Which means I listen to a Rabbi do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says it's Shabbos. And go back to the same thing. Miracle, obviously, like, who does the character for miracles come from? Obviously, Hashem is going to do it. Hashem wants us to listen to him. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever this is, that you want to look at, one thing do not worship idolatry. And Yosef will be over. You can't throw yourself back to Shabbos. I was at that. This is an interesting Russia. The Torah understands there will be a get no Torah no Shabbat. Shafu Ma'adim Lacha Hama Be'ezara Kiyah Al Kishah. Interestingly enough, if you look at Rashi, this is the Torah no Shabbat. Kiyah Kira Uso Navi Bo Shabbat Uso Yisor Say Nasa Lecha Os Umotis. Interestingly enough, why? Because if you have miracles come from Hashem, and this is not these people who tremendous miracles, so what is that? Like what? So what? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing. And here, troubles out. That's the like people that are interested to which Rabbi says in our spiritual fidelity. And therefore Hashem will give power to even though against the will of the therefore, again, even if you look at performance, a tremendous miracle, don't listen to this to worship idolatry. Already a kid. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defiant? How can it even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give you the ability for Rabbi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Hello, you go to Canada, you get a social vessel Rabbi, and then a self Rabbi Sheker. No, we get Rabbi Sheker. Unfortunately, good Rabbi read that. Good Rabbi read that. So it happens. It happens, right? Sometimes you have some errors that take place, and you have someone who has this potential as a bona fide Rabbi. Right? So what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. It wasn't you're not giving yourself a day that you die. You see a Rabbi. Because when Rabbi doesn't do it, you're dead. So the kid is a static case of Rabbi Sheker. So another Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. He once upon a time he was on TV down. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing miracles now. Right? But he's got credibility because was good enough. Even if that guy is performing miracles, setting still goes. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform the miracles. Okay, let's start talking about story. Fast going, right fast going to what's the punishment? Straight up. So Mishnah said that you're interested enough, even someone who testified that they don't get what's that straight, but rather what they get 10. So does her adultery, right? Very weak. Because we have the readers. Amr Aka ben Rabika, San Rabbi Yosef, this is not Omar, Basi Selo Kasher Zoro, Lasas the Office. As it says, yeah, immunity even what they conspire to do to their brother. Why? But you should call him the Zoom, so they will call them Yosef. In general, you're also the way you do so what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the evil want to do, is it a that leads is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. That is the case. Yosef that's going, he was saying, they know that was Yosef. So what happens? Now we know Abbas going to this culture. She is put there to Yosef. Now we know that her Boaz, the man who did adultery, doesn't get sued, right? Because I think the Torah hands down that punishment there. So women, in Yodea, in the Horseshoe, but that didn't consult. So what's this now?
I oh, go ahead, John.
Rabbi, I don't share a lot or anything, but I'm shadow banned to the technology that you mentioned earlier across all the social media platforms. I only have two. I'm not able to register any platform. When I start the process, it immediately bans me even before I can select my username, and it's some type of control that I don't know what it is. Next generation control, and it's across all social media platforms that are using the exact same control. The generic message is simply something went wrong. That's what they all say, without going into any of the details. So it's unfortunate because, all this is happening behind the background, and I think really the only reason I'm here right now is since I created this account in 2013. I never used it. I didn't use it at all. I came here 4 weeks ago and started to use the platform. I had 30 users, now I'm nearing 500. So, I've got a great organic growth. I guess right now, I don't know if that's good or bad. But in any event, I want to say something important is that it does deflate a person, like you were saying earlier, when you work and build all these things up, especially on platforms where I had 1 million followers and those accounts were closed with no reason, no response whatsoever back then. It would just crickets, they won't respond. I reached out to either Instagram or another platform, explain the situation. Hey, I'm just trying to register an account. And they're like, well, our system detected it strange because, one of the things is just the creation of the account apparently is strange, even though I've never had any social media. It's just strange, which in itself is strange. So they look at the logs and they see that it was, shouldn't have been done, and the automation did wrong, and they felt for me and whatever, and they're putting in a appeal, for me or whatever, but then don't hear back. That was weeks ago when I came here, but it's just, a lot of people that are open and, sharing their thoughts towards what's going on in this world are being shut down. And I have this account and one other that's a business. That's all I got. Anyway, and then back to one more thing that you were saying, and shit, it was so important. Damn it, it's the main thing that I wanted to talk on, and I don't remember it now. But if you could jog my memory, the last thing you just said, if you don't. Make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next
Was that Alberto or me?
The last thing you said.
Certainly. Okay, so I covered Reddit and its importance with AI and such. I covered YouTube and just influencers in general buying followers. Alberto covered impressions and then we talked about as well just the oligarchy, basically changing the terms of conditions of the corporatocracy changing in technocracy, changing the terms and conditions, and basically having police forces enforce those like they are laws. Those were some of the topics that we mentioned. I don't know if that triggered your memory at all, but um, if not, I did it, or if not, we, we, it's an absolute joke, Alberto. And this discussion here is a really important discussion. And guess what? We've got 6 people listening to it. And if you go to the Twitter search, you won't find it. You have to find the specific search term, but it's not like listed. If you all want to know the best website for spaces, it's known as spacesdashboard.com. I don't know if anybody's ever been to it, but it is what X needs to be. It lists all the spaces in order of largest to smallest or most recent to longest duration. It lists all of the people who are in each space, how big their their listenership is, when the last time they hosted a space. So there's all kinds of data in there. But you'll never see that on X. X shows you like a random just like 12 or 15, and that's it. You don't know, probably, and a lot of people don't know, there are over 1,000 English speaking spaces going on right now, but we'll never be able to communicate with each other because you're not botting the space. And it's so obvious. And I know, Alberto, you've seen it. You see it every single day because I've seen you in a lot of spaces over years. You you and I both know, you'll go into a space that says it's got 250 people, and then you only see like 8 little icons, and then at the bottom it says, yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead. Yes.
I wanted to say that you think about all these social media platforms, and they're all, government controlled, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the thing: we've got all of these great minds. I mean, we have great minds in this room. We have a great dev in this room that's listening to this space. They're a smart gentleman. We have the resources available to us to come up with to rebuild these platforms and do it at a fraction of the cost. It's going to take time and all that kind of thing, but it makes me. I've always wondered why can't we rebuild any of these platforms? We literally have millions of people out working. They have the skills necessary. We can give them incentives and stock options or whatever. We just need a leader to lead some of the development and override and spearheading, some of these things. What I'm saying is, if you think about my scenario, which again I haven't shared, but I'll share with you, and the 6 years, and then in the future, the millions of followers and hopefully billions of listeners that you get. I've been out of work, and I'm having difficulty getting back into the job market due to the ATS process. It's just completely broken. We need to turn that whole process on its head, and we need to make a site where everybody comes to us where the talent is, and that's how the challenge works going forward. Instead of always following this bullshit that doesn't work, we need to build these platforms. So how do we do that? Well, we have the people. Like I said, we've got the people. It's people are out of work. They've got the time. Obviously they're looking for a job. The job market is broken. There are people doing 5,000 interviews a year, including 5,000 resume rewrites, 5,000 cover letters, 5,000 calendar and rescheduling things probably happening a million times to get the interview set up, followed by AI interview. It's just pointless. It's like you said about the dead internet theory. It's so true. Before even AI, over half of the internet traffic was already proven to be dead internet theory of the bots. I mean, and now we've got this dead slot content we're watching. It is so draining and so non-motivating, so non-high vibrational that you can't do anything probably but to bring the human psyche down. as a whole. But in closing, what I'm saying is we have the talent. We need to create a talent pool, and they can't hire anyone unless they come to us to get the talent. And if we change the way the world operates, and we create platforms to take it away from these minor few that control the whole world, why don't we? We're the ones that create it anyway. We're just getting a paycheck from the major corporations. It's not even enough money to do it anyway. It doesn't make sense. It's like anything. It's like the poison of the food that we're eating, or all of the things. Stand up as a nation, stop the bullshit, and recreate and make it great again, and make America great again. Anyway, I don't have a plan.
In terms of Jeff's points about the ATS, the applicant tracking system, I can tell you when, unfortunately, I've become uh, somewhat independently wealthy to be able to pursue my goals of my project. But when I was in the workforce, I'm a certified project management professional, and I did well with a startup, um, essentially, and I have uh, the background of I was able to launch a very successful app on the App Store and Google Play. But even thereafter, getting contracts, um, I found that I had to apply far more than what the average person would think that you would need to apply for a job. So a lot of people think, well, I applied for 10 jobs today. That's great. And frankly, that to me is a joke. You need to apply for like 200 to 400 jobs a day. And if you're like, well, that's impossible to do, it's not. With one click apply, it's really possible. You can set up bots of your own to be able to do this automatically for you. If you want help, I can help you to do it. Basically, use the automation system to your advantage, where the bot, just using a Windows computer, absolutely free, will recognize where the applicant like apply button is, the shape of the apply button, the color of the apply button, and only click the apply buttons for you. You can use these to your advantage, and basically make it about quantity, not necessarily quality. Because as you know, and it's not the way of the old days where you work really hard on one resume and one cover letter and apply to one job and you get that job. No, if you check on many of the recruiting and job finding subreddits, people are having to apply to at least 1,000 jobs to be able to just get some interviews and certainly to get an offer. And they don't always accept the offer. In the old days, you might apply for 10, 20, 30 jobs, and you're going to get a few offers. Today, it's 20, 200, 300, 400, 500 jobs just to get an interview. Um, I know, though, that it's a system that you can use to your advantage. You can automate things on your own. You can also go to AI and say, I want you to match keywords to basically beat the ATS system. and make sure to use the standard headings that recruiters are looking for. Use clean fonts. Ensure that you're using the correct file type. Use all of those things to your advantage. Now, let's say you do all of that and you're still not getting hired. Um, I would say, okay, how many jobs did you apply for a day? And if you don't say 100, then I'm going to say that I'm not saying you aren't trying, but you could try harder. You could literally sit and watch Netflix and just hit apply, 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 all day long on ZipRecruiter, on Indeed, and on LinkedIn, and you're going to have some opportunities. Somebody's going to send you an email saying, "Hey, I saw that you had applied to this job," and especially, I'm sure, with some of the background information that you've shared, that they're going to be interested in you. Additionally, I think a really underutilized but excellent resource is to get with a headhunter. That's so key. Some people may say, "I don't want to use a recruiting agency because I don't want to give up, part of my salary." Well, guess what? If these organizations are able to get you a $300,000 a year job, but they want 50,000 of it, and you're going to make $250,000 a year, most people will be able to will say that's not that bad of a deal for me. I'm going to be able to provide for my family and such. But um, you shouldn't certainly you shouldn't give up. But if you aren't applying for not just dozens but hundreds of jobs a day, I'm going to say that the numbers are against you because there are people out there who are. Um, in terms of the overall um, ATS, the career landing system, it has changed. As we know, everything is automated. Networking has become really important. I'm sure that you said you've gotten millions of followers on different platforms. So I'm not teaching you anything that you don't know. But you need to make sure that your LinkedIn has followers, that you have connections, that you have a really great photo. Just basically things that a recruiter is going to want to be able to see. But then again, the best advice I could give you, and if it's a surprise, don't let it be. If you apply to 10,000 jobs and you think that's too many, I don't. I think that that's what's starting to take. At least if you look in these subreddits of how difficult it is, but certainly don't give up. But if you haven't run your resume through um, AI to ensure that you're matching the keywords that ATS systems are looking for, you need to be. Um, I, I help people do this. Um, it's just out of the goodness of my heart. I get a lot of people who come to me and say, "Rabbi, I am a developer. I'm in the third world and I don't have any opportunity, but I've got the skill set." Okay, great. Did you ever run your resume through ChatGPT and ensure that it is has I call it like career keyword enhancement? No, I've never done that. I just wrote it the way that I wanted to write. Well, make sure that you do that. ChatGPT can be your ally in this. And then I ask people, how many jobs did you apply for today? And they'll be like, oh, well, like three. Okay, that's fine. But because these systems have one-click apply, you can literally be doing something else and just have the system work for you. You just have to hit the button or create a button to hit the button, and it will apply for 2 or 3 or 400 jobs for you a day. And if you do that for a month, you've got to think that that's something like anywhere between 12 and 15,000 jobs that you may be applying for over the course of a month. That's far more than your average individual. You make it about quantity, and you're going to have recruiters who are in your inbox and hitting up your phone and wanting you to get your dream job. I don't know if any of that information is helpful, but the one thing that I can say is no matter how many jobs that you think you're applying to, it's not enough because that's how cutthroat it is out there today.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing, Rabbi. It's good information, but I gotta be honest, it's not good enough. The system's broken. To hear you say, or anybody to think that's listening, that it makes logical sense that you need to apply for 15,000 jobs to get an offer. It's ridiculous. I mean, these headhunters, managers in charge of hiring and things of that nature, they don't even understand what's going on. And
can't point at what you're saying or what you're mentioning. I think it would be contributing more to the problem than anything, because if everyone's following that same methodology, these jobs tend to get listed. People underqualified, people overqualified, they're being, you're saying apply for anything. I mean, you can apply for jobs, you're talking to 200,000, 250 tax, or 250 salary range, but if you're applying to everything, you're going to give me 40,000, 50,000, you're going to be applying for, $500,000.
Yo, what up? How are you?
It doesn't make any sense. I mean,
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Amazing, my man. How'd you find out about me?
It was from Discord, actually. I just looked up Jewish on Discord.
Excellent, my friend. I'm in the middle of a conversation right now. I'd love to talk with you. Can you just be patient with me for a second?
Yeah.
Excellent.
None of that happens anymore. It's not a lack of networking. I mean, my entire LinkedIn profile is me, pretty much mainly of recruiters and networking with recruiters all my life. But I don't know if something's happened. Recruiters are not recruiting anymore, and everyone's applying for these jobs, like you're saying, all at the same time. Those jobs completely filled, so you can't take any more applicants, and then they don't hire anyone. You know why? Probably because they're all overqualified or underqualified. They don't meet any of the requirements. The salary range or whatever requirements don't match, because they're doing probably what you say out of desperation.
Well, I'm in agreement with you, Jeff. This is not the way that it should be, nor do I endorse it. What I'm saying is, if everybody else is gaming the system, you have to do so as well. But do I think this is the way that it should be? No. Do I think it's efficient? No. I think that this is a combination of factors. I'm sure has to do with AI replacement of positions. It has to do with a lot of these companies are literally just data collectors. So they'll put out a position and have no intention to hire anyone for it, but they'll get 5,000 people who apply to it, and that's a lot of data that they can parse. And I know that the ATS, these systems were created to perhaps make recruiters' jobs easier, but in many ways, it has just created a system where who can cheat the best, who can ensure that their resume looks perfect, and who can ensure that their previous experience matches the current requirements for the position. And are they really the best person? Absolutely not. Do they have the most amount of experience? Absolutely not. Are they the right candidate? No, not in reality, but they are on paper, and that's the person who's getting the job. So I did want to clarify. I don't think this is the best way to do for the system to currently the current state of the system, but it is what it is. And one other thing, I didn't mean that you should just apply for every single position that's out there. No, of course there are filters that should be utilized, and of course there are whatever your salary ranges or your the required experience. I mean, but basically what I am saying is that anything that meets your salary and your background and is a job that you would want, you should ensure that you're applying for it. And there are a lot of jobs out there, at least that get posted. But I completely understand it has gotten much more difficult post pandemic, and I think it'll continue to get more difficult in terms of the um, the competition that's out there because people's positions are getting replaced. On an unrelated topic, one thing that I wanted to mention about what Alberto said and led me to start the discussion is the botting of these different platforms. And as you know, this is a great conversation, but because Jeff's account isn't one of these mega accounts, and because he is not boosting this space, then nobody's going to hear these types of really excellent conversations. Yet, someone who wants to spend a little bit of money to get 200 listeners randomly for 15 minutes or whatever to game the system, they're going to do that just so that they get their boosts and they ensure that their space rises to the top. And that's not how the system should work in this case either. It's really unfortunate. You've got quality here, but because of the way the system is set up, it's just not going to ever. Uh, it's not, at least under the current conditions, people aren't going to see it. They're not going to have the visibility. I was a user of Facebook when it first started in its first year, 2004. It launched February 2nd, 2004. I was a user that year. Mark Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends. These are the very early days of social media, at least from a Facebook perspective. And if anybody used Facebook in its early days, there was no algorithm. It was a chronological list of what your friends had posted. And that is such a better way for social media to be organized. When you get into the algorithm, you get into people who are curating what they think you want to see. I don't care what you think I want to see. I want to see what my friends have posted. I want to be able to delve into that. If you want to throw a random thing in there every once in a while, that's fine, but I want to be able to go back literally like a timeline and see what everyone has posted. And when social media acted that way, it was so much more beneficial than what you're getting today. And the pay for play system that is admitted on these websites, X especially, it says we will not show your um your tweets or whatever you want to call them, your posts to anyone outside your friend group if you don't have a blue check mark. So I basically know, and I don't use X to get tons of retweets or interaction or anything. I know that my voice carries very far in these spaces, and people know who I am, and I know the 3,000 people who follow me are real organic people who I've connected with. I don't have to worry about them, necessarily being botted or anything like that. But then I also know that if I were to tweet something, nobody's ever going to see it, and X admits that. And basically, if you want to have more of a reach, you have to pay more money. That's not how the system should work, but it is. It's an unfortunate element of it today. And another really interesting thing that Alberto said 10 years ago, when he would post something and he only had 10,000 followers, which is still a lot of people, and you get so much more interaction on that. I completely agree with him. I'm sure you all have seen your timelines recently, or even in the last few years. It's literally like people screwing things in, or it's something stolen from Reddit, or it's literally just like some hot girl in front of a car getting interviewed, or something like that. And you go to the comments, and the comments are completely unrelated. They're for crypto, and they're for gambling websites, and they're many times in languages that you don't know, you don't even care about. There's no way to filter the comments. There's no way to say like the most recent to the top, or the most upvoted to the top. It's just this random mishmash of what's going on, and it's really unfortunate. It makes there's a reason why people make fun of X and some of these other platforms as well, because of the lack of features that they have. I personally am a giant advocate for filters. I love the filters. The more filters, the better. I want to be able to view by most recent. I want to be able to view by user interactions. I want to be able to view by the amount of people who have upvoted or perhaps downvoted if that's an option, or reposts. I want to be able to see region if possible, or whatever it may be. Let me make those decisions. Don't just show me what you think I want to see. It's really unfortunate when it does that. It's really unfortunate the that there isn't some. I'm sure some developers out there working at X or any of these companies, because I've been one, who says, "Hey, why don't we put a filter system in that's more than what we currently have?" Yes, it can say cryptocurrency or whatever, but we need to have more specifics. I want to be able to give a time range, or I want to be able to give the most popular tweets of the day, or whatever it may be. And many times these people's ideas are shot down because there are other more prudent, or perhaps more pending tasks that they have to address. But at the end of the day, it makes for a poor user experience, and I completely understand what Alberto's saying with the lack of engagement that you get. If you do get anything, it's many times just some random bot that is just upvoting your things. If you ever look at the messages that you have that are like the not um, not verified messages or whatever. It's literally just a list of like OnlyFans bots, and that's a poor user experience. Nobody wants to be on a website where they feel like they are not necessarily being valued, or their hard work isn't being valued. So I wanted to say that I empathize certainly, Jeff, with what you're saying and the difficulties of finding a position. Then also, Alberto, with what you're saying and the lack of engagement that you get on quality postings. Even you, somebody who has probably a top 1% account on X, with 40,000 followers or whatever, uh, you finding that having four times the amount of followers in 2026 is less engagement than you had when you had 10,000 followers in 2016. Is that not correct? to give you an idea of how little X or many of these platforms promote small creators, I have another account that I use to live stream on video 24/7 for more than 365 straight days on X Spaces. And that account literally was a video account, and the name of the space that I would use was like very like it was like open space. It was cryptocurrency. It had the word NFT in it. I mean, it had a lot of big keywords. And to just give you an idea, uh, it started with around 0 followers, of course, and it by the end of the 365 days had 31 followers. So that gives you an idea. Wow, if you did a space 24 hours a day on video and with minimal interaction, X isn't going to boost you and nobody's going to see it, even though you could always be there. I know another person who is on YouTube who streams 24/7 on one of their accounts, and they have gotten about 330 followers in 365 days. Meaning, like 1 follower a day is what you're going to average if you either don't network or don't. And I'm not saying that there's a lack of networking, but like basically, if you don't have anybody who's promoting you, or you're not going into other spaces and just doing follow for follows or whatever it may be, I think we all know that the game is rigged, and we're doing everything that we can to just survive. Like Alberto's saying, like just fortunate not to have lost his account. I feel the same way. Jeff, I know that you were like, hey, I had an account. I have trouble creating new accounts. I had this account from 2013, and fortunately, it's been in so far so good. And with that, my friends, I've got some people in my Discord who have been waiting very patiently to be able to speak with me. So I want you to know how much I really just genuinely appreciate the ability to speak with you and to Miss who was here earlier, and appreciate the ability to just be able to vent some frustrations that I have in the corporatocracy with you all. And if I can ever be of any benefit to you, um, I've followed you both, and I know you guys are following me. Feel free to reach out. I'll do everything that I can to help you. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Robbie. It was great to have you here. And also, you said earlier for people to follow your link tree, make sure you update that when you can and say make sure they follow your unique net. If you have any questions, feel free to pop in anytime. We'd be happy to help you set up your NFT display and anything you need. So thanks again for coming in, man. And have a good one. We hope to see you again soon.
Thank you again, and I will do that in due time. Thank you. Take care. All right. Thank you so much. Quick scope for your patience. How are you, my friend?
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm doing all right. Could be better a little bit. I'm dealing with some slight health issues, but I'll be fine. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank God. Just living life.
That's good.
Excellent. So
Right, right.
you were
Um,
did you find me in a Discord or did you search for me in a Discord?
I know I found you on your Discord.
Oh, excellent. Okay, that's where I was getting to. Okay, so you're looking for a Jewish server?
Yeah, yeah. And I found a couple others that are pretty nice too.
Are
But
you
I'm
in
just
Jewish
kind of
Guild?
looking for a place to.
Are you in Jewish Guild?
Well, this is. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
good. Because I'm live in there too.
yeah. I've seen. Um, but I have one question.
Go ahead.
So I am trying to figure out what is the best way. And I'm someone who doesn't have a Jewish mother. My father's Jewish, like ethnically. So I'm having to convert,
Yes, you are.
right? And I'm only like just now, only as an adult, and I'm actually in my early 20s, so I'm very new to everything. What would you say, Orthodox or Reform is a better path for me? Which one would you say is a better path?
Orthodox is the only way to go. We in the Orthodox community would still not consider you Jewish if you had a Reformed conversion. So you want to be seen as a Jew by all Jews, right?
Yes, yeah. So you got a point.
Exactly. So a Reformed conversion and a conservative conversion would both be seen as a waste of your time in the Orthodox world. And that
Yeah.
means you need an Orthodox conversion, which is fine. Uh, and uh, so, do you want me to walk you through that process?
Well, the thing is I've got a Zoom meeting scheduled with, I believe, I believe an Orthodox rabbi. I'm not sure if he's Orthodox or Reformed because I had another Zoom that was earlier before with another rabbi from where I live, and essentially he ran me through that process a little bit and told me, here I'm just going to get you in contact with another rabbi that can essentially like help you along that process. One thing that he did mention to me is that I would need to be living in an Orthodox community,
Yes.
which is new to me.
Okay, yes, so that's most likely an Orthodox rabbi. Did he mention the phrase based in or baked in to you?
Baked in, I think he might have, but I'm not sure if he did specifically in that conversation. I heard the term before.
Okay, so it means house of judgment. Essentially, it's a panel of three rabbis who will help guide you through the process. You'll check in with them. But yes, you will need to live in an Orthodox community. Is there an Orthodox community in the place where you live?
Um, as far as I know, there's only like one small area that might even count as that. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. I would imagine. I would imagine so because there is like a yeshiva in the city that I live, and it's got like a relatively. It seems like an Orthodox community, but I really can't say for certain.
Okay, so what this rabbi would probably say to you or get you in touch with the rabbi of your local area or advise that you do so. And it depends the rabbi, if he's a rabbi who even the community accepts converts. Most do, but some do not. Some say go to a bigger city or live amongst a larger community. Just depends, but many are welcoming
Yeah,
as well. But what it's going to consist of is basically 1 to 2 years of study. You're going to have to attend shul, which means you have to walk to shul at least each week. You can't work on Shabbat, so that's sundown on Friday to approximately sundown on Saturday. Um, it can mean
right.
up to 13 days that you'll need to take off for holidays. It will consist
Oh
of
yeah.
perhaps changing your dress, certainly changing your eating habits, so it'll mean keeping kosher. Are you familiar with that term and what that involves?
Yeah, yeah, I am, and I actually am already starting those kinds of processes. Like I've been observing Shabbat for a good while now. I also, I don't eat pork, things like that. But I'm not maybe not like perfectly up to date on every kosher law.
Certainly, no, I understand that. It means that basically you're not going to be able to eat at restaurants anymore, aside from uh,
Okay.
a very few. So that means no fast
Yeah.
food. Um, there are some places like Baskin Robbins and Krispy Kreme, but aside from that, chain restaurants are going to be out the door for food. Now, coffee and things like that, there are some differences, but just making sure you're aware of that. It's also going to mean,
Yeah, especially things like cheeseburgers. I know that cheeseburgers are a big no-no.
yeah, and shellfish as well. So that's going to
Right.
be out the door. Um, it also involves something known as Shomer Nagia, basically not touching the opposite sex. Um, you're going to be in a. Are you a single person?
Yeah, I'm single,
Okay.
so that already helps.
Yeah, no, it helps a lot. So that means you won't be dating for the next couple of years or so. Um, it means attendance in classes, so both Chumash, which is Torah, and perhaps Gemara, which is Talmud, multiple times a week.
Yeah.
It may consist of some
Okay.
Hebrew, depending on the community. And the big three things are Shabbat, keeping kosher and shomer nagia, family purity,
Okay.
usually is there are more complicated issues for a woman, but less for a man. And then the big one is probably you either have to move to that section of your town where there is a yeshiva, and yeshiva doesn't matter, but it's where the shul is, the synagogue, or you're going to have to move to a larger
Yeah.
city that accepts converts. So, um, with that said, are you um, near a larger city? If they were to tell you you need to move to a larger city,
I could easily move to one if
okay,
I needed to.
okay. And are you employed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Um, and is it something that you could change your job to go somewhere else?
It's actually a job that I can quite literally like do in any city.
Excellent. So it's like remote.
It's not remote. I don't want to give too much away, but you probably kind of get where I'm going at.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's that aspect too. There's an expectation that you're going to be able to provide for not just yourself, but for a family. And so
Right.
there may be the idea that I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but let's say you were doing like a an on-demand job, as they say, um, that might not be considered to be uh, a suitable position for you. So you may need
Right.
to get a more just a higher paying job. And so
Yeah.
I want to you for you to be aware of that. You're going to have the expectation that once you convert, to very soon thereafter find a woman, get married, have children, and that's all very expensive. So there's going to be the
Yeah.
expectation that you're going to be able to provide for yourself and provide for a family, and generally some jobs, are just depending. You're not going to be able to do. But do you have a
Yeah.
do you have education or any type of job experience?
I have a lot of job experience, and I do have like some certification education, so
Oh,
I think I'm good there.
okay,
The
good.
other thing too is there's programs designed to help people that are like either Jewish or converting to find like careers and whatnot.
Most certainly, yeah. Um, so a based in is going to basically interview you. You'll send your application. If you're accepted, you'll have a date to perhaps meet with the Av of the based in, the head of the based in, and you'll say, basically Rabbi so and so recommended that I speak with you all about my conversion. I'm heartfelt over this. Uh, you're going to have more difficulty as a man being accepted into the program. We don't just accept every guy off the street. So you may say that, hey,
Right.
this is what I'm currently doing as a job, but I'm working towards whatever it is, uh, whatever your goal is. And they may say, get that goal and then come back to us, or they may say, that's fine, we'll work it out. Um, they're going to ask you, do you live in the community? That's an important question they're going to ask you. They're going to ask you, do you walk to shul every week? They're going to ask you, and some of these aren't issues, but if you do get a full time normal position, uh, are you able to take off all the holidays? Usually, in your first year or two, you don't have enough time off, depending on the year and when the holidays fall, to be able to um, celebrate all the holidays, and you can't work. So you may
Yeah.
have to ask for unpaid leave, or work something out with your employer. But usually, employers, especially for religious issues, are more lenient on these types of requests. And then um,
Right. Right.
you're are you circumcised?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a definite um, advantage. You still will need a bris, so there'll be a ceremonial pinprick of blood towards the end of the process. and then you will have a mikvah date, and you'll meet with the Beis Din at the mikvah. Generally, you will submerge in the mikvah, and then once you exit, you're a Jew, and you will be seen as a Jew in all of the eyes of Israel. There really is no difference between a Jew from birth and a um, converted person, what we call a Jew by choice. But
Yeah.
the only real relevant issue is that um, you're not basically in terms of if you were to ever have any kind of disagreement, you aren't able with a Jew from birth, you aren't able to testify against him. So converts aren't able to testify against Jews from birth, and there might be some minor things like you might not be able to be the president of your shul. Many times shuls don't allow
Yeah.
converts to be, but in terms of marrying a Jewish woman, you would be able to. Raise a Jewish family, you'd be able to. Perhaps immigrate to Israel, you'd be able to. Perhaps that's a process in itself. Um, but
Of course.
and it's going to cost some money. So usually,
Yeah.
shul dues are anywhere between $1,000 and $3,000 a year. Classes on top of that, books on top of that, and the
Oh,
food and stuff. Food's much more expensive. Kosher food is much more expensive. I don't want to say much more expensive, but to give you an idea, um, to price it out, I think if like my local kosher butcher, a a roasted chicken is like $13, and you get the same size at like Costco for $5. So to give you some idea, you may say,
yeah.
why is it so much more expensive? There's a process to it. Essentially, it's
Yeah. Getting
the
rid
way
of the
that it's
blood.
slaughtered, absolutely. And but other things that
Oh,
you
and yeah, the way it's lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Other things that you would have to be aware of, um, things like certainly driving on Shabbat, those kinds of things you can't do. Um, you would have
Yeah.
to.
Which, yeah, that's something I've already had to kind of contend with.
Okay. What do you mean?
Oh, it's just like the synagogue that I already go to for Shabbat, like, and they're cool with it. Like, there's a lot of other fellows that drive to the synagogue, but like, it's I drive to it on Shabbat usually, so that's something that I gotta adjust to.
Is it Orthodox?
No, it's conservative.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, as I understand, conservative, they don't walk up. Like, they're allowed to drive on Shabbat. I mean, they shouldn't be, but as Jews, but within their understand, they don't walk to shul in the conservative community. So shouldn't everybody be
You'd
driving?
be surprised.
Okay, all right. I mean, I don't really interact with conservative all that much, and certainly not reform. There are some people who I do
Yeah,
know who were born into Orthodox families and may live like that, but um, as you know, and some there's a phrase called conservadox of people who kind of play both sides, some Orthodox, some conservative. I generally stay away from
yeah,
that. But hardline Orthodoxy, you will avoid. You're prohibited from driving.
driving on Shabbat.
Yeah, and on holidays. Um, but I mean, aside from that, uh, I wish you the best with your process. If you need help of any advice or anything, I'm here for you. I stream my life 24/7.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'm always in here if you need help. Or generally, I do other things outside of being on this in my bed. But um, uh, if I may ask, why do you want to become Jewish?
It's because of my father's lineage, and also just because I've always felt connected to like the stories of the Tanakh and the Bible, my whole life. Like I've always felt very connected, and I feel at home when I'm at synagogue, specifically like during Shabbat. Like having lunch with the folks there. That's something that really makes me feel at home, and I just feel like it's the right thing for me.
Okay, and if this rabbi who you're meeting with says, "Okay, well, you already feel at home. Why change a good thing? Why not convert to conservative Judaism?"
Because I'll say this: Chabad, they don't convert people. They just don't.
Well, right, but you're not in a Chabad community.
No, well, that's where I'm going. Is actually a Chabad community. That's what I mean when I say conservative.
Oh, hold on. Well, wait. That's not
Like,
conservative, though. Don't call it conservative. That's Hasidic.
oh, it's acidic. Okay.
Yeah, don't call that a conservative community. No, 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 no. No, okay. So now I understand why you said
Oh,
people are adverse to driving. I completely understand that. But if you were talking about conservative Judaism, which is a denomination of Judaism, like everybody drives there. They don't have the pro. They don't consider themselves to have
okay.
the prohibition. Okay, so you've got a Chabad near you. Okay, great. Well, yeah. So you're not going to be able to convert in that uh, uh, community. Is there a uh, Litvish or yeshiva? Well, let's just like a centrist Orthodox community outside of Chabad near you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to having like a Zoom meeting scheduled. That's I've got a Zoom meeting scheduled with an Orthodox rabbi. So, and the yeshiva area near me, I'm pretty sure are Orthodox because I
Yeah,
don't think that
yeah, they
they
wouldn't be
have
you.
any affiliation with Chabad or with Reform or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So basically, to give you just an understanding, Orthodoxy in general terms, you have modern Orthodox, and then generally uh, the Hasidic world. And modern Orthodoxy
Yeah,
is probably where you'll find a conversion program. The Chabad is okay with you coming on Shabbat.
yeah, they love me there.
Okay, how long have you been attending?
I've only gone for 3 weeks total, but they know me like by name.
And they know that you're non-Jew.
They know my mom's. Yeah, they know my mom's not Jewish. Yeah,
Okay. Well, you've got what you need, which is a meeting with your local Orthodox rabbi, and he will give you the information that you need. And if you have questions about the process or you want to update me, feel free. I'm here for you. And
I appreciate that.
absolutely. If there's anything else I can do for you, let me know, okay?
Yeah, I will. Thank you for the pep talk. I'll definitely take all that into consideration, and I hope you have a great rest of your night.
You as well. And uh, one last thing, just remember, don't call Chabad conservative.
Oh yeah,
That will
conservative.
offend
Yeah,
them.
they're Hasidic. They're
They're
Hasidic.
Hasidic, yes, and they're Orthodox. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Hey, just before you go,
Well, thank you for that information.
just so you get the the spectrum just of Judaism. So on the far conservative end, like you're saying, we've got the Hasidic dynasties. There are more than just Chabad. There's Breslov and there's Satmar. These are basically communities that connect or trace their founding to a certain rabbi, generally going back to the 18th century or so. Okay, and then you have
Right.
a little more generally liberal versions, but still Orthodox. You have centrist Orthodoxy, and then modern Orthodoxy. Generally, these are sometimes many times interwoven with the people there, and you even I'm a member of Chabad of Sherman Oaks, California. There are um, some people who kind of float in multiple. of these different Orthodox realms. Okay, but that's Orthodoxy.
Yeah.
Then so those, that means that's no driving on Shabbat, keeping kosher, all those things. Okay. Then you've got conservative Judaism, which is, frankly, by Orthodox standards, is not considered Judaism. The people who go there, many of them are considered Jews, but their doctrine is not mainstream Orthodox doctrine. So there's conservative,
Right.
and that is, so to give you an idea, about only 10% of Jews are Orthodox. About 30% or so of people who practice and actually go to some type of building, let's say once a week, a synagogue. You've got about 30% that are conservative, and then about 60% are reform, and and then
Right.
and that's the far more liberal. And then actually there are some other types of Judaism. There's Reconstructionist Judaism, which you'd be considered perhaps a Reconstructionist Jew right now because you have your father's ethnic background. But that isn't considered Jewish
Well,
within.
that's good information.
Absolutely, that's why I want you to be aware of this. So anyone who basically has any kind of Jewish um, um, ancestry can qualify to some extent to be a Reconstructionist Jew. This is any
Okay.
less than 5% of people now, of at least we'll say Jews in America. Then you also have humanist Jews. There are some humanist Jewish organizations which uh, are Jewish, but really, really liberal, but still have respectable doctrine. So I don't want to say that everybody who's not Orthodox does not have good uh, ideas. I would say I empathize
Right.
more with many humanist beliefs than I do conservative or reform. And Reconstructionists as well. I think that there are
Okay.
some good aspects of that. So basically, what I'm saying is there are a lot of Orthodox people who empathize more with humanist and Reconstructionist than we do conservative or reform. Okay, with that being said, then you have
Okay.
secular Jews, which is another 50% of Jews that I didn't include in the other section, who don't attend shul or synagogue of any type, and just because of their ancestry, consider themselves to be Jews. And so I did want you to just be aware, like we're only talking about like 10% of all Jews, but you are already perhaps included, depending on how Reconstructionism, generally though, within their belief system, you'd be considered a Reconstructionist Jew if you started attending and connecting with all of what they do. But if you want to be considered Jewish, by all Jews, an Orthodox conversion is what you need. So with that, I did want to explain that, and take care, and God willing, in 2 years or so, you'll be getting your first Aliyah, which is
Dude,
which
I
is
really
where you're called
appreciate
up.
you.
Absolutely, you take care, my friend.
You as well.
it's a distracted learning, and it's just sort of our lives. Because what happens, right? I'm learning, and then I'm here, I'm learning, and then I'm here, I'm learning, and then I'm this. Okay, it's kind of nice stuff. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And it's some people that that's not in this Hashem. Or all this Hashem. The stuff the Lord says is, do it. Do it. And then it's for 5 minutes. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get desfrugal. Such an analogy. So don't let it get this stuff. The thing is just a set of culture. There's a lot right and we hope this prophecy. It's not this. It's not this. Amalei. Mind up and coming. The Argo Lucky. And let's say this is a community specialist. One of the dates out of a basket should be like this. Now, what's wrong with the dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression that's so very out there. It's an expression that's used like, what do you do? What's an here? You might not ask me over here about what a person is wonderfully for their prophecy. But what the answer is, how is anyone going to know? Like, in other words, so you have Navi A, right? The Navi A is helping prophecy. Okay. How exactly does anyone know that he is helping prophecy? So he wants a Navi next to A. He's giving a Nasra. On that Bible, Rabbi I'm sorry. I'm going to have a Rabbi. So Rabbi is saying, Sasha King Davar, King Davar Saga. So he's giving a Nasra prophecy. That's what he said before. And this is interesting. How a prophecy works is it's often given from only one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given from more than one. So because of that, if you have enough people of prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they'll know a particular level to that share. Okay? There's no Hadri Day, so that's the issue. Maybe it's just like a retracted, or maybe even if you're going to change the note, still if you change the right? You see the Hadri Day, we do it other than the community. Again, it's not that it's like we sometimes change the videos, and if you wouldn't do that very well, you would inform the group of the videos yourself. The Yona, the Hadri Day below. One second. Yona, so Yona, after the father changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yona. He didn't tell Yona. Yona again. Yona finds out that every finds out the father's not displaying his way. His father did not go ahead and give any announcement, to which he lets us know. Yona made Kala, Rina Papas. Those are very important. The Russians when Yona said, the old Akbar Yona, excuse me, the Rina Papas. Now, what does that Papas mean? It says, carried over. Carried over just meant, in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change on your day. The change could be that you all become a people of Baba Children, or the change could be the same thing you destroy. So in those words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Otherwise, either the Yoga, either Torah, either law. Again, it was ultimately, again, I mean, let's say, incredible, I don't point out, part of the reason ultimately why you do why you consider your religion first is the fact that it's like Shabbat. Shabbat. It's okay to have a nice story, or that our life is like this open-ended possibility. Because Rob says to me today, oh, I've got a young woman in their box. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as the Shema we always talk about doing it, how we're going to do it, but for us, our lives are this open-ended choose your own adventure type of months. In another 40 days, it's sitting there is going to be overturned. Is it good? Is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, what you're going to do, what's going to come, it's up to you. Okay, I'm about that today. So let's say, so ultimately, again, one is more than the way to say, you love knowledge. So let's say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if a Nabi says something, and I don't know, like, so someone says, say your name is God, right? It's Shreya, right? How do I know that he's a Nabi? And I have to answer it. That was he did. You know, but you decide. You decide, obviously, let's say, again, you gotta prove, like, you got the credentials, right? So you can't just know what he's actually a Nabi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, now Musa, the Lord Yahweh is Spanish, I can look up in the universe, and he gives a sign, and he published that he that he to his or that he is the Lord, and in the movie some chain, God given. And we'll say, the money doesn't have to give thanks every single thing he says in the Torah. Rather than say, why? Don't you have another reason to say,
One more time to the up and down. Yeah, you hear that? People fucking get it. Alright. Your next bucket, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Jasmine Flowers, and they want Jasmine Flowers. Hello. I notice patterns for a living, and I noticed something. The Amish, they used to be elusive, but now they're everywhere. TLC, HBO, I don't even have cable, but I see them every day. I'm starting to think that maybe there's a scam going on here. I'm not sure. I'm at that age now where everything I do is a scam, but, you know, they pretend they can't have cell phones, but then that's scamming 101. Oh, my camera doesn't work. But anyway, so I feel like they had a meeting sometime. They had, they said, let's with no electricity, candle, let's build Lawrence, churn butter, and confuse the hell out of society. That's what it's like, basically. And I know one person that meeting said, just send me an email. But anyway, I'm just saying, check the bars for Wi-Fi. This is really changing. Anyway, alright, Jasmine. That's overtime right there. I love it. Jasmine, welcome. Keep that microphone. I'm going to do an interview here because I love Medea that kills it. Incredible. How long have you been trying stand up? About 90 seconds. 90 seconds. What made you want to start here tonight? Saturday didn't have anything else to do, so let me drive out there and see what's happening. I love it. But you watch the show sometimes. Yes. You know what it is. Yes. So you tried it. You said that these Amish people are coming out of nowhere. There's a lot of them now. Yeah. They used to be elusive. You never knew an Amish person. I didn't know about Amish people, but now they're everywhere and everything. And they're supposed to be kind of against technology. Corporate accounting. Wow. It's fun. You live here in Houston? I do. What part of Houston? I live in the Westbury area. In the city. Houston proper. What are some of your favorite things to do here in Houston? You go to the turkey head? I've never been to the turkey head, but I've had turkey legs at the Renaissance Festival. I like that. The Renaissance Festival? I didn't know black people went to Renaissance Festival. Me and my friends are coming on Renaissance. You guys probably really stand out in that Renaissance Festival. I know we go. Jasmine, do you have a family? Yes, I do. I have 2 kids. How old are they? 23 and 1. I have a son that was last year, mechanical engineering. I have a daughter that lives in Milwaukee. She's a dog groomer. I walk the dog. I like to garden. I hang out with my friends. I like to garden. I'm going fishing next month. I've been divorced for probably about 10 years. Seats or anything? Maybe, I'm just enjoying. wants to know when your last kiss was.
My last kiss? Maybe 2 years. Oh, God.
She's such a beautiful
I'm
lady.
enjoying it.
She's such a beautiful lady. Is there a guy out there that wants to give Jasmine a big smooch? If you want the real Tony history, you gotta make it a good one if I bring you up here. What do you think it is? Who's really gonna go for it? Are you sure right there, you think? You need water? Have anybody's water you want. You got it. All right, who's gonna do this? Are you gonna do it? Pick one, Jasmine. I'll let you pick.
In the words of the lady, who's gonna make that pussy pop? Oh, my God, this guy.
Guy with the white beard?
Let's get January.
Jasmine, do you have a preference?
You have to be over 50.
You have to be over 50? Yeah, that guy with the beard can do it.
No, how about the guy with the cowboy hat? Cowboy hat. The guy with the beard, no?
You want the
Which will you pick?
Yeah, that guy with the white beard's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to watch history. Only here in Houston, Texas. A powerful black woman gets a man that looks like he fought for the South in the Civil War. Watch your step, sir. Please don't trip over cords. Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing thing. Wow. Incredible. Wow. Look at that. Not the first time this guy's freed the slaves. Look at this fucking guy. Holy shit.
This is what comes into the game when you roll double sixes in Jumanji.
Watch your step, sir. Watch your step. Jasmine, how did that feel?
I forgot already. I can't remember.
I love it. She's mesmerized. All right, Jasmine. Thank you so much. There she goes, Jasmine Flowers, everybody. She's a sweetheart. These guys around here fiddling during sets. These guys are relentless here at Houston. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. An absolute force of nature that you know, that you love. One of the greatest interviewees in the history of the show. Sing it if you know the words, because I present to you the one and only. This is Hans Kemp.
Don't worry, I speak English. This isn't the Super Bowl halftime show. If I wanted to hear a bunch of Spanish, I go to a kitchen at Chili's. Sean's trying to make me learn things. This is America. What's the point of having all these bombs if I have to learn? I do think it's fucked up that a lot of Mexicans are getting deported. I think if you're trying to reduce crime, deporting Mexicans is the least efficient way to do that. I've never been walking down a dark alley and heard the voice behind me be like, "Give me your money." It's usually some form of ebonics. The language of robberies. I recently saw a black guy gardening. I was like, dude, you don't have to do that anymore. You can do larceny and retail theft as well now. I am working out right now. I don't have to be stronger than a black guy. I just have to last long enough till the cops get there. All right, well, that's my time. Thank you guys so much.
Hans Kemp has done it again. Wow. How about the reception from that crowd just upon arrival?
I know.
Please. Hans Boy Kemp live in Houston, Texas. How does Houston make you feel? How do you feel about all this? Oh, it's great. It's a big Texas city, a lot of anger. Can be unleashed upon me. So yes, try to stay on the good side of Houston. Lots of different types of, Republicans and Democrats here that to piss off. It's just a lot of people here. A lot of different kinds of people. Yeah, lots of love. Lots of love. Absolutely. Have you been to Houston before? Yes, I actually double teamed a female here. Let's go to a clip. Still don't have it. Still don't have it. This was a yeah, she was pretty enthusiastic. Double teamed her with. Wonderful, awesome comic that I don't think I should name. My buddy. Yeah. Okay. Not like, Brian Redman. He definitely was a Brian Redman. You'd be able to get hard and have sex with a woman. Just kidding. This reminds me of a official sponsor. Tell us what it's like double teaming. Which fool did you pick? Well, I actually, she was like bonded with me, which is pretty cool. So I actually had sex with her before my friend got there. So I already came inside of her vagina. And then, thank you for that. Yeah, I was about to ask what. Guinness. Let me ask you, did she tell you she was on a pill or something? Like, what made you come inside of her to do that? I just felt very open to the idea of that. There's not gonna hold up a sword. It was a long time ago. But yeah, it's all legal. Yeah, so I already came, and then my friend came, and she's like, I always wanted to do this thing, a roast pig or stuck pig. I talked about this before. But then I actually took the mouth area, and he took the vagina, and I really wasn't as hard as I could have been. Yeah, she wasn't really a roast pig.
All right, gentlemen, good morning. Let us begin a good talk. Was Baruch Hashem.
We got it.
Begin the week. Turning up to the east side of Baruch Hashem. Beautiful stuff, really. Yeah, I want to give you a couple of tracks. It's too good. So good. It should be illegal. That's how good this is. As well as we give my thing, one of our sponsors for this morning should be paying.
There's a chance that your
Annual Kavatora sponsor for Touch Shin Pei Hey. Jason Mishpacha Merit Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Russians as its host for the Soros levels for Israel. Kavatora sponsors for the month of Adar. Harry is the Zin and loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan. Speak Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv of Lincoln and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel, and Zolz of Berman Rafa. We updated America about Kavatora. All of the Shalom Samuel, the families in the Shana. All of those who live in travel to the told for Israel. Trust in Eretz Hashem, they hold all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the call of Nasha.
see how he does on the SAT.
Let us be a today's Pay Test. Everyone, we are coming up at the Mishnah on Pay Test. The Mishnah says as follows: Rabbi Esther signs the homework last night at the end of the year. If I don't start on the right path on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible guys ahead of us this week. So, gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89A. Eva Risinosa. What's this one again? We are still Same Risinosa. Lower Risa Shibura. Lower Risa Shibiyaka. Remember again, we learned already the halachas concerning when is Akiman raised to death, what type of books.
No one has better answers to my questions than I.
Now it comes to the actual execution of the Akiman. So the Mishnah says, do not execute him in the days of the or to be executed in the days of the gap. However, once the days of the gap was over, Rashi is back to the top order to the other, initially the base of the Mishkas Hagosis. Only the Ham, the Chazal of Yerusha Shai Gamin, and Shekosa Secretary of the Gap, by Daina Mayis Kayo. Yachar to the Holy Kibler, even Mitzvah Samyah,
Somehow it gets disgusting. I'm starting to agree with him. I thought you were getting tickled. Just fucking weird. But now that I'm finding out you're tickling and that makes you hard, what is it about tickling a girl that makes you hard?
Great question.
When she squirms.
If this arrangement is not sitting in its
No,
place,
no, please no.
Yeah, that's most of my relationships with women, so it seems accurate.
Ella, بعد also بيسمع قصص شرايين بتكتب ذاك المرة أبدا بيسمع قصص هاي شرايين والشامل also عاد هالرجال والفيسل also الرجال. So what we do first to try to hold themselves until the next upcoming regal. The next upcoming guest, one of the regalim is that she was
I usually try to think of the woman that I'm in love with, what she would want, like she would want me to come down.
And what does it make reference to? The regalim. The regalim. Like, everyone's on the shoulder.
Like taking a break. Wait, do you and the guy chit chat during the I don't know what I'm trying to ask. You guys, I mean, if you're, there's dirty talk, right? If he starts to talk, do you go, oh, sorry, yeah, you go ahead.
So Craig was there
There was
behind
a
us.
moment where we did that exact thing. I forget why, but I think we made like, hey, you can take a pause.
Now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. If somebody's behind us,
It was just like, she was like making noises.
so again, going to the first meeting, the Mishnah will see they keep this up in the ring.
Our noise is better with you than with him. Like, did you take it personal? Yes. He was getting better noises.
Which is fascinating. Now, why? Why should Amar Yishmu Tiro?
He wasn't trying to look at my. I was
Like,
like,
the incarnation were here. They
I
were
was looking
here,
at his.
and it's actually not part of it.
Yes.
Rabbi Kiva says like this. You gotta make stuff up.
It was just like 10 down, pass a hand.
People have to understand this.
And your pick was like boba tea.
Part of this. So that again,
Yeah, it was like boba tea, it's chewy. Oh god.
Kiva says, okay, down to the
White man.
that should become public spectacle.
I don't think any girls ever been like, yeah, hot, give me that chewy dick. I bought a van for $13,000 that doesn't work. I wasted $13,000. I love your city. I think.
Here's the issue.
I bought a scooter van. Maybe I can make it a van life van, even though I already have a van. I just bought a stupid van.
Just like Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component essentially is
I
established.
was looking at my old van. I'm like, this van sucks. I mean,
this is that. We don't do that.
One of my friends was like, you should just get a new van. So I just got a new van, but it was a shittier.
Executor. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and
This is what even the guy we're talking about.
rather go ahead and
I bought a second van, and I
what we're doing is send out letters. Send out letters to all the communities saying we should go to the sky. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we'll set it up. Incredible. We'll say from the focus about how we go ahead and say, when we go ahead and go ahead and execute that. That's how it was. So,
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a hell of a show. This is your final fucking poll of the night. How about one more time for Heidi and Val, everybody? Check out their podcast, Love on the Line at HeidiRegina.com. Follow the band on social media. Follow Adam Ray. He's on the USB tour going to Vegas, The Win, and everywhere else. AdamRayComedy.com, KimCondon.com, and follow her at KimCondon, CONGDON. Alright, your final one poll tonight goes by the name of Devin Callahan, everybody. One blast, Houston.
So again, Rabbi Kiva is actually the follow-up.
Yeah, Devin Callahan. Callahan like dirty hair.
It's also said when you shine for the right of does the pasuk say that they should hear and they should see?
I'm figuring out not to bring it down and not talk about that. I'm figuring out that for like, I got it. Two types of goats. One goat, full body guy standing under like, hey, my grandfather
All it
probably
says is that you should hear and you should
Second
hear. So Gemara says,
Just get like a little thing. It's just like no legs or nothing. Just feet up, feet gone, knees up, and then just run around like.
Again, why go ahead and delay his judgment?
That second type. Those are the motherfuckers that die of diabetes. Yes. So it turns out that after like you don't get your feet back, it's like a punishment. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I need some friends. I need some new friends. I'm chilling with my homies, and we were on a road trip, and I was like, "Hey man, I'm getting kind of tired. Let's pull into somewhere." And I saw a hotel, LAQUINTA. Told my homies, let's stay at the beach. Right? And they started laughing. They were like, "Oh, crazy! It's La Quinta, fool! It's La Quinta!"
Spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go away.
And so I was telling them, no, La Quinta is a chick that works at the front desk, but the establishment is La Quinta, right? Like,
you're gonna figure it out. So it's greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I am just
Can you take the N word there?
I know it's gonna happen.
I don't want to, though. We're nice people.
But then I know what is going to happen.
I play piano. I play keys.
You're a professional piano player?
Yeah, I got it.
Really?
How long have you been on that for?
Like,
So you gotta execute.
20 years.
Definitely
20 years.
But
I'm
why
alright.
would you delay it? What's the point? You're supposed to see this movies before that. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with that notice. Now, to the world, that
You
makes
guys
sense.
want to hear her play some piano?
Do you understand that sometimes you have to do
The band leader normally doesn't share his piano with anybody. It's a tough cookie.
want to think that's it.
Well, a lot of musicians don't like sharing their instruments. And he knows how it is, but nobody said, "Oh, see, all he had to say, all he had to say was, I know how it is, I get it." And then look, Jake, we're Chuck Norris, we're
Send out the letters.
Here he is. Look at this.
So-and-so is executed as
Just give a handshake.
something letter. So this is the whole
Oh yeah, don't play anything
But how do you
copyrighted.
execute
It's got to just be kind of like your own, like visual thing. John Beats.
Okay, incredible. Tell me about it. Supposed to ask like Sean Robert.
Uncle Devin.
I'm on streets and after also. Now,
Don't say the N-word because that's not nice. That's how I position all
is it's not just how you execute, but there is this thing of this felicity to it. Know what it is that's happening. Of course, by the way, there are four situations where in general it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, a masis. Not masis. Masis is what does that mean? Sites of worship of the Sarah. Ben Sorer, we know that. Shakim Mamre, and Eitan Sorer. Interesting. All of these four need haftarah, so they need announcements. Rashi says over here, Raza, Loni Meis Bebeis al Shabra Berezu, they leered us as happy. So literally, these are what else. So-and-so is executed. All of this is done in order to create a public example that people should follow suit. It says, Sidu, the Khala'an, the Yisrael. So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, Khala'an. So like all of these situations, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, the Khala'an, the Khala'an, the Yisrael, by the Sharon, the locally Amon Chazmus Fudasa. What is Sahad Shasai? What's interestingly enough, by Yisrael, the Russians that are the Sharon. Those who are left over, like those who remain, why doesn't it use the same experience in Russian ability again as Kola Israel? Because by angels, not everyone is fit for angels. Angels is always more limited pool. Why? Because there was there's limitations. The person can't move, they can't go ahead and do angels, right? The person commits an Avera, they can't, or should Averas, can't do angels. So because angels itself is not open to the general public, therefore again, the public admonition of the also doesn't have to be, or is not as sleeping as the other. Okay, you know what's like beautiful from my Mishnah?
Me and Adam used to play with the Greek
Mishnah, Rabbi Sheker. Rabbi says, next guy is Dojdziemy, pozdrawiam. Okay? So what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar. So what is this? What's the
Anything else crazy we should know about you before we go? What's the biggest voice lately you ever created?
A person who prophesies something that he did not hear. Okay? Or something that was not said to him. That was interesting. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff's happening at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets the door at Kiddush. By the way, today people should get the door at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Does that mean I get it? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to you, right? Ruben gets the door. So what happens to me is I'm shooting the door, right? So case number one is I prophesy something that says. Case number two, the emotional gave my friend the door. I heard the door, and I say no. That's what my prophecy is. That also falls under the category of the
Like I said, Saturday nights are hard on this show.
Because in these cases,
We've created so many
that
superstars
a lot
of them
individuals like the Shakar is executed by court.
However, I was able to secure the man who I think is one of the fastest young rising comedians in the world. You see him every week writing and performing a brand new edit. At one point, he was recognized as the dark storm of Atlanta, Georgia. The dark storm of Austin, Texas. I present to you the future of
All these cases, we sell all these individuals again get left with the hands of heaven. Let the hands of heaven. And the Sam Bishop of all this stuff, we can also get into all these pieces a little bit. And the Sam Bishop of all this stuff, if somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah and whatever, so I'm not all this stuff. And again, the person says, little bit again, this is what the Avodah stuff says. Even if what? Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Whereas let's say for something it says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling a fire at Shabbos. Okay? Right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zorah by definition makes him liable. Abba, Al-Ish, Ish, Christmas, adultery, even Shinifnis, Al-Shus, Abba, Israel, Abba, Ish, no mitzvah. Abba, Allah, how do you say the Torah? So again, if a man has relationship with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet also she got irritated and not received, or they just got married and received, but again, they did not yet live together. Allah is Boaz, the adulterer, is punished by him. There's someone like that's going to Allah, so ultimately again, what's his remember? A fast time is adultery. What's her name? Sreifa. Remember again, that's a unique thing for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to her solely. Right? If witnesses testify falsely about her, Shekol Muslim, Makim La'osim, he's supposed to be sorry that's going about general again. They were saying they were way worse than the truth. The exception to this is even if someone is a spy at fast story, she gets straight up, but the girl and those who go to her will get credit. Okay, incredible. Says supposed to that's how it was. Says the Torah. שלוש מססים דיאלת, שלוש מססים בשמיים. These are all categories of false prophets. Three of them all look like are killed by adults, and three of them is Mishnah. Okay, so what are they? Understanding Marshall Shama, or Marshall Ne'emar. This is all put again. This is what the head prophesied. Something like it was down to prophecy that was not said. Or essentially, the event prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the Torah. The person just pretends to prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else after them. Or understand the share of other stuff happens. Like understand the share of other stuff happens. Or a person goes ahead and prophesies in the name of others. Like I said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, My God, how about one more time for the best sampan in all of Sugar Land? Great Michael Gonzalez, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa. Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, John Dees. That right there is the great Team Madness, everybody. Matt Mueling on the electric. We got everything in place. This is very, very exciting. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. I understand what is a key to some. Right? It makes sense. It makes sense. You're inventing prophecy. But I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a key to some? I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. You know, again, we'll see that.
I gotta ask, Houston, Texas, are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Pleasure to be on the road in my favorite state in the United States of America. Holy shit, what a beautiful day. 80 degrees and sunny, you can't beat it. Tonight's guests, two of my favorite human beings in the world, two of the greatest Kill Tony guests of all time. Very hard to put the show on a Saturday night when everybody that touches the show is a sellout theater act. But I did the Lord's work for you as I present to you multiple time openers. Without a doubt, arguably, statistically, the greatest guest in Kill Tony history and the first ever regular in Kill Tony history. Tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen, are Adam Ray and Kenny Cochran.
Now, again, there's something to do.
Oh, yeah.
But my hope is never to touch someone else. So this notion that we keep giving a fool up, I was giving to someone else, that is the highest fundamental level of personal investigation. And again, my hope is to be me.
So many characters I forget sometimes.
Wow.
And the great Kim
You
Congdon,
put someone
everybody.
else's logo and you make it your own.
Courtesy being stalked by many men.
That's not a life. This doesn't know who told you that trap.
I have a gun.
Someone else. I joke, because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone this.
And ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Kill Tony Hall of Famer, multiple time guest of the year, Adam Ray is here.
Artist, but like I said, you know, but now you, so we're going to all this. We're going to keep that. I love you, actually. Y'all see the pattern. So I'll say something. You get the Rabbi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. That use that sounds unemotional. That was the Rabbi will never something that is not true, but for sure. Okay, fight is next. Share those secrets.
Hell yeah.
There's
a lot of lies in Houston, but I heard they don't need out at all.
So what does that refer to? El
Tiempo is here. How many El Tiempo fans do we have out there? The home of the Colorado. You guys ever been to the Colorado?
And he would go ahead and say something over the name of the gods. So I'm just about this, but fuck it. That person
Alright, you guys know how this show works. Everybody, if I put your name on the button, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then be sitting there with angry. So they're gay parties.
And all of these cases, what does the Pasuk say?
They all said
The
it
base
once. What is it?
is probably the death. From this side, we're the Torah stamp in elephant. What does again? Stand whenever the Torah says that.
You gotta wrap it up then, or you bring in the angry mantras there.
Is
Oh yeah,
we'll say that's our first thing. Next, Rabbi Shested also. Rabbi
It's the first name has been pulled.
This
And
is
this is a
someone
very
who
special show
prophesizes,
because
but again,
since we have been in Texas
holds
for
back his
over
prophecy
5 years now,
about
we have
their
accumulated
disregards
many great golden ticket
or
winners
number
from
three, another
the city of Houston, Texas.
all
And
these people
tonight,
put together.
Bobby will wrangle our first bucket full, starting off the show with a brand new minute for us. It is one of our elite golden ticket winners from Houston, Texas. He got his golden ticket, I believe, when he was 21 years old. Since then, he has worked as Bucky himself at a Bucky's. Make some noise. Starting tonight's show, Houston's own Enrique Chacon.
So again, in that one pasuk is somebody hears it, disregards it, right? Somebody hears his own prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else hears the Rabbi, disregards it, and the Rabbi ultimately again was Kodesh as he also does not share it with everyone. And this not a mashal
I heard that ICE is killing white people now, man. What's up with that? You're telling me I can get him out? It's not a Lululemon anymore.
And it's not a mashal shaman. So a person
My girlfriend, when I met her, she was way out of my league, so I found out everything I could about her, man. I found out that she was really into animal rescue, so 2019, fuck it, bro. I rescued 34 cats, bro. Fuck it. Sometimes you have to save the kitty to eat the kitty, and that's what I was doing.
This is the story
You say I was in heat
of
too,
where
man.
Iran was
Anyways,
attacking
I have an Australian cattle dog, a healer at home.
Remember again, this is
I like to use that dog for small talk with older white guys that like a tractor supply. I tell them I have a healer, and they're like, "Oh, my granddaddy had a dog." That's a very intelligent dog. That's a very hardworking dog.
Righteously challenged.
We have a beautiful moment,
But they realized that
and suddenly they remember that their granddaddy wouldn't like him talking to me, and that's the end of the conversation.
But I need some prophecy to
Thank
back
you.
this up because it's like the shtick of unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to have
Hitch,
holy
please,
justice.
nuts in
So
your
I
mouth.
think that
How does it feel? This is the biggest crowd you've ever performed in front of in Houston, Texas. It is, bro. It's looking pretty fucking beautiful. Southwest Daily, Texas in the house.
And Southwest is exactly
Southwest Houston is a beautiful place where everybody says the N-word no matter what ethnicity you are. It's that's why whenever I moved to like Austin and started doing comedy, I had to like train myself. Every time I wanted to say the N-word, I would slap a rubber band on my leg or
So
something.
the Gemara says as follows.
But yeah, that's
So
my
my
fucking, that's my hood,
again,
man. That's
so
where I
now,
grew up.
here's what I point out.
And yeah.
I don't know all the different areas that well. I know I was able to convince Redman to do this show because I said it's in Sugarland, and he's like, "Oh, where did it go?"
Because again, what ends up happening in this battle is all of this wolfing was
Turn Sugarland into caramel, bro. What's up?
into battles that I feel is dying battle.
Okay, why are you so fat? Tell us
So
what
you know
you
it
eat
says,
exactly.
Matt having that in
Well, you know, a lot of straight guys eat pussy, Tony. That's what I do.
That's not what's making you fat.
So Tzidkiah
Are you
was
putting on? Are you putting cream on it or something? Or cream cheese? Or cottage cheese? What is
What's that? That name sounds
You know,
protein powder?
Remember,
eggs,
Douglas
chicken
had a
eggs,
beautiful
bro.
finger
We cook
that
everything with
Oswald
lard.
very
This
much
is fucking
loved.
Dude, I eat chocolate candy eggs, the fucking Cadbury eggs, I got fucking eggs and ham.
Sell convinced
But you know, a place that you need to visit though, Tony, is Bissonnette, bro. You gotta go to Bissonnette. Don't y'all fucking agree?
What is that?
Bissonnette is the best neighborhood in Houston,
So what
Texas.
So the spirit
Wow,
of
you'll have to
Logos
And
came
if
back
you're stuck in
and kind of
traffic
appeared
and
to
this and that, you might as well get your dick sucked,
making
you
it look
know?
like it was unfinished
It's
in order to get out of the chaos and balance the process
I'm gonna go to Southwest. I'm gonna go to
That's
I'm
it.
gonna go between Bissonnette and Southwest
Liga
Houston so I can
contest
say the N-word while eating my dicks.
sounds like a beautiful plan, Tony.
It's such a fun
Who's willing to
set.
go down and
I use white people,
reward
Lululemon.
by
I love it so
That ice shit got me terrified, Tony. Yeah, it really does. Because I have something called the DACA status, which means that I'm a celebrity immigrant. You know, there's only 2,500 of us.
I don't think you should be saying this.
Fuck it. You know, I'm prepared for the consequences, man. That's why I'm trying to camouflage myself. I don't even drink Modelo's anymore in public, Tony. I'm drinking Busch Light, bro. Like some of these River Oaks white guys. What the fuck?
That he won't show
Are
up
there any other white things that you're doing to try to hide
something
out?
that is not just
You know, I'm reciting the 10 amendments, Tony.
other than the ownership of themselves.
One of those is the right to eat.
So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Rabbi Israeli
I look
who was
like
there to
Enzo's
avenge
waiter,
his
bro.
death
What
by
the fuck was I thinking, bro?
You look like you squeal when
So
someone
that
hugs
was the
you.
spirit that appeared to seek your
Absolutely adorable that you have the show started for us tonight with nothing but laughter and likability.
should have been a little bit more
Houston, Texas.
Because at least we got it started. Bem Trinity and so I say, just to move up. You can have many prophets that have the same
There are a
prophetic
lot
message,
of Houston
but each of
local
them get it
comedians that have been dying for us to make the 2-3 hour trip up here, and now it begins. They get 60 seconds, and then I conduct an interview with them, and anything can happen. Sometimes people get a little bit shy in front of such a big group of people, so I'm gonna try my hardest to find out crazy shit about your first bucket pool, providing uninterrupted set. Goes by the name of Max Wissinger, everybody. Here comes Max Wissinger to get the fucking started tonight. So I was making out with my girlfriend last week. They started eating out. She started taking her clothes off. Yeah. She was like, Max, you look like a kid in a candy store. I said, babe, it's not you. I look like a kid in a candy store. Yeah. Just kidding. I don't have a girlfriend. Yeah. I can't keep a girlfriend, right? Because they don't feel safe with me. Because I'm gluten free. I mean, I can't even fight off a little dick. It sucks, right? Like someone brings donuts to work, I can't have any. Apple fritter, straight to the shitter. Being gluten free is so depressing. The only time I even think about using a toaster is when I'm taking a bath. Guys, come on. My therapist said I need an outlet. Thank you. Jokes about being youthful. How old are you, Max? I'm 27. I don't even have chest hair yet. Let's move it. Me neither. I'm 41. How long have you been doing stand-up? So 1.5 years, but my first time was on this show like 3-4 years ago. Yeah, meet the judge in Dallas. You live in Houston? I'm in Houston now. Yeah. What do you do for work? I'm product developer for supplements. Supplements. The ones that make you healthier that aren't making your life. Put it into the package and you get it to the bar. Yeah, I think they accidentally gave you estrogen. Right. Yeah. People call me gay junior. Yeah. What's the best supplement? You don't have to ask them anything, remember? One of the funniest review jokes in the history of the show. We make a 45-minute violation of me looking at Adam going, Zane asks the people, that's why I work off your shirt. Max, tell us what's been going on in life since the last time you were on the show. Well, girls been hitting on me lately with their cars. Yeah. You know, I think girls are so dangerous when they drive because they're too busy trying to look hot. Like, I saw this one chick going 100 on the freeway, putting on mascara, swerving all over the road. I mean, hey, at least you died a bad bitch. I see what you did there. You snuck in a little gem. Comics Unleashed. Yeah, exactly. Well, Tony, funny you should ask. These women be driving crazy.
Dude, you're perfect for cruises.
Yeah. There's like two traffic stuff that I do like 10 seconds, and then you just turn your face to a different wall and go, let me tell you about the 405. Over here.
It was like,
You got jokes. I like it. Have you been on dates? You have a girlfriend? No, not right now.
is that tomorrow afterwards? Well, gosh, I
Last
like
time
this
you
one.
hooked up with a chick, what's that like? What playground
So I'm
did
not
you go
even like
to
30
exactly?
seconds. So I got everything
I think it was.
so you know what those really was? That I had like wait and I don't know how like
See the actual location of a playground. No, it's like the children's
started like
museum.
that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was.
That's what I didn't say.
It was just a circular zone. I don't like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right?
Seriously, last time you were with
But the nice, but
or boy or whatever you're into.
isn't
It was last
isn't
year.
that what
Yeah,
it's about?
last
It's
year.
about the
What
ability
happened
to
then?
help
Was
people,
that just
even if you
random
vehemently disagree with them.
call?
It's about the ability to love people,
For
even
some
though
reason, that's funny when you
you're
ask like a
absolutely kind of beautiful
27-year-olds.
and
No, it's my ex-girlfriend.
every single step of the way. That you think that what they are
I
saying
was
is
living
most
in Florida for 2
Not
years.
all time
And
is
what
the
made
correct thing in the world, but I love
our jobs. I was living in a retirement community.
So when you see hundreds of people
The weather was great. It was in the
we like to
70s.
surround ourselves
Just like the people.
say the same things to us.
I saw
It's
that.
so important. Because so many people live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, it's not life, and it's sort of like
Impractical no jokers.
clouds, so let's say, there's a lot of people, a lot of them,
It's like
and
I
yes,
can't
a
just
lot of
get
them are
freaking
uninformed.
roasted the whole
A
time.
lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me after the show for all the things, like sheepness and positions in life.
I'm
It's
going to
free.
another bit.
Like, as I said, but the nice
If you say
so
that
what happens,
beforehand, it's very
people
hard.
are saying the same
I'm half
thing.
Mexican. And I'm
Right,
half German.
something's off there. Really,
My Mexican half likes to cook spicy. Your other half likes to cook juice.
Is that
No.
moment when you embrace, even after what they say. So he goes like this.
It's okay.
I know they cook honey. So what happens? So your shepherd says, I need someone to be. So Aqua says, why do you want to be?
I like to cook
Look at
up
all
my
these
German
hundreds of
half.
guys
My
that are.
Mexican half likes to cook
Says Flora
spicy.
says, Anole,
My German
constantly
half likes to
complying
turn
based
that
on
bathroom
Abba
into a
and
gas
women from my
chamber.
father.
Yes,
Shimon Akak Olam Acham Nevi'im. The English name Nevi'im is not the Sigmund Akak. So ultimately, yes, what we learned, what I learned is, yes, you could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they're not, but we got 500 something God. Like, but they don't, but none of them give it over in the same way. Like, they all give the same message. Don't the fact that so the shepherd is the same way, and these hundreds of prophets, I just want to point out, these were not for ordinary prophets, were actually the same message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because Israel wanted the concept to go out to work to fall down. So the shepherds are like, you guys are saying the same exact thing. Well, none of them make any sense. So therefore, again, your shepherds is skewed. Okay?
The old Houston.
So remember, like, I'm not real. Let's see, it's real. He told me something that was not so.
This podcast is sponsored by Jehovah's Anywhere Worth Going.
He's like, when I hear this, I'm not going to hear this. Call you Spanish, but I'll know you're the understanding of
Generational range
I don't like
lifelong
Paul
cowboys.
Martian,
So
so
first time
in any shoulder as Keshes,
just instant out of the box comfort.
right? And Yirmiyah says that God was going to go ahead and break the bow. There's no elimination. I'm going to break the bow. I'm going to defeat you. Okay, so what happens? Thus the
Whether it's your
Hananiah
first
comes
pair or your million pairs, Coleman has you covered.
Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah, and he makes this wants to come over. Thank you, Shalom,
Riding in the back of a perhaps on an electric bicycle, you
so
say
Elon,
the
they came
electric
to help Paul.
never ever.
Shop
Shop Dakota's Western Goods online at Dakotas.com or swing by Dakota's store for the full experience. Complimentary new branding to make you more very real person. Their user-friendly staff render service to answer any questions and help you pick out that perfect pair. Right now, get 10% off at Dakotas.com/Giltoni. Send emails and texts. That's 10% off at TECOVAS.com/Giltoni. Dakotas.com/Giltoni. See site for details. Dakotas, point your toes. Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Going online without ExpressVPN is like driving without car insurance. You might be a great driver, but most people on the road these days, why would you take that risk? Every time you connect to unencrypted networks, cafes, hotels, airports, etc., your online data is not secure. Any hacker on the same network can gain access to and steal your personal data. It doesn't take much technical knowledge to hack someone just cheap hardware is being a smart 12-year-old or even Red Band to do it.
Tony, I love ExpressVPN. I use it when I travel, so I know my data is safe. ExpressVPN has its lowest prices ever. Plans starting at just $3.49 a month. That's 12 cents a day.
Okay, beautiful. That's right.
was an example of one who prophesies in the name of
Over a
prophecy.
million years to get past these recipes of encryption. Just fire up the app and hit one button to get protected. No wonder it's
Paul was not
top
he had his own
seen that
reveal.
superior on the weekdavid today. Visit expressvpn.com/Golzoni. That's expressvpn.com/Golzoni.
Holding
Find
your
out
own
how you
prophecy.
can
Kigo,
get more extra
Yona
miles.
Benamita. Yona, right? Yona
expressvpn.com/Golzoni.
Yona is a prophecy that was
All right, your next fucking pool goes by the name of Jake McFarland. Let's see what happens here. We're gonna meet Jake. Thanks. Put your hands together for Jake, everybody. So Jake McFarland.
Right, just like again, the Gemara says, everything possible says.
I just want to start this by saying I'm 5 years sober and clean.
Everything possible comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy,
From
and I
white
hear
pussy.
Rabbi, well, what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with
Wasn't a hard
it?
choice. White pussy tastes like nickels.
And I
That's true.
January, everyday prophecy comes to us.
It's February, baby.
Every opportunity comes to us.
Yeah, not a lot of black people in here. That's crazy. Yeah, it's February and as a black man, I was gonna tell you, as a black man, I'm doing my part. I'm out there doing it. Yeah, I've been eating black pussy. Yeah. And I was actually recently eating some black pussy just a couple days ago. And I was down there in them thick thighs, you know how it is. And I was down there doing my thing, you know? Thanks.
So again,
But I was running out of air quick, alright? I come over here, I go, she grabs me by the back of the head and goes, no, I'm not racist, bitch. I'm like, well, fucking, this gun is full length of times. I call it hard. When you're eating pussy, you're just making noises inside of a pussy. Grab that mic. I'm making a lot of noise. Yeah, I thought it was her gun. She was able to get to my head. That's true. Every chance I get. I mean, I'm telling you, when I get done with this, I'm sure there's going to be a lineup. So, I'm looking forward to that.
I have
a question. Go ahead.
If
white
pussy tastes like
nickels,
what does half black pussy taste like?
Like cocoa butter and original wings.
So ego was ultimately again
I think I recognize
then
it.
to go ahead. This was the story of the love of the
Asian or Jewish pussy. I think if you like Asian women, you're secretly gay. And I don't know, let's play a game. I'll pull up a bunch of trannies from Asia and then just regular Asian women, and we'll find out who's hot and who's not. Alright, let's do it. Come on. I'm just saying, I think we know what's going to happen. Your boyfriend's going to look good. Okay, so.
Even
Is this where the animal is? Let me ask you something, Jake. Are you meeting these black women as pussy anywhere I can? Like, give us an example of where it's actually happening. Man, I do a lot of, so like, I'm a black comedian. Hey, why do you keep saying that? I am. I'm a black comedian. I was banned from all white comedy until like 6 months ago. Why? I am a ginger. Man, you really want to know? Jake, I'm asking you, dude. Yes, I really want to know. We're on a live show. I don't know if you know that. There's 7,000 people out there, Jake. I do really want to know the answer to the question that the host of the show just asked you. Stand in the middle of the red circle, Jake. I'll keep it real. I'm staying right here. I got the middle of the red circle. Middle. There you go. Just say that. That's good.
Black
people love to run.
Don't do anything. Laser focused.
I don't know. I'm not that black. Honestly, I pulled a gun on a guy. Can you tell us more about that, Jake? Okay. So I was at a comedy show. It was a black comedy show. You don't have those in Austin. In Houston, it's when you go to a place and everyone's black. You know what I mean? Just pure. We all did comedy in LA for a couple of decades. You know, right? Okay, so you do. Right. And I was about to leave, but one of my buddies
buddies who went on the show, he actually didn't get on the show. He got snubbed by another comedian. He started crying. He got a little drunk. Goes in, walked out. I was like, well, fuck him, right? But then I thought, you know what? I better smooth it over with the host. So I walked up to the host and I left my keys in my truck. We're out in the parking lot this time. By the way, I want to preface this by saying I was in character. You know what character is? That's the hood. That's the fucking hood. Come on, get to the point of the story. Anyway, my bad. I'm wasting time. The story's gonna end with a different kind, yeah. Okay. So, get to the fucking story, Jay. Do you really want to know? Do you really want me to be honest about what happened?
I'm on task.
So, I was out in the parking lot talking with the comedian and the host, and another comedian started talking shit. And I told him that he's being disrespectful, and he said, "What are you gonna do about it?" And I said, "Take my glasses off." And he walked around his car, and I said, "Are you fighting or what?" And he said, "No, I'm just gonna shoot your ass. I'm just gonna kill your ass in the hood, in the streets." It was a black guy. It was a black guy, right? Which is crazy because when I pulled a gun on him and told him to take his hands out of the trunk after he found the trunk and grabbed the gun, he closed the trunk. Damn. They don't like it when black people get guns pulled on them, I guess. Your story takes forever.
This is like how hard it is for a woman to come. Thank you, lady.
The moral of the story is, there's a moral. I put my gun back in the trunk after the car after he closed the trunk, and he said he's calling the police. So I was like, okay, well, fucking Jesus, I thought I was black. Apparently he's not.
This thing where you keep calling yourself black.
I'm ginger. What are you talking about? I'm light skinned.
Why do you keep saying that?
I can call my black friends right now.
You say the word?
No, I don't think you're black. No.
What do you do for work?
I'm a handyman.
You're a handyman?
Yep.
What exactly do you specialize in?
Woodwork and stuff like that.
Well, maybe you are black because they would work if they could work.
Yeah. My black friends call me Chigabuche, actually.
Alright. Since you're so black, guess what? You're leaving with a little black joke. Jake, big fart and everybody. Keep that shit out Alright, here to clean the slate hall. My goodness gracious. That's right. Since it's a road show, the great Valerie Vaughn is here, everybody. Put your hands together for Valerie. She attends and works with us on every single non-Austin and sometimes in Austin, but always on the road show. We have another Houston Golden Ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? Make some noise for him here with the brand new minute. It's Colin Sledge, everybody. You know him. It's a brand new minute from Houston. So, Colin Sledge.
Each person gets it differently, and each person behaves differently.
So God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth because we're supposed to listen twice as much as we talk. But He also gave us 10 fingers, so we're supposed to be finger blessed all the time.
Maybe even a brother since the changes, right? We should have every day we create other moments. Again, not again,
I always tell girls you should never fake an orgasm. Because I don't care.
1 second. My yoga is like yoga. I could start to change his mind, and he didn't tell Yoda. Like Yoda, remember again, Yoda
Children are supposed to pee after sex to really what's got every time. I always tell them, just to be safe, you should pee during sex.
Yoda made Yoda.
Seven to that. I'm very insecure, by the way. Can I do one more joke? Okay.
Turned over just
my girlfriend says I don't make eye contact during sex. It's not even true. I make a lot of eye contact during sex. It's just myself. Not like a narcissistic way. I just like to pretend I'm getting comments from my penis.
Every comedian hopes to do. Amazing, fucking hilarious as always. What do you think your parents think about that stuff?
They've seen it before, probably.
Tell us what part of Houston are you from?
From Northwest Houston by the Heights.
City over there to make it in trouble.
Yes.
Different Southwest.
I feel like I would get trouble.
White people would be fucking upset at this. Colin, tell us about your experiences here in Houston, Texas. You ever, what else might people know you from? Did you ever have jobs here?
Well, I used to work at the Galleria.
What did you do at the Galleria?
I worked at Express. Express Galleria.
How do I know that he's in love?
That really
I have to make sure that the guy has to take. Do you ever like,
he's got nothing.
gives a sign? He's saying, I just want to say again, you gotta prove what you've done to this.
Willowbrook, it's like further northwest. It's kind of ghetto.
Was that the Express at Willowbrook?
Yeah, they moved me over there.
Transfer Express.
Yeah.
Worked for it. Wexford was on Epstein files.
Oh yes, yes. He was. I never met him personally, but he did exploit my labor.
I can't believe he didn't show up to many locations in Willowbrook.
Yeah, Willowbrook. Like there would be like stabbings every week at Willowbrook, and we were like the only store that didn't even close.
That's why people need their skinny jeans.
Again, why would you stop listening to his phone?
I went shooting with Mom's Cannon.
Again,
That's the sportsman's finest.
you should have said. You should have said.
It was fun. Everyone was very nice.
Old man busted. That's what he should have said. That's what he should have
I
said.
never shot a fully automatic weapon before, and they just gave me like an interview training. They were like, "You're our friend, right?"
Texas, I love it.
I think they're
Something nuanced.
And I have one already.
Yes, she already has one. Got any stalkers out there watching or listening to the show?
I'm also a victim of that because it used to be if you search Freaky Kill Tony guy, I would come up.
Other examples of this.
To be honest, I'm on edge right now. When he came out, I was like, whoa. But you look like a nice stalker, like you just stroked someone's cheek or something.
I would review girl, but I would just hold her hand.
Between video and then the video by the story.
You look like when you eat like Freaky instead of going rat tat 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 tat.
It's too hot for him.
Yeah. Too hot. Yeah.
Cool it out. Jesus. So it's hot.
It's the true God.
It's in his mouth like an
So what
airplane.
happens? So again,
Have you ever been to the
notice
Bible?
the video about to calm down. Crazy stuff.
She found
What
out.
everyone does? Emergencies.
Why do you think you've never been to the Black Woman all the time here? You used to have a large populace of those people.
I wasn't always. I used to be.
This is beautiful.
Oh my god, men are so confident.
I mean, when you first got on the show, his hair looked different ever since she's been dating this girl.
What's happening in
This area.
Yeah, she started taking care of me. I'm like a straight catch.
Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to be close to
People used to say girls like a meat
what happened in the next paragraph?
and since I've had a girlfriend, my face has never been messy in a long time. So I used to be very important.
But it's worth it.
Yeah. So on down. Well, vasectomy hasn't happened yet. It's on the way.
The what?
The vasectomy.
Again, listen.
So I tried to And I talked to the doctor, and he didn't want to do it on me because I didn't have kids. And I said, so I said, I'll go visit my niece while there is my brother, and then I'll come back, and I still want the second kids. And he said yes, and I did that, and then I came back, and I called him, and he retired. So I'm back to square one, but it's in the works.
But I feel like you don't have to go to the doctor to get a vasectomy. Like, you can just find a different doctor.
Well, you do it in red bait.
I
I am just gonna become a better person. Whatever it is,
Do you do drugs?
whatever it is. You watch it, it's entertaining.
So much
Like
just
just all the videos from around.
That's my girlfriend's influence on me.
Colin, you were absolutely hilarious tonight. Congratulations. Hometown crowd in front of your parents. You did it. We're getting back to the puppets one more time for Colin. Everybody. As we go, ladies and gentlemen, our next comedian is Brandon Brown. We're going to meet Brandon Brown all together now. Put your hands together for Brandon, everybody. These people bring their whole lives for a moment like this.
Holy shit.
We're doing it.
Mr. Hemsworth, I gotta tell you, I'm a big ass fan. We're such big fans of Kill Tony that we role play Kill Tony in the bedroom, right? So sometimes, like, I'll be hitting it from the back, I'm like, oh yeah, we're really doing it, baby. We're really doing it. And then sometimes, I like to pretend I'm one of the black guys that get on Kill Tony. I'm like, oh yeah, we're really doing it, baby. But my favorite people who come on Kill Tony are the Asians, right? So sometimes I'll be back there going, oh yeah, we're really doing it, baby. Right? Oh man, but it goes both ways, right? So sometimes she's like, I want to be Tony. I'm like, all right, you can be Tony. So I'll be eating her pussy, right? And it's all good. Like, there's just 1,000 times you still can't hit the fucking buttons for me. Like, what the fuck? I've known you for 10 fucking years, and you still can't get it fucking right? Everybody, I'm Brandon Brown, and that's my top. We really doing it, baby.
You point to your girl out there?
Yes.
Where's she at?
And we pay big money. We're right in the front row.
I love it. I love it. Where do you get big money? What do you do for work, Brandon Brown?
I'm an insurance broker.
I love it. Amazing. How long have you been doing that for?
I've done it for about 4 years now.
It's one of the buffest insurance brokers I've ever seen. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Do you repo insurance? What's going on?
I say you gonna get some check for your fucking family or what?
Yes.
I'm about to work. Hey, that's a compliment. I appreciate it.
Tired.
We're really doing it, baby.
How long did you practice that set a lot?
I came up with that at 3:43 this morning.
No one's gonna dispute that.
I was so excited. I was actually, so what's funny is I think you were going to be here. We have a little connection.
Now you have a doctor.
So me and the wife went to a couple of your shows. And, so when you're doing Dr. Phil, we come see us, Dr. Phil, we love Dr. Shit. And I sent you a Facebook message like one night, hi, it's fuck. And, there's one that
Get back to you.
so me and my girl were like, I was like, I wonder if we can get married on Dr. Phil. And you and I went back and forth to a shit ton of messages, and my Facebook got hacked. And I could never get a hold of you again. And like we were, like you're just like, I'm ordained, like yeah, let's do this shit. Yeah, look it up, Brandon Brown on your phone.
Your word for player. After you drive up the foot stage, wait, so you guys got married?
Yes, we did. We're out.
Where'd you get married at?
We did a courthouse.
Oh, okay. Absolutely. And how many times have you seen your wife since you got married? It depends when the trend starts to kick in. I don't really remember, but what does she do for a living? She is a nurse. Okay. You guys have kids? No, we do not. Are you finishing inside of her? Every time. I got bad back, so I got weak ass full thing. Like when I did this, like there's a reason why God did make me laugh.
How many times do you make her meow in bed?
Oh, I'm very good at that. Do you have any special moves in the bedroom in real life? Are you usually on bottom because of your bad back?
All of the success of the past are exposed at the
She's going to kick my ass for what I'm saying. This is the good part. This is the good part. So I got very extremely lucky, and I got hurt in Afghanistan. I took an armored plate to the left side of the dick bag. So like my dick gets hard, and I can go forever because I put it in feeling right. So yeah, I normally just go to she gets tired. And I'm like, sometimes I hear with that, but that's only when I'm telling you. Do you finish and come? Yeah, I still come. How do you come if you don't have feelings? Yeah, it's only on like the left side, like my dick has feelings, but like I have like half the feeling that I had before, so like I go 3 times off. The question was, what's your favorite TV show? Yeah. I don't know how we got on this tangent. You're still alive. I love it. So Afghanistan, that was you folks said you rolled over a we got hit by a nice ship. Okay, can you take us through that? What was that like? Was it traumatizing for you? Or? Not for me. A lot of people have different experiences in the military. I was very lucky. We were more on the attack side of things. So, like, we went out every day for fun of the and like, this is like a fucking woman of the day. We laughed about it. People feel like dying. It's just work. I miss it. We love you. I love you for your service.
says, if you do this,
Greatest country on planet. Amazing. Any other crazy stories from being on the other side of the planet? Oh yeah, so my favorite is, right, this made me think of me too. I did this at about 4:02 after I came up with my bid. So I was sitting there like, what the fuck am I going to tell, Tony? Well, now I was like, Mr. Hinchcliffe, I call Tony. I got one guy, I'm like, I've been playing around, I just was sitting Tony. The question was, what's your favorite food? Yeah, I'm getting around to it, right? So we would deal with a lot of people who blew themselves up being on any of these. And I had the magic ability. I was always finding dick. Like, we'd be walking around looking for body parts and shit.
I have that ability too.
It's okay for you to find dick. It's weird when I find it. Yeah. I thought you'd like that, That's probably something I've got. So give us an example of, when people get blown up. Yes, I find a lot of dicks. Do you do what I do when you find it and immediately do it? I think the logistics not too far out. It's also your day. So much fun. Congratulations. You got to do it right in the heart of the show. Here's a big joke, man. You fucking did it, dude. Just the drop. You said Houston droppers with the joke here. Houston can't catch a fucking cold. It's amazing. Okay, your next fucking cool live in Houston, Texas, goes by the name of Mackenzie Jewel. Everybody, here we go. Mackenzie Jewel. Hey, gang. I'm gay and autistic, so technically I'm a double minority. But because I'm white, it just levels out. You know what I mean? I'm bisexual. That kind of sucks. You know what I mean? Because I feel like bisexual is gayer than being gay. You know? Because when you're bi, that means that you like dick and pussy, right? So if you choose some dick over pussy, that's gay. That's really gay. But I'm autistic and bitches love the tism dick. I be stimming in they shit, you know? I'm like, damn bitch, this pussy giving me a sensory overload right now. I'm like, so when you store your large files, do you use Dropbox or OneDrive? I'm really bad at Netflix and chilling because I always just want to pay attention to the movie, you know? I'm like, babe, stop sucking my dick. This is the scene where Michael Keaton becomes the founder. Amazing. Sam Mackenzie Joel with a breakout performance. Welcome, Mackenzie. You're hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up? I'm coming up on my third year, April. Fuck yeah, all of it here in Houston? Yes, sir. I love it. What part of town do you live in? I'm over in West Chase right now, but I was on the show before, and I mentioned I grew up in the Fofo, Acres Homes. Okay. Yes, you're like if Mike Jones sucked on mountains. Yeah. Amazing. That's one of my favorite. There's a lot of gay autistic comedians, but you came out with energy, act outs, you kept everybody's attention, guns ablaze, and absolutely incredible. Question for you: are you the new Blinky? Who's Blinky? That's what I ask myself. Just no matter what. I'm Gen Z, but I don't, I'm performing from TikTok, I'm not autistic. How old are you, Mackenzie? I am 23. 23 years old. What are the kids up to nowadays? I mean, other than fucking anything in the news. All the ones I know just hang out or sad at open mics and shit. Yeah. What do you think is the most autistic thing about you? What's like your specialty? Everybody has a thing. Some are good at chess, some are good at numbers, this, that, and the next. Honestly, I feel like I got fucked on the autism thing. I feel like I'm just like depressed, lazy autistic. Like, what are the superpowers you were hoping to obtain? I don't know. Being able to just have like one of those cool library brains that just knows a bunch of shit. I fried my brain on drugs, but I'm better now. What kind of drugs? I was hella into coke. Really? Yeah. Adderall. I did DMT on stage one time. That's cute. The coke, I can't imagine. I've never seen like a nerdy cokehead before. And it wasn't cool. What were you doing? You get drunk with your pals or whatever? Yeah, just doing open mics for 3 people and shit, Wow.
Mackenzie, I swear to God, when you came out, I thought you were a woman. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm still not sure.
I lived as a woman for a year.
You can tell.
It's not a joke. Yeah, no, I believe it. She actually made a couple Netflix specials. That's Hannah Gadsby, everybody. Live. Watch. Incredible. So tell us about living as a woman for a year. By the way, I feel like this is every 23-year-old in the country right now. We're all gonna die. The big chickens and shit got no fucking estrogen. You got the estrogen from the big chickens. What do you need? I don't know. Give it some time. RFK joining us. The big chicken. Yeah, but no, I had pink hair. I worked at a comic book store. I was the happiest I ever was, actually. When you were a woman, tell us what you were doing to be a woman, though. You were putting on a dress. Were you? Hot Topic, clearance sales. You were working at Hot Topic? No, but I'm buying from Hot Topic a lot. What would you buy exactly? Skirts, shit, and cute little frog shirts and shit.
Did you go by Mackenzie?
Yeah, it's a cool thing. Gender neutral name, Can we see your tits now that you're not a girl? No, Red Man. See, you can't do that because that's harassment when you ask somebody that's sharing things with us to show us their tits. Whether it's a boy or a girl, that's disrespectful and it's unacceptable in today's normal society. Can we see your tits? Yeah. Whoa, look at those. He's still a man, everybody. He kept the new tits. No double scars for this guy.
What pulled you out of it?
I started taking edibles, and I just was on an edible, and I had this ego death that was insane, and I was like, wow, I'm kind of ugly as a woman. It's amazing. I wish we could send that exact clip to every fucking half-gay kid around the world right now. Oh, no, yeah, no, it's good. We have to keep an open mind, but at the same time, it's just contaminating everybody. Tell us, how do you think you were led down that path? You have liberal parents? They kind of let me run Yeah, you know, I was homeschooled. I never went to high school, but I have a diploma that says certified improv badass. So that's something. Your parents made that for you? No, I did 2 years of improv for it. You know. Wow, that's the gayest thing about you. Yeah. Amazing. So, what's your preference at the end of the day? You think you're 50-50 dudes and girls? What kind of mom are you? 75-25? I honestly, my pets. Pets. What do you mean with pets?
You're into animals.
Not into like sexually, no. You're giving off ferret vibes. Yeah. I'm a meerkat. AI told me I'm a meerkat. Oh my god, he now identifies as a meerkat. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the question. Where are we at? 50-50? 50-50. Honestly, my track record is mostly women, but I have probably fooled around with 2 guys and I've had 1 boyfriend. Ooh, first of all, let's give credit to the loud what the fuck from the Houston band. Sounded like he drives a truck for a living. Put a spotlight on Harry homophobe up there. He made it all the way through until Mackenzie goes, I had 1 boyfriend. What the fuck? Well, you're not a bit in my neighborhood. I mean, you get fucked a bit all, but Jesus Christ, saying you're in a fucking relationship, guys. You keep that tizzy dick and that female haircut out of my cul-de-sac. That's my Burger King. Look, I'm gonna have to drive to Southwest Houston just to scream the N-word in a field after this. So, tell us
For a moment, in the gayest thing you said is that you had a boyfriend.
Yeah. Tell us about his boyfriend. He actually came on the show one time. His name was Jackson Namey. Nobody cares about that. Tell us about your boyfriend. That was him. It was fine. It was okay. I have a girlfriend now. I like it better. The first tell us why you like it better. Well, something softer about women. It almost seems like that's what your biology wants. Yeah, right. Wow. Turns out we're all natural human animals. My goodness gracious. You almost said the first dick you ever, and then I cut you off. Let's get back to that. The first dick I ever sucked was black. Ooh. What's your name of the little fuck?
It was that ginger guy.
Tell us about this black dick you sucked. How exactly does that happen? And were you just bullied and he forced it in you? I thought because he had like Magic the Gathering cards, the dick would be like kind of like not. You were playing Magic with a black guy? No. Was it Magic Johnson? I just thought because he had the cards, he would be like, it wouldn't be that, but it was big, and I didn't do it good probably. When you say you didn't do it good probably, what exactly do you mean? Sir, hold your what the fuck? I'm gonna go get another drink before this fucking answers that question. Give me a Mike's Hard Lemonade. I don't care if he's hard. I ain't getting Twisted teas are called tweez, maybe tweet, joke, whatever. Stick with me over here. Okay. When you say you probably didn't do a good job, what exactly do you mean? I just feel like I remember like half-assing it. Yeah, like it was toothy, like probably. Ooh, rat-tat-toothy over here. Amazing. Toothy probably means 100% toothy. If you think your teeth might be hitting it,
Toothy was the name of the black guy.
Toothy Jenkins, wide receiver, University, Alabama. Number 34, Toothy Jenkins, wide receiver. Amazing stuff. Mackenzie, you are doing such a fucking good job. Great answers, great interview, great set, right, man? Mackenzie, ever in Austin? I'll have you on the secret show. Hell yeah! You're booked on a Thursday in Austin. The gay guy got it. The first global convention joke book tonight was a bisexual 23-year-old. Let the record show. That guy won't catch any type of thank you so much. How about one more time for Heidi and Val, everybody? Are they not? Every time shit gets a little too gay up here, we bring them up here to remind us all what we're into. Right after you're done picturing a boy giving a toothy blowjob to a fat black cock, Heidi and Val are here to remind us all that we're straight. Here we are, two fucking fools, and now I present to you yet another boy born and raised on the outskirts of Houston, Texas. You know him very well. While never officially being a golden ticket winner or a regular, he became famous for being funny off stage, and then starting comedy on Totoni, and then growing non-stop, and now he's to the point where he's headlining all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Houston's own Uncle Laser. See you, sir, Bruce Jackson. How we feeling tonight? Goddamn, just in time for rodeo season. Favorite time of year. Let's tell everybody goddamn rodeos and big fat black women them goddamn jeans and t-shirts just throwing ass. Our Lord and Savior George Strait. You ain't lived till you see somebody pop their pussy in Amarillo by morning, I tell you what. You got them California torches, them big ass category 4 torches walk around in airbrush shirts. Saying R.I.P. Miguel barbecue stains on it. Look like a feral dog looking for a goddamn slice of brisket. I was pissed drunk out there last night, shacked up with this creature. I said, where you from, baby? She said, I'm from the Bayou, Louisiana Bayou. I said, fucking Buffalo Bayou, that's where you're from, you're from fucking. But there I am in the back of her Ford Focus, okay? Cutting that pig and fucking lot C, right? And she goes, baby, you gonna make this pussy fox? I said, do what? He said, you gonna make this pussy fox? I said, keep your fucking voice down, keep your voice down. I said, what are you asking me? She goes, you gonna make this pussy shit? I text my mom, I said, hey, I'm at the Houston Lifestyle Show Road, I need you to come get me real quick. You're gonna have to come get me. Security man, you ever made pussy fart? Strong and solid type of like that. Saxophone, you ever made that pussy fart? What that sound like? No, that ain't it. That ain't it. He said, Dr. Benny, yes. You sound like you ever made a pussy fart? What that sound like, boy? Michael Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen, tell me great. Uncle Laser. I don't even know where to begin with that panic. Wild set. This was very, very awesome. Great stuff. Tell the people watching the podcast around the world what you're talking about the Houston Rodeo, which is an annual super weekend that just so happens to be right now.
You know, they got Indians, Mexicans, blacks, white, pretending like country, dressing up, pretending know what they're doing during the rodeo. It's fun, man. You can just run the Astrodome. You can find art. It's great, man. Like the little elementary kids draw art shit. You can bid on it. I bought a horse there last year.
Wow, you got the place running wild right now. The what the fuck guy's enjoying himself right now. Wow, Sue, dude, so you're hooking up with the big girl. She said, can you make this pussy fall?
She's Louisiana.
But like,
They speak their own language.
so like, that means fuck her so hard that a bunch of air gets in there?
Yeah, it's like it's the proper nomenclature. It's queef. And fellas, if you ain't never had it happen to you by society, it's gonna startle you first. It feels like they put two magnets together and they push you away. And I told her once, what the fuck was that? And she goes, that's my pussy leaving to go root you. I said, bitch, I hope you fucking crash drives to Nebraska forever when you go home.
Absolutely incredible.
It is unsettling when a woman does that. Yeah, I had a girl go, "You did this to me." Yeah, well, but listen, this is one rule of thumb with it. If it smells, she actually farted. Yeah, but then give away every time.
No doubt about it. I'm interested to hear what the other horn players might have pussy fought sounds like. We only got the saxophone. What else? Do we have anything from you guys? Is there another pussy fart noise that you guys can muster up? You know I need that sweet, sweet trombone down there. That smell's gonna hit about 5 seconds after that one. That's the old, regular old fart. Amazing. So this beautiful beast from Louisiana that you made love to, how does an event like that end for you? You just you get her an Uber, like where this took place in a car.
Our Ford Focus is our Ford Focus.
Oh yeah. The primary vehicle of most Louisiana people.
Balling on a budget.
Yeah. So you're in the back seat of the Ford Focus.
We're getting late front seats now. I mean, it was getting hot heavy. It's just heavy, you know. At one point, I tried to lift her up. All of my fucking leg was going numb. I put my hand up on her when I was like Titanic, you know, saying in the back of the seat. Yeah, it's home, you know.
That's Houston for you.
I actually lost my virginity about 6 minutes down the road in a little trailer, like a colonial down there. Richmond, Rosenberg, a little. Yeah.
Tell us about that. Tell us what was your age and which relative was it?
I was 12 and shit. The Mexican girl was 14, the black dude was 16.
Wait, hold on a second. There was guest stars in this? Was Mackenzie Jules sucking his cock while this was happening?
Well,
Was the black guy getting a toothy blowjob in the corner?
no. Yeah, make that pussy fly. Come on, lady. So, like, I stole my mama's Jeep Grand Cherokee, and we drove down there. We got in the window. He said, "I'm gonna let you go first." He's a gentleman. And when I got in there, and I'm just fooling about this happened to me, I have no idea what I'm doing. About 15 minutes go by, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I'm turning on this big, beautiful black man, just naked, but just a foot of dick on him, you know. Look like when you take the fucking shitty pictures of your kids out here warming the rivals. Hey, let me show you how it's done. And they start fucking. I'm just sitting there like, yeah, I know what to do. And, trailer houses, they're kind of flimsy, and he fucked her up against a wall, and they fell through that little plywood wall shit into her Thea's room. And then she starts hollering in a language I don't understand, and then fucking, we jump out the window, and I get so nervous, I actually rolled my mama's Jeep off the Thea's. And cop came and shit. My mama took me out into the black dude jumped her. He was actually 47. They called everybody. I made that part up. Goddamn it, I made that part up.
There are real black pedophiles. Little fun fact, you'll never see a black pedophile, and also a fun fact, black people do not sneeze. It's a real thing. John D, can you confirm this? Have you ever sneezed before?
I've actually never seen him.
Yeah, he's joking. Have you ever really sneezed?
Yes.
Shut the fuck up.
I know black people can't have nano syndrome either. That's a fact. So you get sickle cell, but you can't get the retardation stuff. That's a fact, goddammit. Anyway, I miss home.
The only kind of downs black people get are first downs on the football field. Am I correct, everybody? Am I correct?
Chucky Jenkins, University of Alabama.
Uncle Laser, to watch you grow set after set on this show is an anomaly.
Hometown, baby.
It's incredible. In his hometown, 6 minutes away from where he lost his virginity, in a trailer, with a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old black man. One more time for Uncle Laser.
I'm from Swing.
Back to the fucking weekend. And your next fucking point goes by the name of Kyle Clinton, everybody. Kyle Clinton. Oh my goodness. I'm a hand for Heidi as well. Shit, I need crickets. told me he got a vasectomy. And then he asked me if I was going to get a vasectomy. I was like, I think I got to get some pussy first. Being from Eastern Kentucky, sometimes people ask me if I banged my cousin. I'm like, no. She was homecoming queen. She was way out of my league. Plus, I had a big brother, like 6 cousins. My family had some real stiff competition. Growing up in Kentucky, sometimes people think I was brought up Baptist, but I was actually raised Methodist. Then in my 20s, I became a Crystal Methodist. Thank you, everybody. I'm Lachlan.
Motherfucking Clank. He's done it again. Always funny. Love your delivery. Love everything about you. How you feeling, Kyle?
Feel fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Sugarland.
Have you been here before to Sugarland?
I have. I saw Chris Rock in here. I saw Jay Leno in here.
This venue.
At this venue.
Smart Financial Center. I love it. Amazing. Is Houston where you're from?
Yeah, I grew up in Eastern Kentucky, but I live here now.
What made you choose Houston?
Work. Now fun?
Yeah, what do you do for work?
I was managing shopping centers, and right now I'm substitute teaching.
Okay, what shopping centers were you managing at the time? Perhaps Woodlands or something?
Well,
Is that what it was called?
most of them were in small towns. I worked for a guy whose family owned a chain of department stores in this area and throughout Texas.
Players.
Wieners.
What's Wieners?
Wieners. I know some people out there are familiar.
Stop saying that. You're making me hard. What is that place?
It's where everybody got their school clothes growing up, apparently.
Really? You guys got your school clothes at a place called Wieners? Right now, that guy up there's like, what?
Friday wasn't open.
Wow. I just thought they started selling kids Wieners recently. Side media, propaganda, it's a whole thing. Kyle, I loved your vasectomy joke. Did you really do crystal meth?
Again, it's how 13 years not doing it, but yes.
How did you end up starting? Explain to me, I've always been curious. How does one start doing crystal meth?
Being very distracted. That's where I got to start.
Can you give me an
As in,
example of what you mean?
thinking about other things. Having to cram for a test, and then taking Adderall, and then advancing whenever I did not have Adderall.
Because crystal meth can fill in for Adderall. For those of you that are running a little low on Adderall, just remember.
Just substitute.
Yeah.
Crystal meth, though, like, see shit, like, I had this thing and shit like that.
If you take enough Adderall, you'll see shit. But tell us about it.
Okay. Should I? I mean, I had neighbors who could get it, and that became an option for me whenever I was out of Adderall. You know, a good neighbor from the guy in need.
So some neighbors can get baking soda. These neighbors like, watch them pick up.
Yeah. And I don't know, it works.
What's the wildest thing you've ever done with crystal meth?
Oh, that's a very good question, Tony. That's an excellent question.
You look through your people a lot outside.
Yes.
Let your students dress you with their hand-me-downs from Wieners.
Absolutely. Searching through the carpet naked, looking for more, maybe.
Why
3 a.m.
Why naked?
Because porn's on.
What kind of porn you watch on crystal meth? Anything crazy? What's the wildest porn you've ever watched?
Great question.
Naked porn?
Straight porn. Interracial porn.
Right. Getting warmer.
Now say the truth.
Clowns and midgets.
You know, I hate to say this, and this might not fit unless you're up close. You do look like the clown from It on his day off.
I'll take that.
Facially.
Perfect. I get told I look like a lot of people. Somebody said I look like Charlie Kirk this week. Oh, not great. Not great. Not great. I got Mr. Bean. I was like, wow, middle schooler knows Mr. Bean. I was impressed.
Yeah. What do you substitute teaching exactly?
Everything. All grades.
You think I okay, like a video?
Sometimes they watch the video.
Yeah. Sometimes you try to go with the current program.
I try.
You ever throw in some interracial porn just to see what they
Okay. No, never. I was called Mr. Epstein this week. That was
also not great.
not great.
Yeah.
But I was surprised I knew who that is.
What did you have to do to get that moniker?
Walk around.
Just be me.
Did they bully you?
Yes, they bullied me in every day. The middle school. I was called a pussy ass bitch.
There we go. Okay. The guy that called you, the kid that called me that, what did he look like? What race was he?
He was black.
Yeah. Do you fire back?
I did not.
Oh, you had a word you could have used.
I did.
Depending on what part of Houston you were in, yeah. So when they call you, why did that kid call you a pussy ass bitch? Was there context to that situation?
He said I disrespected him after I told him that I said, this is an A-B conversation. You can see your way that way.
Black people hate the alphabet.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna stay in it.
And I was like, hey, come over here and tell the coach what you said.
Are you tattled, you fucking pussy?
You really are. You really are.
Pussy ass bitch.
Yeah, I am.
Right.
Say it to his face.
Because I'm too big of a pussy to say it.
That's right. Okay. You are patient, but I would like to see you or hear about you snapping to one of the kids. Because I feel like there's, for every patient, sweet, affable dude is a streak of rage. It feels like it's building up within you. You seem like the kind of guy, you might be the first ever teacher that is the school shooter. It's only a matter of time. No, who would be first? For those of you keeping track, no teachers, almost even 85% trans people nowadays are the shooters. So it could be, the odds are higher that it would be Mackenzie Jewell than Kyle Clinton.
I have an intercom. I have to get louder than them. I have to get my voice above theirs so they can hear me. But I can't. Yeah.
Like, shut up, pussy.
The kid that calls you Mr. Epstein, did it make the class laugh because your real name is Mr. Clinton? I'm starting to make that connection in my head right now. Is that what it was? Mr. Clinton. Wow, look at that. Those kids are smart. That's all the president of those kids will do. Okay, you got a great set, Kyle. We absolutely love you. Here's a big joke book. Bill. We're having fun here tonight. You guys having fun out there? How about the upper balcony? Are you guys having fun? Whoa, my goodness gracious. Onward we go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next fucking fool. It is Nunzio Gianni, everybody. Nunzio. Local pop for Nunzio.
How we doing tonight, Houston? Awesome. My name's Nunzio Gianni. I'm actually coming from Miami for my birthday. I don't know if we got any folks from Miami or Miami. I know the strippers are amazing. I love them too. I'm fairly young. I moved to Miami when I was 16. Dating was actually really hard. 16 and 18, early 20s, because Miami's not a place for somebody young like me. But I guess I got a taste. And some strippers and hoes, so I think I did do all right. I'm Puerto Rican and Italian. My ethnicity is kind of hard to pick when I come to Texas. I'm either Mexican or colored, so. Okay, I'm really nervous, guys. This is my first time. Fuck.
Ready? I cut you off there.
Nunzio Gianni. This is the first time Kiltoni's had its own halftime show, everybody. How exciting. Having a literate Puerto Rican up here responsible for entertaining us. Absolutely amazing, Nunzio.
Or funny.
Yeah. Bad funny. Okay, Nunzio. Did you prepare for this at all?
You know, I did. About a year ago, I wrote a minute. You were supposed to come for my birthday, but I didn't review. So,
Quarterbacks are lazy.
well, yeah, it's all right.
That set was garbage.
It was. It was certainly garbage.
Okay. Nunzio, let's at least try to salvage this in the interview portion. How old are you?
I'll be 22 next week.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I'm a mortgage broker.
Mortgage broker. Jesus. Yeah, is that what you wanted to do?
No, but I do want to do it now. I kind of find myself into it, and I actually do really like it because I genuinely do have the opportunity to help people. So,
You're into it?
yeah.
It's amazing. We're doing the Into It Dome in Los Angeles. It's a 16,000 seat venue in LA in May. And then it's just as you said Into It, it made me think of the wild success that I got by not being a mortgage broker and chasing my dreams. Amazing. So you seem like a decent looking guy, right? What's your love life like?
A little difficult. You know, I'm really busy with work a lot of the time, but oh, guys, come on. You guys think I'm not laying some puss? Give me a break.
There's something I'm laying puss over here, huh?
I'll tell you, I'll tell you honestly, Miami's a tough place to genuinely find somebody that you want to
Talking about. It's literally like it's always hot. Like it's like everyone's like humid and they're pulling out their pussy all the time.
Oh no, I love it. It's great for me to have a good time, but in terms of
You're trying to settle down.
I would appreciate a girl to like kick it with. You know what I mean?
You can't find one.
Miami's tough.
Okay, you just keep saying Miami's tough.
Well, especially for me, guys. I moved to Miami when I was 16, so.
Where did you move to Miami from? I'm trying to save you here. If you just focus on me, pretend like it's just me and you in the room. But don't be gay about it. Okay. So where are you trying to find good women at in Miami? Where are you going to try to find them, or what are you doing? Are you on the apps?
No, I don't like the apps. No. Usually a strip club.
Just focus over here. Focus over here. Oh, you're trying to find a good girl at a strip club?
Well, you know, sometimes you can find a good one.
Have you ever found a good one at a strip club?
Yeah. My mom actually works at a lot of the major clubs in.
Your mom works at major strip clubs?
Yeah.
What does your mom do at the strip clubs?
Well, she does not strip. I want to make that clear. She is a VIP host.
The crowd is hoping for that to be your one redeeming fact.
Everybody wanted her to be like a 35-year-old stripper that shoots ping pong balls out of her ass.
Oh, she's
Fuck yeah. I just made the what the fuck guy come in his pants. Alright, there's gotta be a saving grace here, Nunzio Gianni. I'm trying to save you here. Give us one fun fact about you or your entire life that will win over the entire crowd here in Houston, Texas. There has to be something that you've done, some accomplishment, something. He's looking to his family like this is The Price is Right. He's looking for advice in section 101 here.
I grew up in a funeral home.
Oh, you grew up in a funeral home? Okay, how did you grow up in a funeral home? Tell us about that.
It was my great-grandfather's funeral home, and then it became my mother's. She handled it for the most part.
Your mom was working at a funeral home and strip club.
Funeral home, yeah.
Did you have a dad in your life?
You know, I did. It was kind of difficult, but yeah, I did have a dad.
What do you mean it was difficult?
I was split between two households, so yeah.
Let's check in with Hall of Famer Adam Ray. Here, I'm gonna see what's going on in here.
Yeah, this is not great. This is happening. You know, you're staying in the pocket. I gotta give you some credit. You're not like, you know, crying or turning and running out through the curtains. So this is something to be out here. Most of the people who you don't realize that it has helped to walk out here and even fucking smile. So, yeah. You know,
There's been pretty bad. But we got you missed 100% of the shots y'all take. Can we ask Gary Oberbaum what he thinks up there in the third balcony?
Hey, the what the fuck guy? What do you think about Nunzio Gianni? Only that guy, and everyone else be quiet. Everyone else be quiet. And here we go. Well, okay, a bunch of people tried. We knew that was going to happen. Turns out a lot of guys have an opinion about you. Let's check out the ping pong in here.
Well, I just really noticed something, and maybe I can give a little piece of advice. You're half Italian, half Puerto Rican. But you're like, the energy you're giving is like cokehead frat bro. Like, I think you need to lean into more who you are. Like, what's the most Italian and Puerto Rican thing about you?
What is the most Italian? Well, let's start with Puerto Rican. What's the most Puerto Rican thing about you?
I
Don't recycle.
You didn't work on a show for a year.
I like the dance.
Okay. You know what, Michael in the horns, give us a little Puerto Rican something here. Come on, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. Hey, that's what they're good at, everybody. There you go. That's good. That's good. All right, stop. That's enough. It's unbearable.
Oh shit, there's I.
Okay, I'm getting you out of here. Nunzio Gianni, here's a little joke book. Oof, right off the chest.
Thank you, Sid.
I mean, if you're gonna boo, you might as well boo. There you go. Get it out of your systems. The good news is this is working out. The flow of this show is working out perfectly because coming off of, oh my God, Valerie Vaughn. Like I said, every time someone struggles, there's always something there to clean up the mess. And this is working out great after every golden ticket winner or regular or whatever we've had so far. Someone does good, and then someone does bad, and then I always have something to clean up the mess. This is another one of those situations. Ladies and gentlemen, this next comedian won a golden ticket live in an arena on Netflix on New Year's Eve. She is with us here tonight, an absolute sensation. Make some noise for one of the newest stars of Kill Tony. This is the Houston debut of Young, everyone. You know her. A little Chinese dip.
What's up, Houston? We just finished the Black History Month. Fuck Black History Month. Fuck Asian Heritage Month too. Why do they make our calendar racial? Seems like everywhere I go, they want to ask for my race. To apply for a school, what's your race? Apply for jobs, what's your race? See, where I grew up, they don't ask that question. Because we're better at keeping our